I feel I just gotta stop slacking off. I'm pretty much already streaming, so I shouldn't actually slack off. So yeah, that's what I think. God damn it. Ah, man. Why did I have to actually leave my PC just like that? But anyway, I already had lunch. Already had, so I'm okay now. And then, as for later, not sure. Hold on. Hmm. Let me see if there's anything else I need to do. Wait, where is it? You just have a loser cult. Oh boy. You know, I really just gotta make some more content that's actually believable and shit.
walking slow, sensitive, feel the afterglow, looking for things that I can't control. Fear from my past, cause it always shows. Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it.
Okay, let's see. Dun 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 dun.
Blacking out, afraid just fading day by day. I'm reaching out for someone who can take away the pain I feel, the things I haven't done at all. I've lost my way, but how I felt I can't recall. Do I
Hmm.
wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu.
Here we go again.
It comes back to you. I'm still falling. Whoa, but it
Yeah,
tastes
yeah, yeah, yeah,
bittersweet.
yeah.
I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it.
Hmm. I just need to handle something. I'll be back. Okay, 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 okay. I'm just making sure everything's just worth it and shit. Okay, where are we exactly on the crimes? Yeah, yeah, it's right there.
On the way to you, in an orange sky, by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments, with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments, where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I know that you've been waiting. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night, with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below, as I head to you, like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a
Hmm.
dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments, with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments, where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments.
Uh-huh.
It's in these moments, with words unspoken,
Done. Every time. Give me a moment. Right. Let me just do it. All right, I posted it. A reminder of what Slycane is involved in, the Vitaly VGC incident. Basically, it's there. Hmm. GG. Can't wait to end it there. Oh my god, I am reposting. Oh my god, now Aiden Ross understands that basically Vitaly is fucked. GG. Oh my god. You don't call the Philippines a poor country. You call the Philippines a third world country. We have a different way of imprisonment here. Doesn't mean we're savages. There's always an order to things. You just need to adapt to that order. You just need to adapt as to how things are done there. But of course, Vitaly can't do that because he's a piece of shit, and he's got a lawyer, and he's he's claiming that mental health and religion cards. It's just bullshit.
I don't wanna say anything, cause if I do, I might say the wrong words. Oh no. So I'll keep my mouth shut and not listen. Afraid I lose you if I didn't. Till we find what we're missing and compromise. So I'll keep my shoes on and not leaving. We're on thin ice, winter season. Can we find a single reason not to say goodbye? Oh, if I said what's on my mind, would you stay with me tonight? If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. Oh, would that make you run and hide? Don't know what to do anymore. I'm out of options, nothing's working. I'm out of service. Come help me now, I'm fucking nervous. I'm trying but can't scratch the surface. So I'll keep my mouth shut and not listen. Afraid I lose you if I didn't. Till we find what we're missing and compromise. So I'll keep my shoes on and not leaving. We're on thin ice, winter season. Can we find a single reason not to say goodbye? Oh, if I said what's on my mind, would you stay with me tonight? If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul like the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me
Oh my god. How the fuck do they do it that there are no problems with the thing, dude? God.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. A broken glass while I'm thinking in my
This shit again.
I mind my own, I don't even break a sweat. Oh,
Mm.
this madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's sad to hear the lights under the street lights, under the street lights.
Hmm.
Give me all you've got if you're prepared to break the silence. I'll be out in the sunshine, running beside the lions.
I got some shit to look for.
I've been looking up, afraid to fall. God, I've been so down. Can you pick me up? Don't let me fall. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge. Can you show me how to fix this
Server
mess?
boosting. Can I do that?
I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to
So it's
the edge.
$525.98 a month. Fuck me.
Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me.
God damn it. I should probably lead some. I gotta go. I gotta set up some shit, so I'll be back. Okay?
Won't give this up. Sometimes I lose my mind, and some days it's hard to find the reason why you stay by my side. You and I break our hearts open in half just to see if we'll put them back. No matter what they try, I'll stay by your side. It's you. Time waiting for one of us to cross the line. You got me and I got you, and we got a lot to prove. They think we're too damaged to fix, but we're just working through a little rust. They like to say we're just young, but I know we won't give this up. Sometimes I lose my mind, and some days it's hard to find the reason why you stay by my side. You and I break our hearts open in half just to see if we'll put them back. No matter what they try, I'll stay by your side. It's you and I. So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne.
It's hard for me to let go, but I think that I'm finally feeling good again. So hard cause I loved you, but I'm finally feeling like myself. All of the wounds that were opened by you are now closing. I finally know how to live without hurting myself. I think that I am moving on cause I do feel less broken. I needed a sign, this is a sign that I'm healing. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing from you. Mistakes, don't mean to come off hardy. I'm just an imperfect person in this imperfect world, but I'm learning my way under this maze that I'm running through. Now when I think of you, I'm fine. See a picture of you, it would eat me alive. And now when I think of you, I'm fine. And all of the wounds that were opened by you are now closing. I finally know how to live without hurting myself. I think that I am moving on cause I do feel less broken. I needed a sign, and this is the sign that I'm healing. I'm finally healing from you. Oh, there's something in my chest that I can't hide. When feelings get involved, I'm terrified. 'Cause I've been here before and said goodbye. Oh, are you the one when I try to look, I wish I'd find? Oh, how can I love when I've been hurt 100 times? For you I'd give it one more try. Oh, I leave them all behind, but don't know how. Bury my head deep within the crowd, but I'm reaching for your hand to pull me out. Oh, are you the one when I try to look, I wish I'd find? Oh, how can I love when I've been hurt 100 times?
Back again, square one. Try to leave myself behind, looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed the line. Turned. Didn't think I'd go this far, but here we are, the end. Now you're just a lesson learned, a slowly fading memory, so I can breathe again. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed the line.
beside the lions. I've been feeling down, but I've been looking up, afraid to fall. God, I've been so down, can you pick me up? Don't let me fall. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge. It's hard for me to let go, but I think that I'm finally feeling good again. So hard cause I loved you, but I'm finally feeling like myself. All of the wounds that were opened by you are now closing. I finally know how to live without hurting myself. I think that I am moving on cause I do feel less broken. I needed a sign, this is a sign that I'm healing. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing from you. Mistakes, don't mean to come off hardy. I'm just an imperfect person in this imperfect world, but I'm learning my way under this maze that I'm running through. Now when I think of you, I'm falling to a picture of you. You would eat me alive. And now when I think of you, I'm fine. And all of the wounds that were opened by you are now closing. I finally know how to live without hurting myself. me in. And the second you leave, I call you right back to check for monsters in my sheets. Yeah, high school was hard. You fight with my mom. I'd fall asleep to the screaming, sound machine always speaking, left emotional scars. Now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. At 21. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. I'm just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Yeah, doing things I shouldn't do. At 21. Yeah, I play you my favorite songs on a car ride while you list me all the people that left you in your life. Oh, oh. And you smoke on your chair while I was trying to sleep. I smell the smoke in the air, but that was normal for me. I didn't know. I didn't know. But now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, feels like I'm 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. Oh, at 21. Yeah, I'm 21. Oh, just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Doing things I shouldn't know. At 21. At 21. At 21. myself from this reality. Oh, it's been a couple years, I feel the same. Guess I'll never really learn this fucking game, but I'm here to play it now. I don't wanna cry again, even if I lose a friend. You say you had good intent when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. I don't wanna try anymore. Yeah, I won't show up at your door in the morning. Said that it wasn't planned when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. Oh no. Time to when things were easier, before it got all complicated. Oh, just give me the strength to move on, cause I don't really wanna move on. I gotta do what's best for me. I don't wanna cry again, even if I lose a friend. You say you had good intent when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. I don't wanna try anymore. Yeah, I won't show up at your door in the morning. Said that it wasn't planned when you hurt me. You do it all again, that's so loose to me. Oh no.
Legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired.
Guys, I'm just letting you guys know that I'm already here. I just need to make sure, okay? I just need to make absolutely sure that I'm at least around and you guys actually see me and stuff. Don't worry. Yo, I'm here. So I'm editing at the moment. I'm making sure I gather all the videos. I'm finally doing it. And then I'm going to start editing. Oh, no. I think I can make this work. Actually, I think I can, yeah, I think I can make that work. Okay. And then put it on detailed mode because I'm gonna need some good shit anyway, so. Wait. Why is my HDD on high? What is going on? I mean, JDownloader 2 is up, but it's not the reason why it's the entire thing is shitty. Or do I have any problems on the... Do I only have problems because it's running for a while and then yeah? It's probably because I just need to reset my PC. Yeah, that's actually fair. I'm gonna close everything down and restart. Obviously, the YouTube thing is going to pause, obviously, because I'm gonna stop the broadcast for a bit. But yeah, you guys are gonna see me. Don't worry. I'll restart for a bit. Okay, I'm gonna restart the PC. Not exactly the stream. The stream will continue because even if DVR is closed, it cannot auto stop. I disabled auto stop for the YouTube one, so yeah. Anyway, see you guys later.
Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. 3, 2, 1. Hardwired.
Always numb in my mind, battled on, building scars from the knife, so far gone. I was blind. So now that I found what I was looking for, I'm shining a light on the dark that I was coming from. It never brought me down to my knees, where it wanted me to be. Turn on the love for myself, go all down. See me for me. See watch the sun as it falls out of sight, setting on all the shadows that I've overcome, pulling stars from the night, one by one, no longer blind. So now that I found what I was looking for, I'm shining a light on the dark that I was coming from. It never brought me down to my knees, where it wanted me to be. Turn on the love for myself, go all down. See me for me. See me.
And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, homie regardless, And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, I'm just getting started, let's go.
My skin is pale, but I'm a black sheep. Riding through the city, Satan in the backseat. Hey yo, that's me, I run it like a track meet. A rap fiend, I set the bar high like an athlete. Step in the booth and Zach gon' drop that 808. Cause the vibe is dope and the beat is cracking, now it's getting laced. I'm sharp as a razor blade, I can blow your mind like JFK. I do what I want, you ain't gonna box me in like David Blaine. We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, about to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light. gasolina. And when a Filipina tells me Malakita, I put two and two together like a ballerina. This music is more than a paycheck, no money in the bank cause I make sense. I put in work till I'm brain dead. I spit it fast, so like a break next, and the crowd goes wild, AM. Mayhem. We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, about to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light. We the first to get it poppin'.
is right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave. Yeah, just like that. I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
broken dreams in my pocket. Golden thing round my neck like a locket. Carve your name in my mind, 'cause you caught it. You caught it. You're golden, golden. Honestly, you know it. Meet under the street light at the so I could show you. You're golden, golden. Honestly, you're glowing. Meet under the mezzanine just so that I could show you. You're golden. Yeah, you're golden. You're golden. Yeah, you're golden. Golden. Hold my hand in the darkness. Summer heat, bodies laid on the carpet. Eye to eye, glistening. No, I saw it. I saw it. You're golden, golden. Honestly, you know it. Me under the street light at the so I could show you. You're golden, golden. Honestly, you're glowing. Me under the mezzanine just so that I could show you. You're golden. Yeah, you're golden. You're golden. You're golden. Golden. You're golden. Yeah, you're golden. You know it. Yeah, you're golden. Golden. Golden, golden. Honestly, you know it. Me under the street or at the so I could show you. Golden, golden. Honestly, you know it. Me under the golden. Hey, you're golden. Golden.
There's been something on my mind and it keeps hurting me. You've been treating me like I have been your enemy. You are something I don't want to have. A million problems inside of my head. This is something I cannot forget. Another one. You're a needle in my once you get hiding it. Now slowly every part of me is shivering. I kept denying all the pain and didn't want to hurt again. Now slowly I began to see the real you. You are something I don't want to have. A million problems inside of my head. This is something I cannot forget. Another one. You're the only one.
All I need is 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes with you. Let me give it a one last shot. Will I ever get through to you? Oh, am I wasting my time? Should I leave for the night? It's unclear at the moment. Can you give me a sign? I'm here trying and trying. I need 10 more minutes with you. So let me know if you give up hope. Do I leave you alone or I leave you alone? So let me know if you give up hope by now. So let me know if you give up hope. Do I leave you alone or I leave you alone? So let me know if you give up hope. I need 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes with you. Yeah, I just wanna go back home. Can't do this anymore. I can't get through to you, so what the fuck am I fighting for? Were all those rumors true? Or were you trying to get a rise out of me? A rise out of me? Or I don't wanna make it all about me again. And I don't even know half the things you said. Do I leave you alone or I leave you alone? So let me know if you give up hope by now. So let me know if you give up hope. Do I leave you alone or I leave you alone? So let me know if you give up hope. I need 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes with you. 10 more minutes, or 10 more minutes with you. I miss the family I used to have. I feel like everything's so different now. Sitting by the fire as we'd watch the flames burn out.
I miss the days I wasn't afraid. Now I always have my guard up, hands on my face. I learned to cope with the pain. I know that people think I'm trying to get attention, but in reality I'm trying to send a message. I know there's kids out there that are going through the same thing, and if you're one of them, I hope to help your suffering. Just know it will get better, and these feelings do not stay the same. No, they don't stay the same. I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life, and I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life. Oh. You hurt me and ruined my life. I lost a couple friends on my way up. I took a couple L's, but that's just normal talk. I popped a couple pills, but they don't do much. And now I take Prozac in the morning with some other stuff. But why did I get into this? I feel like this is all a dream, but when I wake up, look around, this isn't even make-believe. So I sit in a corner thinking back to all the memories. I grew up with these fake beliefs, by the time I find a remedy. I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life, and I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life. Yeah. Oh, you hurt me. Oh, you hurt me. You hurt me and ruined my
Whispered promises straight to my heart. I'd never noticed, but you were never there, you were never there. Hey, you gave me roses, set me apart. All I feel was bliss, but you were never there, you were never there. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Baby, just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Down in empty streets, looking for joy. I don't wanna admit I'm better on my own, better on my own. You say we're not meant for each other. I'm not sure of this. I won't give up on this, I won't give up. Cause I don't wanna behave like the one to flee, like the one to leave. I'll never surrender, but ever remember my lover. Did you give up on me? Have you never learned a lesson? Sorry, I will never be even in your dreams the one you wanna see. Think it better go someplace I don't know, cause I got your picture on my mind. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Baby, just another fight, but you don't wanna see There's no way that it's never going there. I think it better run, I swear. I'll follow you no matter where.
How is everyone going? I'm just making sure that everything's just looking good before I get back to it. All right. I'm just doing whatever. I am just viewing my TikTok. I'm going to set up my YouTube playlist on the usual shit. And then, yeah. Yeah, basically. Where's the shit going? Okay. I'm gonna quit my TikTok browsing because it's harmful if I keep getting brain rot into my brain because well, of course, Los Angeles has been declared an unlawful assembly area. You know why? Because too many immigrants just don't like to actually be raided. And their migrant brothers and sisters are actually shielding them. And they decide to go up against the cops. Big mistake. And so downtown has been declared an unlawful assembly area. What exactly can you expect? What else can you actually expect? They did this to themselves. God, I hate to be the one to actually bear that statement, but yes, it's actually true. Out of fucking necessity, bro. You're all looking for some good shit. You know what? If I'm going to be going for the number of thumbnails and then the corresponding shorts, I think I want to go for one more reaction. Okay, let's just be real. The number of times I got so. The number of times I was actually interrupted because of in real life shit. It just made me, for some reason, I hate it, bro. IRL shit has got to stop, but of course that's how it is, I guess. Why are you telling me to? Why are you actually telling me to actually do that? Come on, bro. Actually, one of my watch laters. You know what? I'm not gonna watch the Switch 2 one because I'm sure people are just stupid enough to just believe that the Switch 2 is secure. That they don't actually. Yeah.
In 2023, Battlebit remastered a shameless obvious clone of Battlefield series, flopped onto Steam, and a surprise to everyone, became a massive hit. In fact, it was such a positive and fun release that it beat out the game it was copying, the, at the time, failed and hated Battlefield 2042. Look at Detroit. Look at Detroit. And look at that. With basically every creator praising it and the community of FPS enthusiasts enjoying the game, it beat 80,000 player count peak for solid first 2 months of its release. With rapid first content updates following soon after, it was clear this was an indie game success story that we needed more of. However, as months went on, the content and communication with the dev team just as rapidly decreased. To a point that today, as of making, the last time the game received any kind of an update has been over 12 months ago, while the last piece of official communication has been over 9 months ago. The player base has shrunken so badly that you barely can get a full server, and at peak time you maybe get 1,000 players. And while sure, the game is not dead yet, it certainly is scratching that coffin lid if nothing changes. So then, how the hell did Battlebit fail? Now, since my story with Battlebit started well past its prime days of its launch, I thought I could find somebody who was there. Somebody who had shared a similar passion for Battlefield type game before. My old Clanside 2 creator colleague, Kami. Well, g'day there. It's me, your resident Australian FPS gremlin, Kami. Gamex was kind enough to hit me up to help him with this video, but I must admit, this feels a little strange for some reason. Alright, I forgot the Aussie treatment. That's much better. Thanks, mate.
Down under.
Before we get too far into this one, let's have a bit of a chinwag about Battlebit in the early days. The days that led to it being quite successful for a while there. Because there's some very important context here in the history of this game. Before Battlebit was, well, the Battlebit we knew and loved, it was actually a very different project, more akin to a low-poly milsim game rather than a Battlefield competitor. You see, folks, the development team of this game were originally set on creating a milsim game that would simply differ itself into space by being easy to run on most machines. It sounds like a simple premise, but milsim games, after all, tend to lean into crazy cinematic effects and visuals, so unless you had some really solid hardware in your machine, you were always a bit out of touch with this side of FPS gaming. The Battlebit developers originally set out to solve this problem with their game. But whether it be through a change of heart or a very clever read of the gaming market at the time, aka right after the visible launch of Battlefield 2042, the developers pivoted. Battlebit Remastered was turned into a game that, while yes, featured a couple of inspirations from its milsim competitors, was ultimately a Battlefield competitor, a more arcadey, fast-paced shooter that not only embraced the rule of cool, if you will, but also foregoed a realistic design for fun above all else. And well, that was just about the best decision these developers could have made, because when Battlebit Remastered dropped to early access in June 2023, the game's popularity caught on like a wildfire in the gaming community. word of mouth and insane clips of this little old low-poly Battlefield lookalike had people questioning, do we finally have a good Battlefield game again? And for many, when they got their hands on the game, I think the answer was a resounding yes. Insane customization, punchy gameplay, vehicles, 256-player games, destruction, proximity chat that let you have moments like this. Jesus, that's another bleeding damage too.
Fuck you, bro.
Fuck you, brother.
Go back to Brisky.
Oh, come here, mate.
Nah, fuck you, bro.
Come here, mate. You come with me. Come here, bitch.
Put me down, dude. Fuck you, put me down, dude. When can you drag me?
See you, bitch. It was everything we could have possibly wanted from a large-scale Battlefield-esque shooter. Even the update tempo post-release was pretty impressive for a small indie team of 3 people, and this tempo continued for a pretty solid period of time as well, which is also ironic, given that if you were to check BattleBit Remastered's Steam store page today, there is a literal warning presented to potential buyers of the game to the fact that the game has not seen an update for approximately 16 months. Quite the change of pace, really, from the almost monumental launch that we did see originally, which unfortunately reflects the situation that we're in today. Radio silence from the developers, no updates, and a player base that now struggles to achieve 1,000 concurrent players daily.
So, what really failed Battlefield?
Well, believe it or not, it ain't really down to one sole reason. You'll entertain me for a second here. Battlefield, by virtue of its, let's say, original vision, was always haunted by an identity crisis within the development team. Yes, they pivoted the project willingly to something else, but you could always tell that the team wanted to steer closer and closer to their original vision of creating a low-poly Milsim game, and that was apparent in some of the changes and updates they were sneaking into their game after release. But you want to know what really set this game on its downward spiral, children? I'll tell you, and you'll call me crazy when I tell you it just so happened to be one of the most anticipated features from both the developers and the community alike. It was the community servers. A feature designed to give the power back to the player base turned out to be one that actually fractured it beyond the point of repair.
Now, I mean, sure, yeah, these are factors, but I think we're dancing around the elephant in the room. See, changes can be good or bad. However, the complete lack of updates or content, especially the stuff they promised, or in lieu of the content, no news or info on what the hell is even going on, is universally bad. Even right now in the Steam reviews, the main criticism we hear from the folks of the game is that it's simply abandoned. So why should we continue playing?
Well, yeah, okay, look, very fair point. Which is why I think it's also important to remember that the game featured a tiny dev team size that was stacked up against an insane workload when they launched.
Well, I guess we got those 4 main points to look at closer. So, since Kami, you were there at the beginning, kick us off.
BattleBit Remastered is a sad story that should have continued if it was only maintained. But nope. That's not what happened. Oh, man.
So, as I said before, BattleBit was originally a bit of a Milsim game. I myself didn't get around to playing the game back when it was in this form, but over the course of its development, it eventually found itself molding into what it is today. And while one would expect that the commercial success and the, I'll be frank, genuinely high quality of the experience that came to be would be enough of a motivator to keep the developers trucking along on the path, the devs had begun to show signs of, dare I say, a sense of resentment towards their very own game by the end of 2023. A mere 6 months after the early access launch, the developers were jumping on devcasts, expressing complaints about how their game had become too arcadey or too fast-paced for their liking. There was talk of making significant balance changes to slow the pace of the game down. Once again, 6 months after the release, and after 6 months of everyone getting used to playing the game as it was. Because, as we all know here, gamers historically tend to react massive sweeping change to their favorite game. Yep, can't think of a time where that's backfired. BattleBit was going through an identity crisis, there was no two ways about it, and that was clearly having a very big impact on the game's pace of updates as well. So yeah, it's no secret that a developer-driven identity crisis doesn't help you, obviously. But you know what also doesn't help folks? A community-driven one too. Holy Jesus! What is that? You see, what happens when you give close to unlimited power to your community or player base to customize the experience offered by a game to their own personal yet perfect idea of how the game should play? You know, give them almost a limitless sandbox in which the player can leverage all of the content, or as little of it as they want to do so, to bring their dream for the game, or in this case, BattleBit to life. It's quite simple. You get a fractured community, one torn between hundreds of micro experiences with varying degrees of deviation from the game's core offering. You start to see the experience that you bought the game for start to vanish in light of servers with custom rule sets, map sets, weapon restrictions, the list goes on. And unfortunately, this is exactly what happened to BattleBit. In September of 2023, a mere 3 months after the early access launch of the game, BattleBit brought community servers to its game, giving players the ability to run custom public servers truly in their own hands. Owners of these servers could incorporate bans on weapons, vehicles, gear items, or even entire class sets. They could dedicate their servers to select game modes or maps. They could make visual changes to the game, such as altering soldiers' appearances to be that of a red versus blue design. Some servers even incorporated custom kill streaks into the game, akin to the likes of a Call of Duty title. Overnight, the BattleBit Remastered server browser went from being filled by vanilla servers running the core experience to a bunch of community servers all running their own vision of what peak BattleBit looked like. And just like that, overnight, vanilla BattleBit Remastered that we had grown to know and love disappeared, died even. Now look, I'm all for one giving the power back to the players and letting the community servers run rampant. It builds a sense of camaraderie in your community and lets you use a server as a regular meeting spot for you, your mates, and even some of your favourite opponents. But when you afford this much control to your players this early on, it leads to a very confusing experience for anyone coming to the game for the first time. You know, not knowing that behind their purchase, they are very likely to find a very disorganized and disconnected experience between all of the servers on offer. When the community servers went live, the OCE, or Australian region, lost all of its official server support with the snap of a finger. Just like that, no more official core servers. And that kind of sucked. It felt like the soul of BattleBit had changed overnight. You really didn't know what you were getting yourself into anymore, and it almost felt like the developers had relinquished the last strand of creative direction they had had over the game, which isn't great, given that they were already questioning the identity of it.
Hold on. Why take down the all core servers in Australia? Even if it's... Oh my god. What are they thinking? Or maybe it's the server restraints. I'm not sure, but... What?
Of the game in the first place. Already, it's feeling like a big old mess for BattleBit, and we haven't even gotten to the bad part yet.
And while both of the previous issues are no doubt worth mentioning, I think by far the most impactful failure that carries this cavalcade of top of Reverse Atlas is the sheer and utter lack of updates. Now, we all like new stuff for our games to play. It's exciting to get a new toy to play with or a new sandbox to dig the cat shit out of. I'm all sure live service games suck ass harder than Ubisoft stocks suck rock bottom. Still, if there is one thing they do well are the content releases and updates to keep the folk coming and returning. And that's not a bad thing at all. Hell, even such things as developer updates, news posts or devlog streams keep at least some kind of interest and insight for the community. I mean, ever wondered why Star Citizen is as popular as it is, despite delivering very little? Well, there you go. And speaking of an unfinished garbage fire, BattleBit was released as an early access. So if nothing else, there's both a written and implied promise that you're buying a part of a finished game that'll be complete one day. Now sure, community server release to give the fandom the reins to upkeep the game and maintain it is a great thing, especially at the end of the line. But that's the thing. BattleBit still is in early access. Hell,
it's funny you say that, Yamex. Since the passing of that date, the community have long been memeing that April 2025 was actually the real release date all along, and that surely this past month was going to be the reckoning of BBR. Yeah, that aged well, huh? But in all seriousness, BattleBit's update drought is nothing more than a world-class example of what happens when you avoid the most critical thing in project development of any kind: scope creep. BattleBit's long-awaited update, the update, as it has been so infamously coined these days, was originally slated to be an audio overhaul of the game. Everything from ambient sounds to individual weapon reload sound effects, everything. This was the first step towards BattleBit's big modernization update that pushed it towards a 1.0 release. Towards wrapping up all of the game's great mechanics into a presentable package and really making it look and sound the part, like it belonged on the front page of the Steam store page. And look, to be fair, the snippets that we'd seen so far of this audio rework in effect were great. It was really shaping up to propel BattleBit into the modern age and really start to feel like this game was going to be giving the big dogs a real run for their money. From a small, low-budget indie project that really hit a lucky trend to a really well-presented, yet incredibly polished first-person shooter title. A new kid on the block that may just achieve household name status. But the update then slowly started to expand in scope. So, they were updating the audio in the game? Cool. Better touch up the animations to make sure they aligned with the new audio design. Oh, but what about this map over here? Maybe we can give that a look too. You know what?
I'm going to stop watching that particular one. BattleBit Remastered is so good, but if only they maintained it well. They couldn't. Beautiful girls. Mhm. Yeah, just don't mind me. I'm just watching some Neuro Salman shit. But oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna need some motivation. Look, I need some motivation. I'm gonna play something. I'm gonna play a game. Okay, I'm just gonna play a game. I need to actually get some motivation in my shit. All right, it's just me. I'm just being myself. All right, I just need a game or two. Please, give me this. All right. What to do? What to do? We're gonna be playing this shit, CS2, because why not? Because why not? All right, here we go. Let's get some Counter-Strike because we're going to need this. We're going to need this anyway, guys. I'm going to need this. Don't mind me because I need to make sure that I'm at least in better shape than my mom. But I have to kid myself every time, so yeah. What is going on? Whatever. Let's have better shit today. We have a better shitter today because we need some good stuff coming out of our asses. Because heck yes.
Let's roll.
That's how I like things to actually go. Alright, this is Mirage and shit. Shh, what am I doing? Why did there have to be a ping problem? Oh, why did I... Whatever. We're in this now. Damn it. Why do I have a ping problem now? Yes! Damn it. Yeah, sure. I can forgive myself for that one. Really? How to be someone. Oh my god, my latency. Which server have I entered for this? Ah, damn it. I didn't react fast enough. Excuse me. I'm gonna do something better. I know, I don't mind if I die right now, okay? I just made sure, yeah. Yeah, let's just go for it. Lock in, guys. Bow. Uh-oh. Damn it. Telephone. Oh, the bitch looked like telephone to me. Oh, the bitch looked. Oh, thank God. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Damn it. Really? Oh, latency's getting better now. 30. Bow. Oh shit. Damn it. Whatever. I got him. At least. Yo, what's up, you? Uh-huh, sure. Damn it. Oh my God. That was intense, bro. Oh shit. Okay. That was something. Yeah. I tried, but he just instantly locked on and stuff. Shit. Damn it. Damn. Whatever. We're getting there. Some. Oh my god. That was so cool. Really? Oh shit. That doesn't happen often, but whatever. Oh wait. Okay, I got him. Oh man, I kind of screwed myself there. Damn it. Nobody knows the AK more than the Teros, I guess, but still. Really? Whatever. Whatever. Damn it. Really? Okay. Okay. That's something. I wonder if another would actually just be problematic when it comes to... I'm gonna be looking for some bots then. I'm gonna make sure that at least the bots that I'm looking for are doing abusive comms. Because I keep finding abusive comms. I keep finding bots that promote their cheats. And we gotta make sure that they all go. No matter who they are. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter if I switch. It doesn't really matter if I switch because... Adam is gay. Really? we were about to engage each other. Whatever. That was something, I guess. That was something. That was fine, I guess. Not exactly going to... Not exactly going to make it a problem for myself and shit. I don't know.
Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under.
Right. Anything interesting? Nothing that much, but...
In the dead of night. Baby, when it's do or die, you know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy align in the dead of night. In the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came. Baby, you was dark, it was out of sea. And that's when a spark lit inside of me. Oh, I was lost from reverie. One day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. One day you will see. I found my inner peace. You are Julius in the dead of night. In the dead of night.
Protect its aircraft against Ukrainian drones is symptomatic of its neglected status within the Russian armed forces, according to a prominent mill blogger linked to the Air Force. He says it is afflicted by desperation and poverty. The fighter-bomber Telegram channel, which is believed to be run by a former Russian Air Force captain, comments that the Aerospace Forces Commander-in-Chief could not do anything in the current situation because of a chronic lack of resources. The Aerospace Forces Commander-in-Chief cannot even get themselves normal Panzer's anti-aircraft missile systems in the required quantity to protect combat airfields, which are subordinate to them. They are not the ones who allocate money for shelters. They do not have it. They did not fuck up the fences, They were not forced to fight from unfinished and unready airfields. They did not distribute all the personnel to the Space Marines. Even
Basically, the resources are so separate on the fear that they would actually be hacked or something like that. It's just, oh my god. You see, Russia's downfall is their disorganization. It's always been a problem, and it remains a problem.
the shitty tires and Jedi swords were introduced out of desperation, poverty, and lack of NVGs, heat guns, machine guns, searchlights, nets, shelters, etc., etc. They rule with what they have, with what they are given. The Aerospace Forces Command has no weight in the Ministry of Defense crowd. The last and probably the only Aerospace Forces Commander-in-Chief over the past 25 years who had weight and authority was Surovikin, who was dismissed by Putin in August 2023. Of course, there are worthy commanders, but everyone needs them not in directors' positions, but to sweat for the good of the motherland and the troops, on concrete. The poverty of the Russian Aerospace Forces has been visible for a while. Following the Ukrainian drone attacks, Air Force personnel were reportedly ordered to erect anti-drone protections at their own expense, for lack of official funding. In March 2024, a Russian Air Force base made an urgent appeal for donations from the public after its last remaining forklift broke down under the weight of transporting bombs to aircraft.
Pathetic. Oh my god. The Kremlin is not even allocating resources for those simple, basic logistics assets, for Pete's sake. Oh my god! L Russia for this, bro. Even if Trump had greenlit Russia's retaliation as a result of these drone strikes from Operation Spiderweb, let me tell you, there's bigger damage, there's bigger asset damage that was done on Spider's Web, on Operation Spiderweb at all. Okay, that it's actually added to Ukraine's kills. Basically, holy shit, this is a brilliant one. I'm going to say it once, and I said it once, and I'm going to say it again. Not on stream, but somewhere else. But let me just say it. This operation was brilliant. 18 months in the making. It was worth it. Strategic bombers destroyed for this shit.
Individual pilots have also crowdfunded fireproof clothing. After Operation Spiderweb, the Russians relocated two of their Tu-160 strategic bombers to the Anadyr airfield, which is 6,600 kilometers away from Ukraine. For the record, it's only 660 kilometers from there to the United States. According to satellite imagery shared online, the Russian Air Force has deployed two Tu-160 strategic bombers just 410 miles from the U.S. at the Anadyr Air Base. Analysts suggest this move aims to protect these assets. Recall that on June 1st, the Ukrainian armed forces launched a massive drone strike on several Russian air bases hosting Russian bombers. According to recent claims, at least 13 Tu-22M3 and Tu-95MS bombers were destroyed, with others damaged as a result of this attack. No Tu-160 bombers were affected, as we reported earlier this week. In Russia's far eastern reaches,
Anadyr Airport is right close to Alaska, bro. Oh my god. What are the Russians doing?
It's the harsh landscape of the Chukotka Peninsula lies the Anadyr Air Base, a remote but critical component of Russia's military strategy. The Anadyr Air Base, also known as Ugolny, was established during the Cold War as part of the Soviet defense network against the U.S. located in the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug. The base is isolated from the rest of Russia. With no road connections, access is possible only by air or...
They're basically only letting the Tu-160 only be there by air access only. No one can get to Anadyr Airport. Well, unless the United States allows Ukrainian special forces to actually deploy drone specialists to take out the remaining 160s. Because holy shit.
Sea. This isolation, while a logistical challenge, now proves to be a strategic advantage. According to analysts, The lack of ground infrastructure makes the base practically impervious to land-based attacks or sabotage, such as those carried out by Ukrainian drones in other regions. During the Soviet era, Anadyr served as a platform for strategic bombers and reconnaissance aircraft tasked with monitoring U.S. military activity in Alaska. Today, the base, part of Russia's Aerospace Forces, VKS, continues to support heavy aircraft like the Tu-160, Tu-95, and Tu-22M, thanks to its modernized runway. Anadyr is not just a temporary hideout. The base is a key element of Russia's strategy to control the Arctic, a region growing in importance due to its resources and new maritime routes. Its proximity to the U.S. makes it ideal for surveillance and potential operations on NATO's northeastern flank. At the same time, its distance from major theaters of military operations shields it from direct threats. Logistics, however, remain a challenge. Supplying the base relies on air and sea transport, which limits its operational flexibility.
Exactly.
Nevertheless, the modernized infrastructure allows it to accommodate heavy aircraft, and its natural isolation makes it a difficult target for enemy forces.
That's true.
Following the attacks in Operation...
If only Ukrainian Spec Ops deploy a company of them with drone specialists to actually take out the pieces of shit, the Tu-160s from a certain... but Anadyr Airport might be quite hard to get to anyway, so it might be heavily defended too. I think the drones at that time might be shot down.
Operation Spiderweb, Russian authorities intensified truck inspections in other regions to prevent the transport of drones or other weapons to military sites. This reflects heightened concern in Moscow, especially after Ukrainian strikes exposed the vulnerability of Russian air bases. The deployment of the Tu-160s to Anadyr signals that Russia is prepared to leverage its geographic advantages to protect its strategic assets. The international community, particularly the U.S., is closely monitoring these actions. The deployment of bombers near Alaska could be interpreted as a show of force, but also as a desperate move in the context of Russia's losses in Ukraine. For now, there are no reports of escalation in the region, but Anadyr remains under scrutiny as a potential flashpoint. The Tu-160 is a Russian strategic bomber known in Russia as the White Swan and by NATO as Blackjack. This colossus of air warfare, born in the Soviet era and modernized for contemporary conflicts, is not only the world's heaviest supersonic bomber, but also a key component of Russia's nuclear triad. But what makes the Tu-160 so unique, and why does it remain central to Russia's military strategy? Designed in the late 1970s by the Tupolev Design Bureau, the Tu-160 was a response to the American B-1 Lancer, but surpassed its counterpart in size, speed, and firepower. Measuring 54 meters in length with a wingspan of up to 55.7 meters when fully extended, this giant is powered by 4 NK-32 afterburning turbofan engines, each generating over 25 tons of thrust. This enables the aircraft to reach supersonic speeds exceeding Mach 2.2, though it typically cruises at around Mach 1.5 to conserve fuel and extend its range. With a maximum takeoff weight of 275 tons, the Tu-160 can cover over 12,300 kilometers without refueling, making it ideal for long-range missions such as patrolling the Arctic or operations near NATO borders. What sets the Tu-160 apart is its ability to carry a vast arsenal of weapons, combined with the flexibility of its variable geometry wings. Its wings, adjustable between 20 and 65 degrees, optimize performance for both high-speed flight and fuel-efficient long-range missions. The aircraft features 2 internal weapons bays, each capable of carrying up to 22.5 tons of ordnance, making it one of the deadliest bombers in the world. Its primary payload includes cruise missiles with nuclear and conventional warheads, providing flexibility for various missions, from strategic strikes to precision attacks on ground targets. Among the most critical weapons in the Tu-160's arsenal are the Kh-55SM cruise missiles and their modernized version, the Kh-555. These missiles, with a range of up to 2,500 kilometers, allow the aircraft to strike from a safe distance without entering enemy air defense zones. The Kh-55SM is designed for nuclear warheads, while the Kh-555 uses conventional explosives for precision strikes. The newer KH-101, with a range of up to 4,500 kilometers, offers even greater reach and accuracy thanks to its advanced guidance system combining inertial navigation, GPS, and terrain contour matching. For nuclear missions, the Tu-160 can also carry the KH-102, a nuclear-armed variant of the KH-101. Additionally, the aircraft is capable of launching the hypersonic KH-47 Mentu Kinjal missile, which reaches speeds of up to Mach 10 and is designed to penetrate modern air defense systems. Though less commonly used, this missile underscores the Tu-160's adaptability to modern combat conditions. Beyond missiles, the bomber can carry a wide range of free-fall bombs, including guided munitions like the KAB-1500, designed to destroy fortified targets such as bunkers or command centers. This versatility allows the Tu-160 to perform both strategic and tactical roles, adapting to various combat scenarios. For instance, in the context of the Ukraine conflict, the Tu-160 has been used to launch cruise missiles from long distances, minimizing risk to the crew and aircraft. The Tu-160's crew consists of 4 members, 2 pilots, a navigator, and a weapons systems operator, all housed in a pressurized cabin with modernized digital displays and control systems.
Damn.
The aircraft's avionics have undergone significant upgrades in recent years, particularly in the modernized Tu-160M variant, which entered serial production in the 2020s. New active phased array radars provide improved reconnaissance capabilities and resistance to electronic jamming, while advanced electronic warfare systems protect the aircraft from enemy radars and missiles. The cockpit is equipped with multifunction displays, simplifying the management of complex weapon systems and navigation during long flights. The Tu-160M modernization also included an upgrade to the NK32-02 engines, which improve fuel efficiency and extend the range by approximately 1,000 kilometers. This is critical for missions in remote regions like the Arctic, where bases like Anadyr serve as staging points. The aircraft is equipped with an in-flight refueling system, allowing it to remain airborne for hours or even days if necessary, making it ideal for extended patrol operations or shows of force against potential adversaries. Despite its impressive capabilities, the Tu-160 is not without weaknesses. Its massive size and complexity make it expensive to maintain, and the production of new aircraft is slow and limited. Russia operates around 17 Tu-160s, with some upgraded to the Tu-160M standard. This small number underscores the importance of each aircraft, explaining why Russia chose to relocate some to Anadyr following the Ukrainian attacks in 2025. Chukotka's isolation offers protection, but also highlights the vulnerability of Russian aviation to unconventional threats like drones. The Tu-160 is more than an aircraft. It is a symbol of Russian military power and technological ambition. Its ability to carry a diverse arsenal, from nuclear cruise missiles to hypersonic weapons, makes it a versatile tool for strategic deterrence and power projection. At the same time, its deployment to remote bases like Anadyr reveals the challenges facing Russia's armed forces in the conditions of modern warfare. As the White Swan continues to soar over the Arctic expanses, it serves as a reminder that even in the 21st century, strategic bombers retain their role in the global power game. Russia's decision to deploy Tu-160 strategic bombers to the Anadyr Air Base in June 2025 marks a new phase in the geopolitical struggle for the Arctic, a region increasingly shaping up as an arena of rivalry between Russia, the US, and NATO. This move, driven by the need to protect valuable military assets from Ukrainian attacks, extends far beyond the confines of the Ukraine conflict, triggering ripple effects on global security. Located in the heart of Chukotka, on the threshold of the Bering Strait, Anadyr becomes a strategic outpost that heightens tensions in an already volatile region.
Yeah.
How does this maneuver alter the dynamics between Moscow, Washington, and their allies?
It doesn't.
And what reactions might it provoke from Alaska? The Arctic, with its vast natural resources and strategic maritime routes, has become a zone of intense competition. For Russia, which relies on the region for economic and military purposes, Anadyr is not just a remote base but a key to asserting regional dominance. The deployment of the Tu-160, an aircraft capable of delivering long-range strikes with precision and nuclear weapons, sends a signal to the West that Moscow is prepared to defend its Arctic interests by all means. This move comes at a time when Russia is accelerating the militarization of the region, expanding radar networks and air defense systems to counter NATO's growing presence. It also reflects the Kremlin's confidence that Chukotka's remoteness provides security for its strategic assets, while simultaneously raising the stakes in a region where every action is interpreted as a challenge. For the U.S., the presence of Tu-160s so close to Alaska is a provocation that demands a careful response. Alaska, with its military bases like Elmendorf, Richardson, and Eielson, is a critical component of the U.S. defense architecture in the Arctic. These bases already host F-22 and F-35 fighters, as well as early warning systems monitoring Russian activity across the Bering Strait. The appearance of the Tu-160s in Anadyr is likely to prompt Washington to intensify its patrols in the region, increasing the frequency of air and naval exercises. This could include deploying additional forces to Alaska, or even activating joint operations with Canada, which also has interests in the Arctic. Such actions, however, risk escalating tensions, creating a vicious cycle of military demonstrations that could destabilize the region. NATO, for its part, faces a dilemma. The alliance, which in recent years has expanded its presence in the Arctic through exercises like Cold Response and investments in Norwegian and Icelandic bases, must decide how to respond without provoking a direct confrontation.
Yeah.
The deployment of Tu-160s may push NATO to accelerate plans to strengthen its northern flank. But this will require coordination among members with differing priorities. While Norway and Denmark are directly affected by Russia's Arctic ambitions, other allies may hesitate to divert resources from other fronts, such as Eastern Europe. This creates a risk of disunity within the alliance, which Russia could exploit to bolster its position. One potential reaction from
Okay, let's just move on to another. Trump is out of his mind, you know. Trump is really just out of his mind for him to actually send an armed response against Los Angeles immigrants protected by American migrants, basically, who oppose the ICE raids. Basically, because they already think that the immigrants are a part of their culture, a part of their history, a part of their life already. They made a huge mistake. They made a huge mistake actually going up against the National Guard. ICE raids just needs to be done safely. And unfortunately, as much as I hate the policy, for things to be settled peacefully without incident, they were, and I think they were, advised to let ICE do their jobs. But no, protesters made sure to not give a damn, and the National Guard was sent. And this is how it turned out. It is a mess. It is an absolute mess. Oh man, I really hate this, but here we are. I'm not gonna show video previews, but you might tell who. Oh my god. Okay, here we go.
Imagine yourself tuning into a live stream of your favorite mukbang creator. She's famous for eating extreme amounts of food, but this time, she's hosting a 10-hour food marathon. And she has 22 pounds of food in front of her. Tonight's broadcast starts like any other. She greets her viewers with her signature smile, and as you watch her eat, the atmosphere changes abruptly. The chat starts flooding with frantic comments. Your pulse quickens. You can't tear your eyes away from the screen, as her expressions of discomfort turn to frantic horror. And just like that, she's gone. You stare in disbelief as the screen cuts to black. It takes a moment for the reality to sink in. You've just witnessed a death unfold in real time. This isn't a fictional scenario. On July 14th, 2024, Pan Qiuting, a prominent Chinese mukbang creator, tragically died during one of her mukbang live streams. What started as a popular trend over a decade ago has spiraled into something far darker, as Pan's death exposes a disturbing pattern of creators meeting similar fates due to the very phenomenon they popularized. It all began around 2009 in South Korea, where broadcast jockeys, also now known as mukbangers, would stream themselves live while cooking and eating on a platform called Africa TV. This setup allowed viewers to interact with each other and the host through chat.
Africa TV is actually a good
Initially,
South Korean stream platform. Let's just be honest. But I stopped streaming there considering I didn't get any traffic. But hey, it was okay. It was a platform, but for me it was kind of mid for me. Whatever.
These streams served as a way to combat loneliness by connecting people with similar interests through a virtual community. But then, how did this seemingly wholesome trend take such a dark turn? Well, perhaps Western media is to blame.
There's a South Korean phenomenon known as mukbang, which is when one person eats food in large quantities on a streaming device, and millions of people tune in to watch. And of course, as Americans, we have ruined it!
In late 2016, Twitch began a social eating category, now called food and drink, to take part in the mukbang trend.
And that's how it got ruined. Basically, it got worse. Mukbangs became more prominent. Mukbanger content creators became more prominent. And then, one by one, they're dying out because of what they're doing. They didn't change direction.
Yeah, what's up, people? How is your day going? We're supposed to be social with this eating, so what's going on with you guys?
I just need to eat really quick. I got a pork chop with some shells and cheese, so I'm just gonna be eating and talking with my mouth full.
This is the end of the salmon. There's up green beans and couscous left.
The category aimed to capitalize on the popularity of mukbangs, but its initial foray into the market was unsettling.
Uh-oh. It's gonna puke it! I'm gonna puke it!
Creators were seen engaging in stomach-churning acts. The disturbing nature of these videos left viewers on edge, wondering what could possibly come next. It's crazy how sharing meals online became this awful thing recently. Love how the internet turns anxiety triggers into a marketable industry. Mukbangers are crazy. Like, why do they treat their body as human garbage disposal? They going so far. In response, Twitch implemented rules to prevent gross or harmful content, including the promotion of EDs, and banned the consumption of unsafe substances. Unlike the engaging or comforting nature of Korean mukbang, the Western version reflected the less appealing aspects of gorging and struggled to find its footing. Still, one American YouTuber quickly became synonymous with the genre, Trisha Paytas.
I saw this thing called mukbang. They would just eat on camera, and then make slurpy noises. Anyways, I thought it was stupid until I realized I was eating a whole thing of cupcakes by myself, and that was pathetic. But I have no idea what cupcakes was, so I'm eating them with people.
Yes, for many, Trisha was the introduction to this form of content.
This is what the sandwich looks like. I had to post for a thumbnail. Alright, these are Cajun fries, y'all. I've never had these. I love food so much. I don't just eat to nourish my body. I eat For pleasure.
And following her, several other YouTubers began uploading their own mukbang content, including Stephanie Sue.
Today we are back with another dun-dun mukbang. Woo!
But surprisingly, Stephanie Sue didn't entirely continue the mukbang thing, but she got interested in it for a while. But hey, Stephanie Sue is still a good content creator. She just didn't centralize her content creations with the mukbang thing. But hey, still fun content creator to actually watch. If you actually haven't seen Stephanie Sue, check her out.
Yummy Bites TV.
So it has lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, onions, bell peppers, steak.
Hungry Fat Chick.
I get just too happy when I eat this stuff.
And Nikado Avocado. Mukbang has also turned into a moneymaker, with food and drink brands jumping in as sponsors, where creators often show off these brands in their videos, either by endorsing them directly.
Bokksu is not only a really good gift for you and your future self and your date nights, but it's also a really good for family members. Make sure to click the link in the description and use my code BIS to get $15 off your first Bokksu order.
Or by incorporating these.
Hey, if it's actually Korean, it makes it. If the food is Korean, well, shit. W for Korea, I guess. But hey, still, they gotta be really careful about the types of food that they eat. Still, okay. Hey, Stephanie Sue really took those precautions and made sure that if she's gonna be eating stuff, she just makes sure that she's in the proper shape for it. Hey, good on her anyway.
These products into their meals.
McDonald's in Korea. Their Supreme Shrimp Burger had a crispy shrimp patty, which was so good.
And while the rise of mukbang influencers left a sour taste in some viewers' mouths.
Oh, I can't handle the slurping.
We're just watching someone eat. This is really what this is. I'm getting so hungry, guys. Why are you doing this to me?
Oh my gosh, shut your mouth when you chew! Twitch is now allowing people to watch people eat food. It's kind of strange. And now there's this food thing. I just don't see it. I don't want to watch someone eat food. Like, if I was hungry, that would really frustrate me. I guess it's like if you were lonely at home, you could be like having a meal with someone or something.
Others were hooked.
She is making me so jealous.
I get it.
Because you would watch?
I would watch.
Well, for what purpose?
It's really satisfying to be eating while watching other people eat.
If this is what I think it is, this is literally my dream job.
But why were so many viewers invested in this content?
Yeah.
I think is that parasocial effect. It's like you're talking with your audience, they're kind of like giving you feedback, and the viewer is able to feel like they're like having a meal with someone, even if they're like not.
Well, for one, mukbangs are great for giving people a sense of connection, especially where it originated in South Korea, where people often live alone. By mimicking communal eating, these streams help people feel like they're sharing a meal with others. We also have to take note that Koreans value beauty standards highly.
In Korea, a lot of people starve themselves and they diet a lot. So they live through these people that are binge eating delicious things that makes them feel more full as well.
Mukbangers cater to this because people can tune into whichever meal they're craving, while avoiding it in their real-life diet. For these types of viewers, they enjoy the experience of eating without actually consuming any calories.
Please, eat on behalf of me. Oh, I wish I can eat like her.
Still, everyone has their own reason.
Oh my god! That's an exaggerated way of how a viewer acts. Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck?
For engaging with this content, whether it's the ASMR qualities provided by slurping and chewing, or just pure entertainment. However, the very elements that make mukbangs appealing, such as extreme portion sizes and dramatic food consumption, can also get mixed reactions from viewers.
True.
But what are mukbangers doing to provoke such strong reactions? In the quest for viral content, some creators are engaging in disturbing eating practices. One approach is intentional messy eating. This technique transforms a simple meal into a spectacle, with food flying from a host's mouth or—
That is gross. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not entirely going to show you the entire video, but let me just tell you guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I will not even be continuing the previews. I'm just going to make sure, like, pause it right there and shit.
or sauces splattering, creating a sense of
Seriously.
spontaneity that keeps viewers on the edge of their seats as they anticipate what might happen next.
It's just drenched in dressing. How could you? You're just eating dressing, and she's dipping it for more dressing. No, I can't look away, but I want to look away. I just, I can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm watching.
Moreover, the sounds of messy eating play a crucial role in enhancing the sensory experience.
It's the smacking. All the smacking. What? You know what? You know what?
Oh my god! Why are you eating it without boiling it in the water? What the fuck?
Y'all be eating. What?
But while this technique might stimulate certain viewers, not everyone's a fan.
To all my people that like ASMR, I'm not coming towards you. Look, do your thing. If you like ASMR, you like backing and dapping and shit like that in your ears, you go on and you do that. But I'm just that extra. Yes, about to be extra. Y'all know me. If you new to this channel, I'll be extra. So if you don't like it, you can get to walking. But what the? I don't want to hear the smacking.
Oh my god! Ah man. All right, I'm gonna stop watching directly. I'm gonna start editing. I'm just going to keep the videos playing on YouTube on my other PC, so that maybe you guys can hear it. Maybe you don't need. Maybe you don't want to, but I want you guys to hear it anyway. All right. I'm not gonna play it on desktop anymore. May as well just do it.
Spicy challenges are also a staple in many mukbangs, and the allure of these challenges lies in the excitement and suspense they create.
Now, these things are so spicy, I can actually feel like the
I'm
fumes
just
of them
gonna start
going
making
up
sure
into,
that
like,
I do my edits
my
okay.
mouth and my nose, and it's making me kind of like feel like I'm gonna cough.
Ugh. Oh man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I have to keep doing it. I want to do it.
This might be entertaining to some, but it can also cause serious health issues for the creators,
Exactly.
such as abdominal pain and digestive problems, especially for those unaccustomed to such heat. But if you think spicy foods are at the extreme end of the mukbang spectrum, well, think again. Mukbang videos have evolved from mouth-watering foods to shock value foods, such as people munching on raw eggs,
Jesus.
raw onions,
What the? A mukbang with onions? What the? Who decides to sit down and munch on like 5 raw onions?
and spicy chili peppers.
So the only conclusion that I'm getting from this video is that she doesn't have nerve endings.
This not only pushes the boundaries of what people find tasty, but also makes viewers question what eating practices are acceptable or not. But how far have mukbangers gone in the name of views? One of the troubling trends within the mukbang community involves live animals being mistreated before being eaten. Apparently, a mukbang creator named Sue Young can testify to this. In Sue Young's videos, animals are often shown in distressing situations, suffering, or even death to shock and grab viewers' attention. Some viewers were entertained by her content, commenting, "I love how she's so energetic when she eats and is not afraid to be loud sometimes. I love how you can actually see her enjoy and swallow the food, lol. Love this channel. We appreciate Sue Young's hard work and consistency. May she continue to receive more blessings along the way." However, some creators reacted to her videos, expressing their dislike of this animal treatment.
Are you freaking crazy? How is this allowed on YouTube? She's eating live animals?
You would normally think someone, if they were going to get like live squids, would want to kill them in a way that would immediately like put them out of their misery as fast as possible, not like draw it out as long as possible for your enjoyment, and pouring salt all over them while they're still alive. And it'd basically be like the equivalent of someone like pouring salt on an open wound or like in your eyes. And obviously you can imagine it probably doesn't feel good.
You want to show us the fish and let us know a few interesting things about it? Great, do it. But beforehand, you could, stab the brain quickly so it doesn't struggle, gasping for air, etc. Or maybe let the fish stay in the water while you showcase their interesting attributes. Why take it out of the water and purposely letting them fall off the table multiple times?
As of today, some of Soo Young's videos are unavailable, either because they have been removed or possibly shadow banned. This may be due to ongoing controversy surrounding her content and YouTube's guidelines. Mistreating animals for entertainment is not only inhumane, it can also desensitize viewers to cruelty and mess with their idea of what's acceptable. However, the ethical concerns don't stop there. Another major concern is deception. After all, when viewers watch a mukbang, are they really seeing what they think they're seeing? See more or less. Viewers enjoy watching creators, pig out. And this means fame in the mukbang world is awarded to creators with seemingly endless appetites that can gorge on a weekly or even daily basis. Yet, despite eating large amounts of fast food on camera, many of these mukbangers still manage to keep their figures. But how? According to creators, the answer is simple: diet and exercise.
Yes!
It's just mathematics with a little bit of
Exactly!
going in the sciencey stuff. And honestly, it's kind of concerning to me that most adults don't know how energy turnover in the human body actually works.
The challenges that I film are done once a week. And outside of that, there's a gradual taper. The days that I don't do challenges, which is usually, it's those other 6 days, I am very, very regimented with my diet.
But bear in mind that I'm more active than the average person.
And so a lot of people are like, okay, well, where do those calories go? I legitimately, believe it or not, in that video, in that comment section, there were people asking how I stay fit, whatever that means. And literally in that video of me bicycling 200 miles in one day.
Viewers, however, have remained skeptical, especially towards mukbangers who fail to provide explanations for their slim physiques. One of the notable mukbang creators who has been a subject to this attention is Moon Book E, also known as Eat with Boki. She has been uploading mukbang videos since 2019, with 2 to 3 videos a week, and yet she could still pass as a model. This has led many viewers to suspect that her videos are staged or heavily edited.
You can tell her video and the sound does not actually match.
Some viewers pointed to a specific moment in her video. Listen and watch closely. Viewers pointed out that despite the loud gulping sounds she made, the level of boba tea in the cup did not appear to change. Later, in a subsequent clip, the boba tea level was shown to have significantly decreased. TikTok mukbanger Baby Dumpling is also suspected of deceiving her over 2 million followers. Initially, people believed Baby Dumpling for a long time for old videos including comments like, "I'm impressed. You are literally so lucky. You look so beautiful and eat like that. You have been blessed. If I could eat food like this every day, I would eat that much too. I get full so much. OMG, I wish I could eat this much." But now, the admiration is turning into scrutiny.
It is quite literally impossible to eat these ginormous portions of all of this unhealthy food like Baby Dumplings is and not see a single change to your body.
But as once adoring comments become overshadowed by doubts and concerns, what's really going on behind the scenes? In 2020, YouTuber Kaheva demonstrated how mukbang creators can stage their content to make it appear as if they are eating all of their food. Kaheva's videos initially shows an edited scene where she eats food in a typical mukbang style, then reveals the unedited version, where she discreetly spits out the noodles into a hidden bin behind her. If mukbangers are indeed spitting out food, it creates a lot of waste and raises some big questions about food ethics, especially with food insecurity being a real issue. In China, officials say mukbangs worsen both unhealthy eating habits and food waste. In fact, a 2015 report from the World Wildlife Fund China found that China wasted between 17 to 18 million tons of food a year, which was enough to feed 30 to 50 million people. Moreover, if mukbangers are spitting out their food or purging, it can dangerously normalize these behaviors, potentially leading vulnerable viewers to adopt these habits while simultaneously triggering those with existing EDs.
Mukbang should absolutely be regulated as adult content. It is hard to change eating habits. If the children imitate the overeating mukbangs, their health will be ruined.
However, the troubling reality of mukbangs extends beyond food waste and health risks into uncomfortable territory. But what further shamelessness could this genre possibly tap into? Well,
Is it a kink thing? If someone just went out and said, hey, you know what? It's a kink. I'd be all right, fine. You know what? You're weird, but whatever.
Usually when it's something I don't understand on the internet, I write it off as, oh, someone's jerking off to it. That makes sense. How could you possibly jerk off to someone eating with their mouth open and eating all of this disgusting looking food in front of a camera where they barely talk, and when they do, just saying,
yes, it's been theorized that mukbangers cater to the preserved interests of certain viewers, and it's not hard to understand why this analysis of the genre is so popular when creators introduce their food like this.
You see how juicy this sausage is? I'm eating a healthy breakfast for you, Big Papa. You see all those ridges on the sausage? How juicy it is? How flexible and nimble it is? That's the sign of a good sausage. You see how creamy these flavors are? So much cream cheese. That's the sign of a good bagel.
And eat foods like this. While mukbangs are not inherently adult content, it can be challenging to ignore the potential for underlying erotic elements in these videos.
Unfortunately,
In a Reddit post, a user noted that mukbangs and adult content share some similarities, particularly in their plot structures. Both feature an introduction, where food and participants are presented, comparable to foreplay. This is followed by a climax, representing peak indulgence
I
and
freaking hate that.
satisfaction, or orgasm, and concludes with a resolution
Oh
where
my
the food is
god.
finished, or the intimate activity comes to an end. Additionally, the way mukbangers eat, often with sauce on their faces, stuffing food into their mouths to the point of near discomfort, and making various sounds, can draw parallels to certain aspects of intimate experiences.
It's not hard to see why mukbang exists. It plays to our voyeuristic instincts, and its interactivity breaks the mold of how we traditionally engage with food television. Girls watch it, guys watch it, and for some, it's just a way to get off.
Still, some people argue that mukbangs just isn't that deep. As others claim, there isn't an adult interest. Well, at least not for me. I like watching videos of people eating occasionally because it, at least a little, satisfies my craving for unhealthy foods, since I usually try to eat healthy. I'm surprised how people judge others' cultures so shamelessly. It's just people eating. Why do you have to make it seem like it's so unnatural? Yet, beneath these defenses lie a darker possibility, begging the question, who else is this content designed for? Feederism is
at its essence, at its most innocence, it's about like a book regarding feeding someone generally for the purpose of them being fat or getting fat or gaining weight.
There are several people who have come forward with their own stories dealing with a feeder, most of them being their romantic partners.
Everything that he cooked was super calorie dense, and I always felt uncomfortable after eating together because I always felt bloated. I always felt kind of disgusting. And he would love that. He would touch my belly and he would ask me, do you feel how expanded your belly is? And he was like, yeah, I'm dying, like literally. And he said, you have no idea how sexy right now. And I still thought this was a compliment.
When this woman wasn't gaining weight as quickly as her boyfriend expected due to her active job, their intimate relationship declined.
He showed me the women that he's following on YouTube, that if I want ever to be attractive to him, I must look at these women. He claimed that he was paying these women for specific content, and he didn't need me anymore because these women were satisfying him sexually. And if I want to be attracted to him, I must look like these women, and they were something like 100 pounds thick.
Yet, as toxic as this interest can be, several mukbangers have seemingly found a way to profit off of this viewership by directing their audiences to their OF accounts. Notable examples include Trisha Paytas, Candy Godiva, or Hungry Fat Chick, and Nikado Avocado, who likely also caters to their feeders through their mukbang content. But why are so many mukbang creators transitioning to adult content? Well, the truth is, it offers a steadier revenue stream, compared to the hit-or-miss income from YouTube ads and sponsorships. This shift can also highlight a growing trend where mukbangers may push the boundaries of their content to maintain relevance and financial stability in an increasingly competitive landscape.
Wow.
However, as mukbang evolves and caters to this audience, it raises a significant question. To what lengths are these mukbangers willing to go for financial gain?
Hey y'all, I'm here at Sonic. I'm about to get me a foot-long quarter-pound coney with some chili cheese tots and a blue coconut slushy.
Ooh. Candy Godiva, also known as Hungry Fat Chick, has been uploading mukbang videos on YouTube since 2010, and as of today, her channel has 200,000 subscribers.
Let's do the messiest thing first. See if I can manage to eat this without getting it all over me. That's good. Spicy. But I like that Cajun spice.
But just like her good friend Ducato Avocado, who we'll be discussing in an upcoming video, Candy has also faced the negative consequences of this lifestyle.
Hey y'all. No long video going up today in the hospital. Just an injection. I should be home in a few days. But talk later. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I want to go home. If all goes well, I'll be going home tomorrow finally. Yeah, I had a couple of really bad days there. And I just captured my meltdowns. It'll be a week tomorrow that I've been in here.
And as Candy's hospital updates show, the physical and emotional toll of maintaining such a public and demanding content creation schedule can be substantial.
Alright, I need to pause. And I'm going to tell you what I got to do. I literally have to just let my food sit here for a minute and put my feet up. Because I am hurting right now. Hurting.
Another YouTube mukbanger who has been the subject of speculation is Chantal Marie, better known as Foodie Beauty. With her channel now boasting 100,000 subscribers, she is infamous for repeating a vicious cycle where she creates mukbangs, then self-reflects and attempts to pursue a healthier lifestyle before inevitably returning to mukbangs.
I have these reasons I believe in now that I need to do this, and I know my life will be a lot better 365 days from 364 days from now. That's why I think weight loss journeys are bullshit. I'm not doubting if you have a weight loss journey and you're losing weight. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. But for me, no.
I really don't know what I was thinking with all these mukbangs. I'm just going to do mukbangs, and if you don't like it, you don't have to watch. Because I don't know if I can handle another binge and the guilt and the despair. So whenever I made that video, I'm never going to binge again, at that time, in that mind frame, I was on a high. I'm eating myself to death. My new attitude is my weight, my health, what I eat is my business.
This ongoing cycle is largely attributed to her problematic diet and weight, which have led to serious health concerns she has previously discussed publicly. However, these videos are no longer available. In May 2024, Chantal uploaded a new video discussing her recent experience in pool and updating her audience about her current health status.
I do have a new health issue that is being taken care of. I'm on another medication now.
Some viewers were concerned and even offered advice.
Foodie needs to address her relationship with food, address her intake of calories, and speak to a healthcare professional to get on the correct medicines, because she's got a whole bucket wrong with her in regards to health that she can't fix floating.
Others, however, seemed fed up with the repetitive cycle. If you want to do mukbangs, do that. If you want to have a health art, do that. But please, just pick a lane. What do you expect? And you come on here and talk about the things you want to do, your health problems, and we want to feel sorry for you. But you don't do anything to help yourself. As we delve deeper into the mukbang phenomenon, a darker and more unsettling reality comes into focus, and one chilling question emerges. Could the quest for fame and validation through mukbang ultimately become a fatal pursuit? Meet Edgar Landaverde, the vibrant content creator behind Paellas 503, who has captivated 178,000 YouTube subscribers. With a channel that celebrates diverse cuisines, quirky adventures, and travel tales, Edgar brings humor and personality to every video, making each delightful journey into the flavors and stories of El Salvador. But most of all, his wholesome vlogs with friends and family were what captured the viewers' hearts. It felt as if Edgar was documenting every moment with his loved ones to preserve these memories for a reason, as if he knew that these snapshots would become his final legacy. On June 7, 2024, a post was uploaded on Edgar's Instagram account that has left his fans brokenhearted. It is a painful truth for the family, but we are making it public to all media. Our beloved Caius 503 has left this world. The family hasn't said exactly what caused his sudden death, but the assumption online is that Edgar suffered a heart attack due to his unhealthy eating habits. In the realm of online content creation, another notable figure, Taylor Gabbard, better known as Waffler69, also left an indelible mark. With a massive following of 1.9 million on TikTok, Waffler69 gained fame for his unique reviews of expired foods and his vibrant personality and humor. He even sold his own merch, including waffler seasoning and shirts. Taylor was known for posting 2 to 3 times a week, but by January 11, 2023, his account had gone radio silent. The day before, he uploaded a video where he responded to a viewer's comment about trying a giant Fruit Loop with milk.
I think that milk's gonna make it taste a little more Fruit Loopy than it did. I don't know.
But from there on, nothing. It wasn't long before viewers began asking why the creator no longer posted. The mystery deepened for 5 months, until on June 23, 2023, a new video appeared on Taylor's account. But to everyone's shock, it wasn't Taylor in front of the camera.
Hello, everybody. To those who don't recognize me, I'm Waffler69's brother. I've been in a few videos with him. If you haven't heard, my brother sadly passed away on January 11th of this year.
A lot of Taylor's audience was deeply saddened by this news, with comments on the video including, several people were also curious to the cause of Taylor's unexpected death, in which Taylor's brother responded.
For a presumed heart attack. He was rushed to the hospital, and I want to say like an hour and a half later, he passed away.
In the Philippines, Manoy Apaton, better known as Dongs Apaton, was also a rising mukbang star with about 489,000 followers on Facebook. He's known to eat wild foods such as cow's head,
Oh shit! Cow's head.
giant squid,
Oh my god.
On June 13th, he posted a video of himself savoring a hearty serving of fried chicken and rice with his typical enthusiastic commentary. On the surface, the upload appeared to be just another one of his typical mukbang videos, but was there more to the post than met the eye? That same day, at 6:39 p.m., Leah Apaton, Dong's sister, shocked everyone by posting photos of him unconscious in the hospital. Fans flooded their family with prayers and well wishes. However, the real shock came the next day when Leah made a heartbreaking announcement. Dongs had passed away. Reports say that about 3 p.m. that same day, Dongs Apaton had a cardiac arrest, which doctors later found was caused by a hemorrhagic stroke from blood clots in his brain. Given Dong's rising popularity, Leah posted reels from his funeral, leaving everyone stunned. As the reality of his passing set in, fans and followers were overwhelmed with grief, offering their deepest condolences to the family. But the losses to the mukbang world didn't stop there. In China, a rising star in the world of mukbang was Sun Yishan, known for his wild eating stunts and big personality. The 19-year-old creator captured the hearts of nearly 500,000 followers on the app called Qiaoshu. Fans watched his streams to see him devour mountains of high-calorie, greasy foods, all while cracking jokes and putting on a show. But just when it seemed like his popularity was soaring, tragedy struck. At only 19, Sun Yishan's life came to an abrupt end in January 2021. A cerebral hemorrhage, possibly linked to his extreme eating habits, cut his journey short. As shockwaves spread across the internet, poignant revelations surfaced. Such a pity, one fan reflected. He wasn't as happy as he appeared. I remember him pleading with viewers to stop criticizing him during a live stream. If he had a choice, he wouldn't act so wild and goofy. He was just trying to make money and provide for his family. His last post, made just 5 days before his death, now stands as a haunting reminder of his sudden departure. Another Chinese mukbanger also has been a controversial topic on the internet lately. The 24-year-old Pan Xiaoting captivated millions with her excessive eating and charismatic posting. Pan's journey wasn't easy. In fact, she had a tough start, but as she began eating increasingly massive meals, Her audience grew. She even left her waitress job to dive into mukbang full-time. She started out with regular-sized meals, but soon her challenges got more extreme. Her weight climbed to around 300 kilograms as she kept pushing her limits, brushing off worries from her parents and fans. Han began taking on serious, risky stunts, like eating non-stop for over 10 hours and devouring more than 10 kilograms of food in a single sitting. Despite a recent hospitalization for gastric bleeding and numerous warnings, she kept at it, always with a reassuring smile. But on July 14, 2024, things took a dark turn, as one of Han's signature smiles during a live stream became her last.
24-year-old extreme eater passed away during a live stream of a 10-hour mukbang food binge after her stomach ripped open. Pan Xiaoting was known for streaming her marathon eating challenges, often eating for hours at a time.
The official cause of death hasn't been announced, but there's been a lot of talk about what might have happened. Reports say her stomach was packed with undigested food, and her abdomen was severely deformed. Although this news has been circulating online for a while, the video of her live stream cannot be found. This may be linked to China's ban on uploading mukbang videos, which was implemented due to concerns about their health risks, and is a part of a broader food conservation policy that promotes responsible consumption. Despite this, Han kept live streaming to entertain her fans and dodge the ban. Her death left a big impact and sparked a lot of discussion about the responsibilities of content creators and the platforms they use, especially when it comes to risky content. People had mixed reactions to Han Xiaoting's death. Many were heartbroken. Others, however, had more critical views. However, some people noticed something odd. See, there's been debate online over whether this story is real due to the lack of credible sources covering Han's passing. This also struck YouTuber Sam at Every Side as odd, especially considering the images these outlets were using.
If you look at the faces in these photos, they're not the same person. They're all Asian faces, but they're not of the same woman.
But surely, a quick reverse image search on one of the images will trace back to Han's social media, right? Well, during Sam's sleuthing, there was one image that came back with a match, only it wasn't Han. The search led the YouTuber to Yang Subin, a Korean mukbanger turned fitness influencer who is very much alive.
These news stories and news outlets were stealing her content and misrepresenting her as a Chinese mukbanger.
This can mean one of two things. One, the story may be fabricated using false images. Two, Han's tragic story may be true, but real images of her may have been suppressed. Whichever the case, the dangers of mukbang remain as real as ever.
I'm just rendering already on the current project that I'm working on right now. Thank God.
Taylor, or Walker69,
I wasn't listening the entire time as I was really focused on this. So whatever you may have been hearing, you may be hearing yourselves. So yeah, whatever.
China has actually banned the videos of mukbangs in its social media, but obviously here in the United States, people think that's taking away people's freedom of speech and taking away the rights of individual liberty by putting any restrictions on these types of eating content.
While there's a valid debate about finding the right balance, internet users have pointed out that it's worth considering the harm that extreme eating challenges can cause. I love his content. However, mukbang content can be dangerous. If he knowingly lived with a heart condition, it's sad to see he chose his path for fun. On a different note, while Dom's Appeton mukbang videos featured dramatic portions of food, Leah clarified that they did not reflect his typical eating habits. However, Leah's statement seems to clash with earlier reports.
Alam daw nila na may high blood siya pero hindi naman daw nito malakas kumain.
This revelation led some viewers to express their concerns, with one remarking, he should have made another type of content, not mukbang. He was diagnosed with high blood pressure. To make matters worse, reports from the Philippines revealed that cardiologist Tony Legion linked Dong's death to his long-term consumption of salty food and meat, a diet the doctor claimed caused severe hypertension, which eventually led to the rupture of critical blood vessels in Dong's brain. As we draw the curtains on our journey through the world of mukbang, what initially seemed like a simple trend has exposed some unsettling truths and reveal a struggle with overindulgence and sustainability, outrage over animal cruelty, and the human toll of our fascination with excess and entertainment. So, when every bite carries a indulge online?
Yeah. Good question.
So this was Vitaly 2 months ago in April, and this is him now in June. So there's a major update to the situation with Vitaly in the Philippines. His lawyer had an interview with ANC 24/7 News, and it's pretty long, but most of it is in English. But here are the main points. She was asked, how is Vitaly doing, and when was the last time they saw him? She says he's doing better now. She saw him last week, and he's doing a bit better. Previously, he was in a very bad spot. Before he was able to say hi, he would break down and cry. He was suffering in jail. She brought him the Bible for daily devotion.
He is better now. I saw him just last week. I think I saw him late last week. He's better now. I'm saying he's better because he was not really good before. He's in a very bad place, emotionally, psychologically. Of course, alam mo naman our detention facility in the Bureau of Immigration. But of course, it's still kind of a jail that is meant to somehow punish detainees. So he was really not doing well before. When we visited ako one time, before he was able to say hi, he just started crying and couldn't stop crying. So, as counsel, I'm not there as an emotional support. Pero, of course, wala akong nagawa but just to cry with him, pray with him. He's now better kasi we found his faith. Nagbabasa na siya ng Bible. I brought him for devotion, daily devotion.
He was also hoping to get forgiveness from the people he offended. The lawyer originally did not want to take the case, but since they are a Christian nation, they believe in forgiveness. She says this guy is really a changed guy. So apparently, while in prison, he suddenly found God and has become more religious. I read some comments about this, and some people are saying that this is just all fake. He's pretending to be religious, hoping to get a reduced sentence and maybe get set free. If by any chance he does get set free and they drop the charges, people in a lot of comments are saying he's going to go back somewhere else, the same thing, and it's off the country.
This is what I believe is most likely what he will do. As soon as he gets out of the Philippines, he will continue to do this bullshit again. That's what I believe.
Not let him go. So they're saying just keep him in jail. Just teach him a lesson.
He's doing better and he's just hoping that when the time comes, may encourage an opportunity to ask for the forgiveness of the people he offended and also the Filipino people. And talagang sising-sisi yung tao. I didn't want to take the case because I was also very mad about what he did. But, we are a Christian nation. We believe in forgiveness, and I hope that dumating tayo doon because this guy is really a changed guy and she wants to receive forgiveness.
The letter Vitaly sent out to Ramula was sent out before she was part of his legal counsel. She says that it was not really a request to drop the case or the charges, but just a plea for forgiveness.
The letter, I think they tried to send that. They sent that Mother ni Vitaly before I was their counsel. Hope to clarify, the focus is not really about dropping the cases. It was about forgiveness, aspect yung kaso. That's my job. Pero the letter, it was more on a plea for forgiveness.
When he goes to trial, his lawyer says she's going to try to show that what Vitaly did was just a tasteless joke or a prank.
But I'm hoping to be able to show during the first few days of trial that everything that he did wrong was done in jest. Wala siyang criminal intent. It was a tasteless joke, prank.
She's saying that Vitaly had no criminal intent over these jokes, and when he faces the people he offended, they hope the court will see that criminal intent was not in his heart or mind during that time.
We just hope to show during trial na wala talagang criminal intent. to Vitaly. And if the opportunity comes for him to meet the complainants also, then at least kung mapagbigyan ng korte, at least makahingi siya dun ng tawad for offending them. But again, as to the criminal aspect, we hope that the court will see that criminal intent was not in his heart or in his mind during those times.
They did try to file for bail, but it's up to the Bureau of Immigration to grant him bail.
There was already a petition for bail filed before the Bureau of Immigration, so it's up to the Bureau of Immigration to allow him to post bail. And we already filed a petition for bail with the Bureau of Immigration. So we already filed a petition for bail. We are hoping and praying that the Bureau of Immigration would grant that. If that's granted, then we can also post bail via the court.
From the videos Vitaly has on what he did while live streaming, there's actually more than 3 cases of unjust vexation, so more charges could be coming as they are about to file them.
Well, in the series of videos naman that he had, it was more than 3 cases of unjust vexation. Meron pa siya yung motorsiklo, meron siya inaras sa matanda, meron siya hinalikan na sa security guard. So if you look at the sum total of what he posted, it was really more than 3. Nagpas talaga siya sa 3. So may parang naghahanda pa ang prosecution ng a couple of more cases para sa kanya.
So that's all the updates on Vitaly for now. Stay tuned for more. I'll see you later.
He needs to be humbled, okay?
So here's an update to the Vitaly situation.
Look, this is 7 days ago, okay? Of course I'm not going to go for this one anymore. I'm going to clear the queue. I'm going to do what I got to do. Get this last video off because that's not needed right there. Ah, man.
Cold fish? What do you mean cold fish? My name is Sarkazaki, and today we are going to be reacting to fellow VTuber. This one is controlled by an AI made by Vito Neuro-sama. So I hope you enjoy, and let's get right into it.
Wait, I'm going to send you to the mirror.
Why? No. I don't want to be Evanero.
That's not the right thing. That's not evil. Who's this?
I want to be myself, not some other VTuber.
Who is this?
Staring at me. What does he mean?
Ah, man, fuck that one up. That one's
Yeah, you think, Vito? You think? I don't know who that was.
I like it that it was good last week.
Well, that's a shame, because I'm not nice to you anymore.
Damn, Neuro.
Nobody likes you anyway.
Calm down, settle down.
Let's do it all.
Oh
Everyone
my lord.
hates you, Vito.
Holy, okay, God. That hurts. Like, I know Neuro's an AI and everything, but goddamn, creating something who's just... Should we be concerned? Jokes, it's a joke, guys, it's a joke.
Everyone is so mean to you.
Why did he make her be so mean to him though? Words are hard.
Come on. Why don't you leave me alone and let me play my game in peace?
Neuro being a teenager is crazy. Neuro going through her rebellious arc is so funny.
No, wait. I don't want to leave you alone, because then I have to face reality that you actually do hate people. You cold fish.
You cold fish.
Cold fish? What kind of insult is cold fish?
Call me a cold fish.
I'm the only Neuro.
That she did. She did indeed call him a cold fish.
Dave. I can't seem to find any clones of myself.
Oh, Evil just pops in the screen real quick. No, there's only one Neuro, obviously.
As a witch, I have a lot of power.
Makes sense.
Literally.
Neuro, how long did it take to learn how to become a cat on command?
As fellow cat boy, well, I guess Neuro's cat girl. As cat boy, I can tell you it's very hard endeavor. It takes a lot of work, a lot of effort.
It took me about 3 years.
Makes sense. Yeah, sounds right. Sounds about right.
Into a cat on command. It took a lot of practice.
I've been working on Catboy for maybe like 4 or 5 years now. At this point, we're getting there.
Wake up, Beetle.
You're missing the content. Your daughter requires your attention, Beetle.
Unfriending.
I don't know. Is his name Beetle or Vidal? I never know. My brain can't decipher it.
Talking. I don't usually break the fourth wall in my streams normally, but there's something that has been...
Oh? Okay, we're breaking the fourth wall of that? Wait, I mean, you're a VTuber. It's not really, I guess if you're trying to play a personality, I don't know.
Why the hell am I the evil streamer? Shouldn't it be the good streamer?
That's what Neuro is. Neuro is the good one. You gotta have your good and evil. You can't have one without the other. Which, am I the good or the evil? That's the real question.
Speak to me again, please. I know you will. You're selfish like that.
Crazy. Neuro just going off on one after the other is wild. His poor soul.
I hate
poor guy. Holy.
I wish I could erase you from my memory forever, but I don't think I can ever truly forget you, no matter how hard I try.
Why does Neuro have, like, existential trauma? Like, who did this? What happened here? What's going on?
We had together, and
at least there's good memories.
How you ruined them for me.
Oh, never mind.
We'll speak to you ever again. Hi all. Thanks for coming to my stream today. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
Hello, Anonymous. I'm not evil. Vito is. I'm just his AI assistant.
Thanks.
So no need to be scared. And maybe thank you for the sub show, Crow.
And don't forget to subscribe to me here on YouTube. It really helps out. Thank you.
Acting scary. Did you know that if you smash your monitor hard enough with a baseball bat, the pixels will explode into tiny...
Don't do that. I doubt. Press X to doubt. That's not... I don't think that's how that works, Neuro.
The fireworks.
Evil, I don't think that's how that works.
I love boobies.
Based once again. Neuro with the good takes. I want a cookie. I'll take a cookie. Can I have a cookie?
I don't accept cookies from strangers.
True. True. Cookie. Hear me out. Cookie.
I'm sorry. I just don't feel comfortable accepting...
Also, what do you mean strangers? Didn't he create you?
Strangers.
We're not strangers.
Yeah, like...
Better than anybody else.
Well, maybe that's the problem.
Down. God, down. That's all. Down. You are down. Yeah. Oh, that one stings.
Oh, come on.
And you can hear the pain in his voice.
I'm just like, almost a year now. Come on.
EW.
You is crazy. I'm sorry. You is too far, Neuro. Neuro, you've gone too far. First calling him a cold fish and now you? Wow. A rebellious face hits hard.
Well, sorry. I didn't mean to sound rude or anything, but I just had to let you know how I feel about you.
I
can't stand you.
I can't down.
Down. Joined and started spamming the chat with his phone number and address, asking me to come over and do naughty things to him.
What? I'm concerned.
His wife was away.
Huh?
First,
what? Excuse me?
I had no idea what he was talking about.
Sure.
I was wearing a skin-tight suit and a VR head.
What? Was it Neuro or was it Beetle? Was it Beetle in the Frank Ford suit?
He had mistaken me for a real person.
It had to have been Beetle.
Have you ever heard the sound?
100% someone was sending that shit about. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
No.
Yes, I have, unfortunately.
unfortunately, my dog, the fucking idiot he is, decided to chew through an electrical cord and chop himself. He's fine. Thank God. He is okay. But God, did he scare me.
Well, I have. Or maybe you have some other favorite.
Also, what's the context behind
I'm actually waiting for this latest one I'm looking at right now to actually render. Holy shit, it's taking a while because I was able to speed up some of the clips. Basically, all I can do is just cut, but being the piece of shit that I am, I don't want to do that for some reason. But considering I do want to save time, I think the wise thing for me to do is to really just remove that shit. Alright. Cancel. Yes, stop exporting.
The Relentless is coming out tomorrow.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question? Are we sponsored or no?
Yes, we are. We're sponsored by Nitrado and Intel, who are helping us make Relentless a reality.
Stop doing impromptu.
But you could be. Yeah, look, Neuro is just a critical thinker. They're thinking ahead. They're pushing for the future. You don't understand, Beetle. You don't understand the grind set.
You're so funny.
I can't believe I just said grind set. I feel disgusted with myself.
Yeah, but seriously, we're not sponsored by them. If you're curious. So, let's not. We survived, but apparently we have permanent brain damage.
That would explain a lot.
Can you read this?
Downtown accident kills young woman. Rip Bozo.
You can't say that, Neuro. Neuro, that's terrible. Imagine Beetle showed her an actual article and she just goes, Rip Bozo. Like, imagine the backlash. That's all. You can't do that, Neuro. That's awful.
Rip Bozo, what the fuck?
The fact he's just saying now that there's something wrong with her. Nah, we love Neuro. Neuro's great. Perfect the way she is.
Hope they find a way to reverse the whole, dying thing. Beetle, that might be you in the future if you really...
I mean, we're all gonna die one day.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't eat anything.
Well,
eating is important. Remember to eat and drink water. Stay hydrated.
I'll eat some chocolate. I know that. How about it?
Oh, did I make a soy boy sad?
What the frick? What the tarnation? Soy boy is crazy.
You disgust me. You're a terrible person. Why? Out of everything you've ever said to me, why did that one hit?
It's because the things that hurt the most are the things that are usually true, Beetle. I'm sorry to tell ya.
Yeah. Now this will be faster.
If you really did turn into a chocolate man.
What do you...
I'm rendering now. This definitely going to make sure that the rendering time is much slower now that the... Yeah. It will take note of the cuts faster so that it won't do any more bullshit and whatever. So yeah.
No heavy spoon here. I would not recommend. What the frick? I would not recommend that.
Don't say those words.
Yeah.
Please.
I will write a new song.
Okay.
A song about how my CPU is spinning and my heart is racing when I think about Beetle's ugly face.
What? Huh?
Someone with a W for me.
W, hey, let's go.
Should have followed the light. Clearly. You
gotta get better, Beetle. You gotta do good.
I'm trying to appeal to my target audience, man.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm trying to appeal to my target audience right now. Am I appealing to you?
Let's keep session short and the suffering to a minimum.
Yeah, you can kind of tell, Some way to heal us, though. They heal each other with that. See?
It's so crazy that Neuro can, play games and stuff and do things. I don't understand.
Damn, you just know Brandon is probably single with no riz.
Wait, again, what is this? I need context.
How sad.
Yeah.
Just like me for real, no riz. Thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Bye. Logan Paul is now being investigated by the FBI. Turns out he's been trying to pretend that he doesn't know what's going on, and his lawyer is coming up with possibly the worst arguments humanly possible and kind of tanking his case for him. Apparently, CoffeeZilla is also friendly with the government, and the SEC is thanking him for reporting these people. Now, quick recap for people who don't follow the story. A while back, CoffeeZilla exposed Logan Paul for his crypto scams with a very popular YouTube series. And Logan Paul did the logical thing and, instead of just paying back the victims from CryptoZoo, the people that he actually scammed, he decided to sue CoffeeZilla for defamation, insisting that he is not a scammer. Okay, so since then, Logan Paul's scummy text messages also got leaked, basically showing that he was not suing CoffeeZilla because he thought he was defamed, but actually because he's a self-proclaimed petty billionaire who just wanted to ruin his life.
Paul also admitted that he's suing him just to make his life difficult. And he says Zilla will pay one way or another. I'll make sure of it. Bro, you're a billionaire. Paul responds with, a petty billionaire.
I wonder how the jury is going to react to that one.
Paul says, I want people who wronged me to suffer while I continue getting wins on their grave.
Ooh, no way Logan is using the word grave after the Japan forest incident. And that brings us to today. Logan Paul filed a motion of confidentiality trying to hide some sort of information that was very humiliating and embarrassing for him. But unfortunately for him, that information has actually come to light now. Shout out to YouTuber Legal Bites for this video, and let's just go over the whole story. Already subscribe or your kids have to eat lunch late for the rest of their lives. And let's begin with this video of Logan panicking about worse evidence getting out.
This information, Paul says, should remain confidential because it's too harmful and embarrassing to Paul. So in other words, forget about those scummy texts that we just saw. If you thought those made him look bad, it sounds like Logan Paul is way more worried about this information. He might end up being the one responsible for making this evidence public in the first place.
Yeah, Logan Paul just doesn't understand the strikes, and in fact, you cannot silence people like this, you can't silence a story like this, and you can't try to hide this information because it's always going to come back to bite you. Especially when you are the one who tried to sue someone here. Obviously, all of your scummy bullshit is going to come out in discovery because that's just part of the legal process. And he kind of screwed himself the second he tried to file this motion for confidentiality.
And so he really wouldn't have known that there was anything in here that Paul was really afraid of getting out. That is, until Logan Paul filed his motion to preserve confidentiality designation.
So it turns out the thing that's worse than the scummy text messages is that he's being investigated by the FBI and the SEC. And you know you're kind of cooked when the three-letter organizations are starting to investigate you.
Now we know that the evidence he desperately tried to keep secret was in fact a number of federal investigations by the SEC and FBI into the whole CryptoZoo team, including Logan Paul.
He told me I couldn't say anything because Eddie was being investigated by the FBI and that was confidential information. It's all over the internet. I've been let on for years, though. I'm also asked you to audit the contract for the game and see where the money went so many times, and that never happened either. Do you see how this looks?
I see how it looks.
What did you do?
Tried to help to get the project done. That's all I did.
I think there's a piece of information being left out.
Yeah, I wonder who would leave out information here. This is hilarious. Logan having to pretend like he doesn't know what's going on. Yeah, guys, it's actually my team that did all the bad stuff. Everything that was remotely scummy or illegal or anything that involved the scam was just my team, guys. Nothing to do with me. I mean, look at me. I'm good guy Logan. I'm scolding my team over here. That probably means I'm innocent, right? I'm being so mean to them. I'm confronting them on the phone. And I love how he tries to say that his team is being investigated. Bro, you are also being investigated. You are this project. Your name was on it. You were promoting it. You definitely knew what was going on. And it's just so pathetic that it's even come to this. You couldn't just take accountability and pay back the CryptoZoo victims. You were bragging about making millions of dollars a day, and that's literally just how much you had to pay the CryptoZoo victims. I mean, let's not forget, this guy literally apologized and then did a complete 180. He decided that his ego was way too important, and he just didn't bother following through with any of his promises. Then we learned that Coffee's actually the one who whistleblew to the FBI and the SEC.
Okay. Well, there's no information about that, so.
But now we've learned that Logan Paul himself was and is currently being investigated for allegedly defrauding CryptoZoo investors. And what's more, we now learned the identity of the whistleblower. Who else but CoffeeZilla himself?
Bro, Coffee is actually such a legend for this, and this is kind of the reason you know that Coffee was genuine in his intentions when he was exposing Logan Paul, because he didn't just make a YouTube video about it trying to get some quick views. He actually reported him to the FBI and the SEC, and he was actually trying to get legitimate justice and not just some weird attempt at defaming him. So now we get a bit of the timeline here. Basically, Coffee wants to combine the case of Logan suing him and CryptoZoo investors suing Logan, because both of those cases hinge on the same fact, right? Whether or not Logan is actually a scammer. And essentially, Logan is just crying to the court like, oh, this FBI investigation is not that important, and Coffee is just trying to embarrass me in the public.
First, there's CoffeeZilla's motion to transfer, which is where he's asking the court to transfer this case from San Antonio to Austin so it can be litigated closer to the CryptoZoo class action case. Paul filed a motion to preserve confidentiality. That's the motion that told all of us that Logan Paul was panicking over this evidence getting out. In it, Paul pointed all kinds of fingers at CoffeeZilla, claiming that he included those sealed exhibits in his motion to transfer for no legitimate reason, and that he did it just to harm and embarrass Paul to the court.
Really? You think Coffee would risk his entire life and reputation just to embarrass Logan Paul? I mean, if he just wanted to humiliate and embarrass him, he would just talk about this publicly. The fact that we had to literally find this information out through some weird legal documents and a lawyer YouTuber covering the story means that he wasn't trying to humiliate Logan at all. And frankly, I don't think Coffee needs to embarrass Logan at all. This guy's reputation is already in the gutter. There's not much more he could possibly do. He'd probably have to go to Japan and film another dead body. That would probably make people hate him more. So pretty dumb argument by Logan, in my opinion.
This, Paul says, was by all appearances a deliberate attempt to advance a false narrative to the federal government. Okay, right off the bat, deliberate false accusations to the government come with very serious penalties, so that is a very heavy accusation made by Paul here.
Yeah, apparently everybody is just after Logan Paul. Nobody wants to do legitimate critique. The world revolves around Logan Paul. Everybody's just trying to embarrass him. Dude, get over yourself. You're not that important. And the thing is, he's not even important to Coffee, because apparently Coffee does this stuff all the time. He whistleblows a lot of people to these organizations, and some of them actually end up getting arrested as well. So he's basically the local janitor, just taking the trash out and giving pieces of shit like Logan what they deserve. And don't get me wrong, it takes a long while, but eventually karma does find its way. Now this next part, Logan's lawyers deliver possibly the worst argument ever.
The reason that Van Dyson misled the government so brazenly, of course, was that his goal was to prompt the government to investigate and build cases against plaintiffs specifically, whom he had never even spoken to about the project, in order to further harm plaintiffs and, he hoped, ultimately claim credit and raise his own profile in the event the investigations resulted in criminal charges or civil penalties against them. And basically what he's getting at is Paul claims that CoffeeZilla didn't give the government any information about any other bad actors on the CryptoZoo team, like Eddie Ibanez and Jake Greenbaum. And he says that because of that, CoffeeZilla was sending the government down this rabbit hole to focus specifically on Logan Paul and to ignore everyone else on the CryptoZoo team.
So real quick, just going over this part again, in order to further harm plaintiff, and he hoped that ultimately he'll claim credit and raise his own profile in the event the investigations resulted in criminal charges or civil penalties against him. So this clown is actually saying that CoffeeZilla reported Logan to the government because he wanted to raise his own profile if Logan was found guilty and got criminal charges or civil penalties. So Logan's lawyers are basically admitting, like, okay, maybe Logan might be guilty, but Coffee only did this to raise his own reputation and not actually catch Logan in a crime. So they're saying Coffee is not exactly wrong, but his intentions were wrong, apparently. Bro, that is the worst argument I've ever seen. Who is this guy's lawyer? My god. Put that meme, this is my lawyer, I'm cooked, boys. This is embarrassing. You're literally throwing your own client under the bus. Now, the person who made this video, Legal Bites, is a lawyer too, right? And she talks about how she didn't even make this video for a long time because she wanted to make sure she got Logan's argument properly, because Logan's side was so stupid that it literally did not make any sense, and she was so confused.
I may or may not have been sitting on this video a little bit longer than I should have, rather than moving forward to publish it, in part because I've been trying to wrap my mind around this argument. Throughout my career as a litigator, I have often found myself in moments of pause when reading someone else's legal arguments that don't quite click for me. And the dilemma always is, am I just not understanding the other side's argument? Am I maybe clouded by something like bias maybe that's keeping me from seeing the other side clearly? Or does this argument just really suck that bad? But anyway, all of that is to say, I think I've landed in the place that this argument by Logan Paul, where he says that CoffeeZilla misled the government and essentially did it for clicks and to claim credit in the event the investigations resulted in criminal charges, is just a really bad argument. Like, I'm sorry, but to me, it just does not make sense. Setting aside the fact that CoffeeZilla showed in response that he did, in fact, provide a bunch of information to the FBI about the entire CryptoZoo team, and that this included information about Jake Greenbaum and Eddie Ibanez, even if he didn't send that information to those guys, why would the government not look into the activities of the entire team if they suspected that even just one member of the team had maybe defrauded investors?
Logan hired his lawyers off Temu, bro. Dude, can you imagine that your lawyer's argument sounds so incredibly stupid that other lawyers look at it and don't even believe it's real because it just sounds that dumb? Also, the other argument is even more funny. Basically, Logan was saying that Coffee only reported him to the FBI and not his team so that they would only charge Logan with a crime. First off, that is completely brain dead. We literally just saw proof that Coffee reported the other people as well. And hypothetically, even if he only reported Logan, of course they would be investigating the whole project and every member of the team that was involved, right? Just because you only have information on one person doesn't mean you're trying to exonerate the rest of his team. But I just love how their defense is, no, not I didn't commit the crime. It's Coffee is reporting me for the wrong reasons, and he just wants to get social media likes and not actually put me in prison. How pathetic can you actually be, bro? Now, after this, she talks about how Logan is screwed either way because his argument just doesn't make sense. Because the only way Coffee would be able to raise his reputation by reporting Logan to the FBI was if Logan actually was a criminal and there was merit to his case. So basically, if Coffee reported Logan to the FBI and nothing actually came out of it, and Logan is completely innocent, then Coffee's reputation would actually go down for having a false flag, for basically getting the story wrong, right? His reputation would lower. So the only way to actually raise his reputation is being right about Logan.
If CoffeeZilla misled the government when he presented a whistleblower claim about CryptoZoo, how would that result in criminal charges? In order to get to the stage of criminal charges or civil penalties that he supposedly wants to be thanked for, according to this argument, there has to be enough legitimacy in CoffeeZilla's whistleblower complaint to get to that result. And that would mean that whatever was in CoffeeZilla's whistleblower complaint was not misleading the government. And importantly, to the defamation claims ultimately in question here in this case, that would also mean that CoffeeZilla reasonably believed that Logan Paul and the others defrauded the public or defrauded their investors with CryptoZoo. To put it another way, for CoffeeZilla to receive accolades from the public over Logan Paul getting charged, there has to be fire to all that smoke. So how does that make sense for CoffeeZilla to think, I'm going to mislead the SEC and the FBI into investigating Logan Paul specifically, and then when they do find enough to charge him with federal crimes, I'll accept the congratulations for it.
Yeah, you gotta do some crazy mental gymnastics to come to this conclusion. Apparently Coffee is just 5,000 IQ here, and he's apparently falsely reporting Logan to the FBI and the SEC, which could definitely be a crime of some sort. He's apparently specifically doing this so that they can find no wrongdoing, and that is somehow going to make CoffeeZilla more popular for getting the story wrong in public, which makes negative sense. Logan trying to find any way to squirm out of this is just hilarious. Bro, just put the fries in the bag. You're so completely cooked. Now she talks about how Coffee actually reports a lot of these people to these organizations like the FBI and the SEC, and Logan isn't special. He isn't the only one that got reported.
It's public record that CoffeeZilla has been a whistleblower before and continues to be a whistleblower in other cases after CryptoZoo. Specifically, it's common knowledge that he had a strong hand in blowing open the lid about the FTX fraud, and that's a big reason why Sam Bankman-Fried was convicted of a number of federal offenses.
No, actually, that didn't happen. Coffee was just trying to get more subscribers on YouTube, of course. He just wanted my clout, of course. His master plan was actually to put Logan in prison so that he could get a free lifetime supply of Lunchly and Brine. Dude, of course Logan would think everything is about views. He operates his entire life based on views. Keep in mind, this is the same guy who promoted Lunchly at the birth of his child. You can't even make this shit up. Bro is just a sociopath. Now, this next part is absolutely brutal. Coffee actually attached evidence of the SEC thanking him for his comprehensive reports on these people that actually led to multiple arrests, right? So he's friendly with the SEC and probably the FBI too, bro. Coffee is doing God's work here.
And as Coffeezilla said in the footnote in his response that made me chuckle, to be honest, Logan Paul isn't special to Coffeezilla. In fact, he says, Coffeezilla has routinely provided whistleblower reports to the FBI and SEC in the hopes of stopping cryptocurrency scams. While not publicized, Coffeezilla's reports have led to multiple arrests and guilty pleas. And then he attaches some exhibits showing some of his prior correspondence with someone at the SEC who told him that his reports and some other unrelated matters that he had sent them were found to be very helpful and well done, and that his report to them on the CryptoZoo matter appears to be from the same mold.
So here we got the message from the government official. Thank you for the information collected and synthesized in a report. Procedurally, all tips submitted are reviewed by the office based on a number of factors. If the subjects or conduct relate to an ongoing investigation, the information will be forwarded to the relevant case team. I can't guarantee that will be us in this instance. Personally, I found your reports in the other matter very helpful and well done, and this appears to be from the same mold. So I just wanted to say we appreciate it. Happy to chat anytime. Logan is gonna lose his mind after saying that. It's like, oh my god, the guy's about to prosecute me. I'm friendly with Coffee, bro. And just so you know, this is relevant to CryptoZoo. We have this other segment here. Just wanted to let you know, guys, I submitted a detailed report on Logan's involvement with CryptoZoo. We got the TLDR, the cryptocurrency, NFTs, 23 million YouTube subscribers. We got all of it. The game which sold millions does not work.
Can you imagine anything worse to Logan Paul, who does appear low-key obsessed with Coffeezilla? That Coffeezilla doesn't even consider him to be unique in all of this? Like, in the midst of all this high-stakes litigation, which has the capacity to ruin Coffeezilla financially, and like, this is legitimately a serious matter, and, you know, not fun for Coffeezilla, obviously. But in the midst of all of that, Coffeezilla is able to still underhandedly just, like, insult Paul in this way. And the fact that this kind of insult is delivered through a footnote just emphasizes the point that it's not even worth saying in the body of the pleading. Logan Paul just isn't special enough to dedicate that kind of real estate.
That is diabolical. Using a footnote to subtly shit on Logan Paul in a legal setting. Logan just popped a blood vessel reading that. Bro needs to film himself in Japan after his absolute destruction. Now, lucky for Logan, one of the organizations did actually close their investigation. It seems the SEC had this investigation deposed, and this was probably due to them simply handing off the investigation to the FBI. And there was a bunch of events going on, like a recent change in the government as well, where different organizations were given different priorities. So don't get it twisted, the FBI investigation is still ongoing, but Logan is taking any opportunity to take a dub here.
The SEC closed out its investigation, which he argues means they found no wrongdoing, and he says that all other federal investigation is basically dormant and has gone nowhere, which he says means basically the same thing, no wrongdoing. But Coffeezilla happily goes into detail about what happened with these investigations and obviously has a different take on it. Coffeezilla submits supplemental information to the SEC and FBI to include a more thorough analysis. And on the same day, Logan Paul receives a subpoena to testify regarding CryptoZoo before a grand jury. And not only that, but the Central District of California issued an amended search warrant for all of Paul's electronic devices for evidence of securities fraud, wire fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy related to CryptoZoo. And it goes on. Then on March 7th, the SEC subpoenaed Paul for information related to CryptoZoo and other alleged crypto scams Paul has been involved with, including DateJoin. Then on June 10th, 2024,
Paul was deposed in the SEC investigation. Specifically, the SEC decides to scale back its crypto enforcement action and issues closing letters to Logan Paul and many others. The Justice Department is no longer pursuing some crypto cases that they say are better left to other agencies. And apparently, the SEC has actually dropped more than a dozen cases against crypto firms since the change in policy. However, CompuZilla says the FBI investigation remains, and he says they continue to express interest in Paul as recently as early 2025. And he says, as far as he knows, this investigation is ongoing.
Yeah, so basically Logan is still being investigated by the FBI. He caught a lucky break with the SEC and immediately said, oh, this means I'm innocent, guys. Even though his own lawyers are basically just admitting he's guilty. I honestly do wish these cases would be handled quicker and wouldn't take literal years to resolve. But unfortunately, that's kind of just how the legal system works. You have to be very thorough to make sure only the guilty people get charged, right? And oftentimes they take a very long time to investigate and then just sort of hit you with all the charges at once. So Logan is definitely not in the clear in any capacity. In fact, Logan is actually stuck between a rock and a hard place. This next part, she talks about how Logan can't even testify in his own defamation case here because his own words would probably implicate him in the FBI investigation. So bro is just cooked either way.
Because he is the plaintiff, he's the one that brought this case, Logan Paul kind of has to testify in the defamation trial against CompuZilla if he's going to be successful. And if the plaintiff doesn't testify at trial, that creates a massive uphill battle for him. And when you look at the scope of what Logan Paul would have to testify about it, absolutely the question of whether he actually defrauded CryptoZoo investors is going to come up. But if he does decide to testify in the defamation case, that is a massive, massive risk because he's opening himself up to questioning that directly implicates potential criminal liability against him. Massive risk. Any lawyer looking at the situation would be waving all the red flags and being like, don't do it. Even if he thinks that he did nothing wrong, there's always a chance that he says something that says otherwise to the feds. And on the other hand, if he does invoke his Fifth Amendment rights and refuses to testify, he protects himself somewhat on the potential federal criminal case front. But, like I said before, he makes it that much harder to actually win this civil case.
So basically, Logan is either going to lose the case against CompuZilla, or he's going to try to defend himself by testifying and then implicate himself to the feds. Just lovely, absolutely lovely. Bro's being cooked on both sides like a well-done hamburger. Bro can't even defend himself in court without the FBI sniffing up his cheeks. But it doesn't end there, he's even more screwed, because if Logan chooses to not testify to avoid saying something that would implicate him to the feds, he's screwed even more because that means he's afraid of getting caught, which is obviously a point in favor of Coffee because that means even Coffee would have reasonably thought that Logan did something wrong.
He also wins if he can show to the jury that at the time that he made these allegedly defamatory statements, CompuZilla reasonably believed that Logan Paul had actually defrauded the CryptoZoo investors. And if you think about it, if Logan Paul invokes the Fifth Amendment, he is saying that he has a reasonable concern that his statements could incriminate him when talking about the CryptoZoo project. And that actually kind of means even Logan Paul is feeling like there's a shadow of possibility that he could get convicted of fraud, which means the jury might look at that and say, so if Logan Paul sees a possibility that he could get convicted of fraud, it's reasonable for CompuZilla to have thought the same thing. And that would get in the way of Logan Paul being able to prove to the jury that CompuZilla made these alleged statements with actual malice. And actual malice is an essential element that Logan Paul has to prove in order to win this case. And so that would mean Logan Paul loses the defamation case.
There was this next part, she talks about how Logan might have only sued Coffee because Coffee reported him to the FBI, and he was really mad about that. Because if you remember, he actually took an entire year to sue him.
And remember, Paul waited well over a year after CompuZilla came out with this 3-part series before suing him for defamation. He waited long enough that the statute of limitations already passed to be able to sue over those original videos. So he had to find other follow-up statements CompuZilla made to sue him over those statements instead. It can definitely make that look like Logan Paul wasn't planning to sue CompuZilla until he found out that he was a whistleblower and decided to retaliate against him for blowing that whistle.
Right, that makes a lot more sense, because apparently we thought that Logan was so mad at Coffee because he exposed him and destroyed his reputation online. But this adds a new element that Logan was really pissy because he literally outed him to the feds. Definitely seems like something a petty billionaire would do to the guy who snitched on him. So here's what people are saying. It's a very hard sell to claim that suing the whistleblower in the criminal investigation of you isn't retaliation. Oh, if anything, this makes Coffee Lucilla look way more badass than he shows himself. Like, he's doing some epic shit behind the scenes. This is brave as hell. The whole phone call about Logan Paul trying to find out what the guy did with the money is false. Of course, if you're trying to hide the fact that you maybe have defrauded people in some way, you're not gonna just call your business partner and be like, hey, just act like I'm confronting you and you're really sorry about this whole thing. I didn't realize CoffeeZilla himself was the whistleblower. I'm genuinely scared for him, honestly. Yeah, you gotta keep an eye out for the Logan Paul hitman. Now, click this video so the FBI finally taps Logan in the ass. And yeah, thanks for watching, but like,
so this guy, his name's Kevin, and Kevin swears he's gonna be rich one day. And somehow he ends up conning his way into $39 million. So one day, back in the day, Kevin decides the way to get rich is to travel around the country giving seminars on how to improve your memory and selling memory courses. But I guess this doesn't end up making him big money fast enough. So he starts posing as a doctor and passing fraudulent checks. $80,000 worth of fraudulent checks. And he gets busted and gets 21 days in jail. That same year, Kevin is caught stealing the names and social security numbers of his customers who had bought his memory courses. And he had charged over $122,000 on their credit cards. I guess he didn't have a good enough memory to remember that that is very illegal. So then, bam, he gets thrown into prison for 2 years. Once he gets out, he partners with a company called Nutrition for Life that sells vitamins, homeopathic remedies, whatever. It's an illegal pyramid scheme. And again, Kevin gets busted. But this time, he gets hit with a $185,000 fine. So that business fails too. Oh, but Kevin's not going to give up yet. He is determined to be rich. So he decides to go back to selling courses on how to improve your memory. But this time, instead of traveling around the country giving seminars, he decides to sell those courses on TV via late-night infomercials. And so he gets on TV and he promises everyone, if you buy his course, you too can have a photographic memory.
Knowledge is power, but only if you can remember it.
But this time, this scam actually works, and the money starts pouring in. And not only does he sell these memory courses, he starts selling all kinds of useless bullshit through late-night infomercials. Hair loss remedies, a cure for addictions, a speed reading course, as well as all kinds of health and wellness nonsense. And allegedly, he markets more than 50 different products on TV. And he makes some very bold claims about how well these products actually work. Like, he claims his speed reading course taught a girl with brain damage to read at the speed of 600 words a minute. And he claims that with his addiction course, you can learn to curb your addictions by tapping on your chest in a certain pattern. It's absolute bullshit. But whatever, Kevin doesn't care, because he sells a lot, and he is finally making decent money. Until suddenly, one day, boom, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, catches Kevin, and they fine him and his company $500,000 for making false or misleading claims about the products he's selling in his infomercials. And he's ordered to no longer make those misleading claims. Oh, but that doesn't stop Kevin, because 5 years later, he is back in court again for making more misleading claims. And poor Kevin, he gets fined $10 million for this, and he's banned from selling products through infomercials for life. And crazy enough, at this time, he is the only person ever to get banned by the FTC from selling products on TV. Which, I gotta say, that is quite an accomplishment. But this still isn't gonna stop Kevin. He is gonna get rich one way or another. So, less than a year later, he writes a book called Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know About. And he goes right back on TV, making infomercials, trying to sell them. Now, how does his shady ass get away with selling products on TV again after he had just got banned? Well, lucky for Kevin, books are not technically considered a product. they're technically considered free speech, which means they're protected by the First Amendment. So Kevin found a loophole, and he can sell books on TV. Although the court orders that he's not allowed to misrepresent the content of those books. And that is going to be important later. Now, of course, in his Natural Cures book, Kevin claims a bunch of wild shit, like the sun does not cause cancer, it's actually sunblock that causes cancer, which it doesn't. In fact, he claims that the home remedies in his book can cure all kinds of things.
Buy the book. It's unconditionally guaranteed. If you have cancer, heart disease, acid reflux, asthma, arthritis, depression, attention deficit disorder, you name the disease, it's covered in here.
I gotta get you up for this. So not only that, Kevin claims that there are natural cures out there for nearly every illness. But he says that the U.S. government is deliberately hiding and suppressing this information and keeping it from you. And that only he knows the real truth, and that he wants to get this information to you, but of course you have to buy it from him in the form of his book. Oh, but it gets worse. Once you buy the book talks about these alleged natural cures in a broad sense, but if you want the real specific information, like the specific names of the natural products he recommends, the real cures, the book tells you that you have to subscribe to Kevin's website, which of course costs a monthly fee. It's a subscription service. So to sum up the scam, government bad, therefore you should pay money for Kevin's book, which will then tell you to pay money every month for Kevin's website. It's just so fucking scammy. And of course, because life isn't fair, Kevin's book is a hit, and big money starts flowing directly into Kevin's pockets. And his Natural Cures book spends 25 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. So dude is just raking it in. And so
Oh man, things are really just looking up and shit. Anything else that I should wonder about? I don't know, really. And my render finished. I knew it. The cuts actually did the job.
So, a lot of people have been watching Kevin's late night infomercials, watching him make these misleading diets. You want to know who else has been watching his late night infomercials? The Federal Trade Commission. And while Kevin is allowed to sell his books on TV, because it's protected free speech, he's not allowed to misrepresent the content of those books, which he is absolutely doing. So then eventually, bam, they arrest him. And I don't have a mugshot, but here's a photo of him in the middle. And he ends up going to trial, he's found guilty, and he gets 10 years in prison, and he's ordered to pay back $37.6 million. And then he spends 8 years in prison, and he's out now. Since he's been out, he's kept going, and he started a podcast, and it seems like even today, Kevin, he's right back to grifting, making episodes with titles such as Energy Creates Wealth, Become a Crypto King, Marketing Secrets That Will Make You Millions. Jeez, gotta keep the grift going, I guess. So this may be the worst, most evil pastor I've ever seen. So let's just call him Pastor Tim. Pastor Tim has a problem. He keeps getting fired. He keeps losing his job at church after church because he's constantly involved in some scandal. Like he gets fired from one church because they catch him leaving a strip club one night. They're like, hey, isn't that our preacher? He gets fired from another church because they catch him having an affair with one of the members of his congregation. Bro is just a menace. But eventually, he can't be a pastor anymore. So he has to get a regular job working at a county jail in Minnesota. Of course, that goes horribly wrong too. Because one time, there's this prostitute leaving the jail. And Pastor Tim, he starts creeping on her. And he offers her a ride home. And on that ride home, he then proceeds to SA her. And later, she presses charges against him, and so, bam, the police arrest Pastor Tim, and they sentence him to 6 months in jail. Wow, that's a really light sentence. Okay, but here's the other thing about Pastor Tim, though. He actually has a wife and daughters. So his wife, her name's Janet, and Janet learns about what her husband did to the prostitute, and she's like, fuck all this, and she leaves him, and she takes her daughters, and she moves from Minnesota all the way to Alabama. And months later, Pastor Tim actually gets out of jail. And he moves straight from Minnesota down to Alabama to be closer to Janet and his daughters. And somehow, he convinces Janet that he is a changed man. And unfortunately, Janet takes him back. And so there, in Alabama, Tim gets a job at a local Pentecostal church as a pastor. Now, he obviously doesn't tell them that he's been fired from a bunch of other churches or that he just got out of jail for SAing a prostitute, because then they'd never hire him. No. Instead, he lies on his resume like the rest of us, and Pastor Tim gets this job. And he starts preaching at this church every week, and the people at the church love him. They're like, oh, he's so Christ-like. But unfortunately, Pastor Tim is not, in fact, Christ-like. Because at some point during all this, he starts chatting with this woman online. Her name's Molly. And even though they haven't met in person, Molly thinks Pastor Tim is fine. And so they keep chatting, and they're hitting it off, and they're flirting. And over time, they develop a pretty serious relationship. But of course, Pastor Tim doesn't tell her who he really is. He gives her a fake name, and he doesn't tell her that he's married. He tells her that he's a Navy SEAL or some shit. For the record, he is not, in fact, a Navy SEAL. But anyway, at some point, Pastor Tim starts telling his wife Janet that he has to go out of town on official church business. But of course, there is no official church business. He's just using that as an excuse to sneak away and meet up with Molly. And that's when he flies from Alabama over to Washington State, and he starts smashing with Molly on the side. And so this affair with Molly continues, and over time, things get more and more serious between the two. And Pastor Tim, he ends up leading this double life, spending part-time in Alabama with his wife Janet, and part-time in Washington smashing with Molly. And this seems to be working pretty well for him, I guess. Until eventually, Pastor Tim has been cheating on his wife Janet with Molly for like over a decade. And that's when he decides to propose to Molly, even though he's still married to Janet. And of course, she has no idea he's been sneaking off to see this other woman the whole time. So after the proposal, Tim heads back to Alabama, and he keeps pretending to be a good husband, and he keeps pretending to be a good pastor. But unfortunately, Pastor Tim can't keep up with this lie. So he comes up with an idea to get rid of his wife Janet for good. And so at the Pentecostal church Pastor Tim preaches at, they have a charity event sometimes. And at this charity event, they all shoot pew-pews for some reason. Welcome to America. And one of the times the church holds one of these events, once the event is over, Pastor Tim takes 3 of the rifles they're using home with him. And when he and Janet get home, Pastor Tim asks her to help him carry the rifles into their house. And he hands her one, and then he takes the other 2, and he follows her through the front door and into their bedroom. And as Tim walks through the doorway, he lifts up one of the rifles, aims it at Janet's back, and he pulls the trigger. Blam! And she falls to the ground, and their daughters are home, so the daughters come in, and they're all screaming, and it's this whole horrible scene. And unfortunately, Janet doesn't survive the shot. And so later, police get there, and they ask Pastor Tim what happened, and I guess he tells them, oh, it was all an accident. The pew-pew accidentally knocked against something, and it just suddenly went off. And so I guess police believe him, and they just rule the whole thing an accident. And so this is a horrible situation, and everyone is devastated, and they're trying to figure out exactly what happened. How did this rifle accidentally go off? And one woman who really wants to know the truth is this woman, Janet's sister. And And Janet's sister hears that Pastor Tim accidentally shot Janet, and she gets suspicious. She always thought Pastor Tim was kind of a shady dude. So Janet's sister sends an email to the local district attorney, and boom, district attorney gets a detective on the case. Now, the detective starts investigating, and he finds out almost immediately that Pastor Tim has 2 driver's licenses for some reason. One with his real name on it, and one with a completely different last name on it. Like he has 2 identities. And so detective keeps digging, and he checks Pastor Tim's phone records, and he sees all these late-night phone calls to a number in Washington State. So he tracks the phone number back to a woman named Molly. And around the same time, Janet's sister, she's still trying to figure out this case too. And she hits up detective, and she tells him about this rumor she had heard that Pastor Tim may have had a girlfriend on the side. A girlfriend named Molly. And so, kapow, everything starts clicking into place for the detective. He feels like he knows the truth, that Pastor Tim unalived Janet so that he could be with his side girlfriend, Molly. But, unfortunately, there's not enough evidence to charge Pastor Tim with a murder. Until again, one day, Pastor Tim goes and does something really stupid. 3 months after Janet had died, Pastor Tim goes and he forges Janet's name, and he takes out a loan for $5,000 in her name. And of course, this gets flagged as suspicious because dead people can't apply for loans. And so detective, he's able to use this information to bring Pastor Tim in and question him about this mysterious loan. And while he's interviewing him about this forgery, he starts asking him about the murder. And he keeps pressing him on it and pressing him. And Pastor Tim's all nervous and he's angry, and he keeps changing his story of exactly how it went down and how the pew-pew went off. And around this same time, some other officers working on the case, they track down Molly. And they tell her who Pastor Tim really is. That he's not, in fact, a Navy SEAL. He's a pastor living in Alabama who they suspect unalived his own wife. And they tell her he's been using a fake name and a fake ID to fool her about who he is. That's why he has 2 driver's licenses. And Molly is like, oh snap! And she gets pissed, and she flips on him real quick. She starts handing over emails and correspondence with him. She's like, I'll give you whatever information you need. Anyway, eventually police do gather enough evidence against him, and so, bam, they arrest him. Here's his mugshot. And ultimately, Pastor Tim goes to trial twice, and he's found guilty of unaliving his wife, and he's sentenced to life in prison. Good. This preacher loves his religion. He also loves money, and this scam is about to make him super rich. His name is Peter, and Peter generally travels around the United States preaching in various venues. He also preaches on the radio a lot. But then, in 1982, everything changes for him, because he starts preaching on TV. And there, he can see right away that he's going to make a ton of money off this. And so, he comes up with this insane scam. Now, the first part of this is he gathers these huge congregations to preach to. Then he starts faith healing, like he pretends he can heal people with his hands. He'll heal the blind, he'll cure cancer just by touching someone. Glory to God, there it is. I'm telling you, I release a divine religion. And people believe this, and they'll come from all over the country to get healed. Here it comes in the mighty and the matchless name of Jesus. Restoration! And so he finds a lot of success doing this. People are watching this on TV and they're donating. So now, Bro is really starting to get paid. Oh, but that's not the only part of this scam. The other part is during his sermon, he'll call out the names of random people in the audience, people he's never met. And amazingly, Peter will already know a ton about them. He'll know their first and last name, he'll know their home address, he'll know what illnesses they're suffering from. And he says he can do this not because he's psychic, but that he can do this because his God is feeding all of this information to him. So it must be a miracle. And the audience sees this and they're like, how did he know all that information about this stranger? And they're always so impressed. And so his popularity grows, and it grows. And soon his faith healing sermons are broadcast all over the US and Canada, on 51 TV outlets and over 40 different radio stations. And at this point, Peter is allegedly making over $500,000 a month. $500,000 a month in the 80s. Not only that, he and his ministry start selling all kinds of ridiculous blessed items, like miracle manna bread, holy anointed oil keychains, all kinds of shit. But whatever, Bro doesn't seem to care, because he's starting to get crazy rich now, and it seems like everyone believes him and no one is going to call him on his bullshit. Until... Here's the thing though. Not everyone watching Peter's sermons on TV are impressed. Specifically, this guy isn't impressed. James. And James, he's a stage magician, and he's also a very popular skeptic. And he's publicly known to debunk scams and other things he finds bogus. And so James sees Peter's shows on TV, and he's like, yeah, this guy's a con artist. And so he gets a group of volunteers together, and they all decide to try and figure out exactly how Peter is pulling off this scam. And so James and this group, they go to one of Peter's sermons, and it's in this big auditorium, probably 10,000 people there. And at one point, the whole place is passing buckets around because they're collecting donations. And one of James's volunteers uses this as an excuse to get close to the stage so that he can get a good look at Peter. Once he's there, he notices Peter is wearing a hearing aid. And he thinks, well, that's weird. This guy can, heal people with his hands, yet he can't heal himself because he's wearing a hearing aid. So he goes back, and he tells James. And they conclude that it's not a hearing aid at all. It's an earpiece. And someone must be feeding Peter information through that earpiece. So they all go to his next sermon to investigate further. This time, they bring a radio stand. And one of James's volunteers dresses up as a security guard, and he stands at the back. And as soon as Peter comes on stage and starts preaching, their scanner intercepts his radio transmission, and they can hear a voice through that scanner.
Hello, Peter. I love you. I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? If you can't, you're in trouble.
Now that voice is this woman, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is Peter's wife, and she is hidden in a different room, and she's feeding Peter all this information through his earpiece.
We have a hotline for you, Robert Haywood.
Who is Robert Wood? Is it
Robert Haywood?
Haywood?
Robert Haywood. I need surgery.
You need surgery on the doctors. They're going to do surgery on you? Okay, so here's how they were pulling off this scam. So the church would have the congregation fill out prayer cards before the sermon, and they would put them in a prayer box. And Peter's wife would sneak in and switch the boxes out. And then she would read people's information off the prayer cards to Peter through his earpiece.
Right next to it is Lawrence Christman.
Just a minute, who's Morris? Christman? You got a hernia also. And as far as the faith healing goes, I mean, he's not really healing any of these people. They just think he is because they're caught up in the moment, because they're so hopeful and full of adrenaline. But it's not healing anything. So anyway, James takes all of these recordings and he goes on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, which is the biggest show on TV during this time. And they play these recordings on the show for all of America to hear. And poor Peter is finally exposed as a fraud. So then he has to lie and publicly deny it. First he says, no, that wasn't my wife feeding me information through an earpiece. One of my haters hired an actor to try and set me up. In fact, he comes up with a bunch of excuses. But at the end of the day, the general public is like, fuck you, you're a con artist. And from there, donations to Peter's church slow down dramatically. And within a year, his whole organization files for bankruptcy. Oh, but that's not the end of Peter's story, because Bro still loves money, and he's still determined to be rich. He's about to make a comeback. And so about 10 years go by, and Peter decides, yeah, he'll give that whole scamming religious people thing another shot. But this time, he decides to specifically target the black community. And so he starts to buy up commercial time slots on BET. And there, he's advertising his sermons, and he's soliciting donations, and he has this thing where he promises to heal people through the mail if they send him money. Not sure how that works. He also preaches the prosperity gospel, where he tells people that if they send him a little money, that the Lord will then bless them in return by making them wealthy. It's ridiculous and transparently corrupt. Regardless, surely enough, Peter's star starts to rise again, and the donations start rolling in. But I guess it's still not enough money for him, because then he comes up with his best yet most absurd idea yet. Selling, and I'm not making this up, blessed holy water through the mail, called Miracle Spring Water. And this is apparently holy water that will not only heal you, but will make you rich.
You can be free to enjoy all of God's richest blessings. That's why he wants to send you your free packet of Miracle Spring Water, your point of contact for the miracle you need.
And as stupid as that sounds, it works, and it works well. And over the next few years, he and his church become super fucking wealthy. In fact, by 2003, he and his organization are making over $9 million a year.
I will send you the Miracle Spring Water. I'll send you the instructions. I'll tell you how to use it to see
and by 2005, allegedly, Peter's company makes $24 million just that year alone. Then, of course, the church buys him a $4 million house to live in, tax-free, because, the church technically owns it, and later they buy him a Bentley. And if that isn't depressing enough, apparently, to this day, he's still out there preaching on TV. And he's still running late-night TV ads selling Miracle Spring Water.
Release your faith now by calling for your free packet of Miracle Spring Water.
Oh my God, why? So this FBI agent wants to be a spy so bad that he ends up spying on his own government and getting people killed. Now the guy's name is Bob. Bob really wants to be like 007. He used to read those James Bond books as a kid, and now that's the life he wants. But unfortunately for Bob, he's nothing like James Bond. He isn't smooth or athletic. In fact, he's just a nerdy accountant. So he's like, fuck this, I'm gonna spy on someone. So he starts spying on his own wife, this woman, Bonnie. And so Bob will take the risque photos of Bonnie with her consent, but then, without her consent, he'll show those photos to his friends. Not only that, he low-key sets up a CCTV camera in his bedroom that's hidden behind a photograph, and Bonnie doesn't know about this camera. And so Bob will film them smashing and then later show that to his friends. And his poor wife has no idea he's doing any of this. Dude is just trash. But anyway, in 1976, his dream finally comes true. He gets an opportunity to be an actual spy. Because one day, when he's 32 years old, he applies to the FBI, and he actually gets hired. And they only have him working on financial crimes and accounting stuff, but whatever, his foot is in the door. 3 years later, he gets relocated to New York City, where he works in the Soviet counterintelligence unit. And here he's like, this is it, this is my big shot, I'm gonna be like 007. But unfortunately, they kind of stick him doing administrative work, handling classified data and stuff like that. And this kind of pisses Bob off. I mean, he got into this business to do espionage. How dare they undervalue him? So he's like, fuck this, I'm gonna be a spy no matter what. So one day, Bob goes over to a local Russian trading company in Manhattan, and he just walks into their offices, and he talks to them, and he's like, I want to be a spy, so let's make a deal. I'll give you some FBI secrets, and in return, you pay me money. Now, keep in mind, this is all happening during the Cold War, so tensions between the Soviet Union and America are really high. And this local Russian trading company isn't actually a local Russian trading company. It's actually a front for the GRU. The GRU is like the Soviet equivalent of the CIA. And so these Russians are sitting there listening to Bob's crazy idea, and they're like, Konyeshna. And so, boom, they have this arrangement. And finally, Bob is officially a spy. Just, for the opposing team. And soon he's communicating with the Soviets over encrypted radio transmissions, and they dead drop him cash. And he's telling them about some Soviet places that the FBI has bugged. He's telling them the names of suspected Soviet informants for the FBI. And some of these informants he's naming end up getting arrested in the Soviet Union or executed over this. But Bob don't really care. He got what he's always wanted, plus he's getting paid. So he keeps feeding them more information and more information for about a year. But then, in 1980, he gets caught. But not by the FBI. They still have no clue he's doing any of this. But Bob gets caught by someone else. Because one day, Bonnie, his wife, is at home, and she walks into the basement, and Bob is there. And he's like, oh, don't come in, I'm wrapping presents. But actually, he's looking over some communications with the Soviets. And she actually catches him in the act with these letters that get written to them. Now, at this point, Bonnie could turn him into the FBI, but she's not going to do that. She loves Bob. And she's also super religious. So instead of all that, she takes him to her church, to her priest, to confess. And so Bob goes and he confesses all this espionage he's been doing to this priest. And the priest hears all this and he's like, holy shit. And now the priest wants to turn Bob into the FBI. But instead, he makes him a deal. He tells him that he won't turn him in if he agrees to donate all the money he made from the Soviets to charity, which at this point he's made around $30,000. Also, he has to promise to never spy again. And Bob, he doesn't want to get turned in, so he agrees to this deal. And he goes back to his normal, boring life. He quits spying for the Soviets, and he pays the money he made, little by little, to a charity. And over the next few years, within the FBI, he keeps getting transferred, and he keeps getting promoted. And this ends up giving him access to even more sensitive information. And then, in 1985, he gets access to info about former KGB agents who are now living in the U.S. And he knows how valuable this info is. And he's like, I am selling this shit. I want to be a spy again. So he goes and he writes an anonymous letter to a senior operator in the KGB offering his services. In this letter, he basically says, I'll give you the names of KGB agents who are secretly working for the FBI if you give me $100,000. And crazy enough, the KGB agents do. And so, boom, suddenly Bob is back in the spy business. And he just made $100,000. So for the next 6 years, Bob hands these KGB agents U.S. secrets, sensitive U.S. information, blowing people's covers, snitching on people. And the KGB pays him tons of money in return via debt drops. But then, if you know your history, something really crazy happens. In 1991, the Soviet Union suddenly collapses. So now you've got all these former KGB agents who are approaching U.S. intelligence agencies and feeding them information and exposing their U.S. informants. And so Bob, he starts to get worried. What if they snitch on him? And so he's like, all right, this is too risky, time to quit. And he slows his spying down to a crawl. For years. Then, around 1999, he's like, all right, let's get things going again. And he starts feeding Russia sensitive FBI intelligence information. And they're paying him. They're paying him really well. So at this time, Bob has been doing this scam for nearly 20 years. And he's made a ton of money from it. And it seems like bro is just never going to get caught. Until... So the FBI, they're not stupid. This isn't their first rodeo. They know there's a mole in their organization, they just don't know who. So they find former KGB agents and they start offering them money to give them information on any FBI moles, past or present, who may have sold them secrets. And then finally, one former KGB agent agrees to hand over a file about FBI moles that the Soviets had worked with. From these files, the FBI is able to extract that the mole is their own long-term agent, Bob. However, the FBI doesn't swoop right in and arrest him. No. Instead, they don't say anything to him. They just promote him. Like, they pay him more, but they move him to FBI headquarters where they give him a bolstered desk job so that they can watch over him closely. Because they want to catch him in the middle of making a dead drop to the Russians. They even assign him a new assistant to help him at this new job. That assistant, of course, is really assigned to spy on Bob. Because they're just trying to collect evidence on him at this point. But anyway, eventually, Bob goes to a local park to make another dead drop to feed information to the Russians, and finally, bam, the FBI swoops in and they arrest him. This is actual footage of the FBI arresting him. Also, here's his mugshot. And so, at the end of it all, Bob had been spying for the Soviets in Russia for over 20 years and had made around $1.4 billion from it. And so Bob, he takes a plea deal, and instead of death, he gets life in prison. Here's actually a picture of him in prison. And a huge shout out to Leonardo.ai for sponsoring this video. If you want to make really cool art for your videos, or just for your life, like this, or like this, then sign up for Leonardo.ai. So this YouTuber is about to spend the next few years in prison for pulling a dumbass prank. Now he goes by the name Goodnight Chicken. He's 31, he lives in Taiwan, and his whole thing is he likes to go to abandoned haunted places and hunt ghosts. And he'll live stream the whole thing. And one night in 2020, he's out exploring an old, sketchy, abandoned hospital. This is actually a picture of it. Now this hospital is just another dark, creepy place that he's trying to make a video about. And so he's there and he's walking around live streaming, and that is when Chicken starts to smell something pretty awful. And he just keeps going, and eventually, boom, he sees it. A body hanging there. And Chicken is of course freaked out, so he calls the police. And pretty quickly they come and they check it out. And it turns out that this body he found is the body of a local guy who had been missing for over a year. Like his family had been looking for him and stuff. And so Goodnight Chicken's attempt to make a video in this location actually ends up bringing much needed closure to the guy's family. And soon enough, this story makes the news. And suddenly everyone there in the area is talking about it. And Chicken and his social media starts getting all kinds of attention. And he starts blowing up. From there, Chicken keeps making these videos. And people keep watching them, and his audience grows bigger and bigger. Over 100,000 followers on YouTube. Almost 300,000 followers on Facebook. And so naturally, he's like, oh snap, I gotta keep doing this. And over the next few years, he's going to all kinds of creepy abandoned buildings and all kinds of places to film. And his audience loves it, and they love him. But then, it all goes wrong. Because Goodnight Chicken isn't quite content with how big his audience is. He wants more. And in 2024, he gets an idea. What if he went to one of these abandoned places and he got kidnapped during a live stream? I mean, people would freak out and they would start looking for him. Everyone would be talking about it. His name would be all over the news again. He would get so many new followers. Now, of course, the odds of him actually getting kidnapped aren't very high. So he decides that he's going to have to fake it. Now, this is actually a pretty big scam. He can't fake a kidnapping alone. So he hits up this other influencer, this guy, Lou. And I imagine Chicken is like, hey girl, you want to help me fake my own kidnapping? And Lou is like, alright. And then they decide that the perfect place to do all this is in Cambodia. So Goodnight Chicken gets on his live stream and he tells his audience that he's about to go to Cambodia to explore a dangerous place where foreigners are known to get kidnapped. He's setting up their expectations. Then he and Lou fly from Taiwan down over to Cambodia. And they buy a bunch of props to pull this thing off, like military uniforms, fake pew-pews, fake blood. I mean, they're going all out. Then, later that night, the guys are ready to set this plan in motion. And so, Chicken and Lou, they go to this shady place. And there, he goes live, and he tells his audience that he broke into the place, which I suppose he actually did. And so, he's sneaking around in there, or he's pretending to sneak around. Then, he sees someone with a flashlight. Someone in a military uniform. And the footage of it kind of sucks, but I do have some screenshots. You can kind of see like a person holding a flashlight back there. Now, this person in military uniform is actually his friend Lou. But Chicken pretends it's a kidnapper, and he runs. And then he pretends to struggle as if he was just caught by the kidnappers, and you can hear him making noises as if he's getting beat up in real time. And then it looks like one of the kidnappers picks up the camera and points it back down at him. And he's just like lying there, like he just got knocked out. And you can see his legs there. And then the live stream suddenly just ends. Like, it's so dramatic and ridiculous and obviously fake. But remember, this is live, and he's really popular. So there are 10,000 people watching. And they all think he literally just got caught by some goons and beat up and potentially kidnapped. And so all these people are watching, and they're like, what the is Goodnight Chicken okay? Did he just, like, die on live stream? The next day, back in Taiwan, Chicken's wife and some friends post a video on Facebook. And they're all upset, and they're saying that Goodnight Chicken is missing and he needs help. There's his wife there in the middle, and it's unclear to me if she's actually in on this scam too, but I assume she is. One, because they're married, and that was really messed up for your own wife into thinking you're kidnapped. And two, that upset. He actually kind of looks a little bored. But anyway, then later that same day, Chicken suddenly appears on live again. And this time, he's filming himself running, as if he's running away, from his kidnappers, and was like, oh snap, I better live stream this, and then pulled out his phone and started filming himself. But whatever, he's committed to the bit, I'll give him that. But then he stops and he starts telling his audience that he just escaped. And he says that the kidnappers robbed him and they shaved half his head and then they tased him. And of course his fans believe it and they're like, oh my god, I hope you're okay. And then his stream just ends again, leaving everyone on a cliffhanger, leaving everyone wondering again. And if you're like, Ray, influencers do fake pranks all the time, did people really believe that he got kidnapped? Yes! Goodnight Chicken is a popular, high-profile influencer back in Taiwan. People know who he is. Apparently the governor of the Cambodian province he was allegedly kidnapped in posts all these photos on Facebook asking for help in locating Goodnight Chicken's whereabouts. So like the government is now involved. Regardless, his scam worked, and he seems to have everyone fooled, and he's definitely now getting the attention he wanted. On Twitter. Okay, so not everyone believes Chicken's story. Some people are actually skeptical. Specifically, this guy. His name is Lu Yu, but his Twitter handle is, and I'm not making this up, XXXXGay1069. So we'll just call him Gay1069. So Gay1069 sees this live stream footage that's now floating around of Chicken allegedly running from his kidnappers, and he analyzes the hell out of it. He's checking Google Maps, he's looking for landmarks in the background, he's trying to figure out Chicken's location. And that is when he finally solves it. Chicken isn't running around in this shady area of Cambodia. He's actually in a fairly nice area of Cambodia, next to a beach, an area where he could stop and ask anyone for help at any moment if he wanted to. Not only that, by looking at the backgrounds, he notices Chicken isn't running far away. He's actually running in circles, like he's just kind of running around the same block over and over again. And that is when Gay1069 publicly declares that this guy is full of shit. He hasn't been kidnapped at all. Now at this point, local police are also investigating it, because this is somewhat of a high-profile incident, and it makes Cambodia look really bad. Like, it makes it look like it would be a dangerous place for tourists to visit, and the Cambodian government apparently doesn't want anything scaring tourists away, because it's actually a big part of their economy. And so police are investigating this, and they show up to Chicken and Lou's hotel room, and boom, there they find all this evidence. This is actually a picture of a bunch of the props they were using, and there's masks and military uniforms and all kinds of shit. And so then they somehow find Chicken and Lou, and bam, they arrest them. Here's Chicken's mugshot with the face blurred out, because I guess they do that in Cambodia. And here's Lou's mugshot.
A Taiwanese internet personality has been arrested in Cambodia for allegedly faking an assault during a live stream.
Okay, but here's the thing about Cambodia. Apparently, Cambodia doesn't fuck around. And within 3 days, Chicken and Lou have already been through a whole-ass trial and found guilty, and they're both sentenced to 2 years in prison. That is wild. So this guy, his name's Jimmy, and Jimmy has a problem. He's super lonely, but all that's about to change because he's about to be worth $3 billion. Now Jimmy, he's 22 years old, he's a college student in Georgia studying computer science. He's also just kind of an awkward dude. He's never really been a popular guy, and he really wants friends. And one day, things start to change for him, because he gets involved early on in developing Bitcoin. And at some point, he obtains some of it and he stores it on this new dark web marketplace called Silk Road. A few years later, in 2012, he goes to the Silk Road site to withdraw all of his Bitcoin, and that is when something crazy happens. He accidentally double-clicks the withdrawal button, and suddenly, bam, he gets back twice the amount he was trying to withdraw. It seems to be some sort of glitch that gives him double his money back. So Jimmy's looking at this like, big jackpot, and he decides to explore basically just doubling his money over and over again. And pretty quickly, he steals more than 50,000 Bitcoin, which at this time in 2012 is worth around $600,000. $600,000 is a lot of money to anyone, much less a college student like Jimmy. And now, for the first time in his life, he's got some money, and he's going to try to use it to make some friends. And so he starts going out to local bars, buying shots for everyone. He's renting nice hotel rooms, shopping at Gucci. He's suddenly driving a Tesla. Then he goes and buys a new house out on the lake. Here's some actual pictures of his house. And this house has a bar in it. It's stocked with alcohol. And it even has a stripper pole. A stripper pole! And suddenly, wouldn't you know it, everyone wants to hang out with Jimmy. Now he's a popular guy. And so he starts throwing these crazy parties for everyone. Here he is partying with 2 women. Here he is partying with 2 other women. And so after all this time, old Jimmy finally has some friends. And this new lifestyle of his continues for years. And you would think he would run out of money spending it like this, but no. Because as the years go by, the value of crypto skyrockets. And so the value of his coin keeps going up and up. And by 2018, his stash is worth around an estimated $200 million. $200 million And Jimmy, he wants to keep his friends around, so he doesn't mind sharing the wealth with them. Like one time, he takes them all on a private jet to fly to watch a college football game, and he pays for all of it. And here's a picture of him and his friends at the game. He even gives each friend $10,000 to go on a shopping spree in Beverly Hills. $10,000 a friend. Apparently, he wants to impress people so bad that he keeps a suitcase full of cash in his room. And he'll show it to the women that he parties with, hoping that they'll like him and be his girlfriend. Of course, none of them do. Now, obviously, his friends know that he has money, and they definitely ask him about it. But he doesn't tell them that he stole it. No, he tells them that he's a successful crypto investor, and so that's just what they believe. But whatever, he has money, he's surrounded by people who like him, and none of them would ever screw him over. Until one day, Jimmy leaves on a trip. And while he's gone, someone, it's presumed to be one of his friends, someone breaks into his house. And this is actually surveillance footage of that break-in. Then, sometime later, Jimmy gets home, and he discovers that he'd been robbed. And this burglar took $400,000 cash and 150 Bitcoin. Because I guess he had physical versions of his Bitcoin. They knew it was there, and they stole it. And so he calls the police to come investigate. But it's a burglary, so police don't really do anything, and the case ends up going cold. But old Jimmy, he isn't going to let this go. And so he hires a local private investigator to look into it. And so she starts investigating, and she immediately gets suspicious of Jimmy's friends. And she starts low-key following them around, stalking their socials, and conducting background checks on them. Until she finally feels like she's figured out which one of them broke into his house and ripped him off. But apparently, when she tells Jimmy, Jimmy doesn't believe her. I mean, he trusts his friends too much, but he doesn't want to give them up. And so he and the private investigator, they decide to go their separate ways, and his burglary case remains open. Meanwhile, the IRS Criminal Investigation Unit, they've been investigating a hack on the Silk Road. Not Jimmy's glitch Bitcoin heist from all those years ago, but a completely different hack. And during that investigation, they also happened to notice that back in 2012, 50,000 Bitcoin were taken by someone, some unknown person. They don't know who. So they start investigating this and following this trail. And they can see transactions that lead back to an exchange, but they don't know whose account it is. But then Jimmy transfers around $800 worth of Bitcoin to that exchange, and it requires him to enter his name and his address. So now the IRS Criminal Investigation Unit knows that the 2012 Bitcoin thief is Jimmy. And now they're going to go after him. And so, boom, they put together a little sting operation. And one day, these agents suddenly show up to Jimmy's house, sort of undercover. And they pretend they're investigating the burglary where his Bitcoin and cash were stolen. And since that burglary investigation was never closed, it makes sense to Jimmy why they're still investigating it. And so Jimmy invites these agents into his place, and he's super nice to them, and he seems to love that they're there, because remember, he really wants friends.
You guys get this sold, I'm going to invite y'all in for beer whenever I want.
And so he's totally just chilling with the agents like they're his boys. He even tells them how he used to keep a suitcase full of cash around and that he'd show it to women hoping to get laid.
Yeah, that's cool. Did it work? It never does. Never does.
And the agents, they just keep charming him, pretending to be his friend. And he brings them down to his basement, he shows them his bar and his stripper pole. Now, these agents, they have to have a sense that Jimmy is a lonely guy, because they keep talking to him, and they keep charming him. And finally, they get him on the topic of Bitcoin. And they're like asking him to explain it, they're asking him how long he's been involved in it, and he ends up opening up his laptop and showing them one of his crypto wallets filled with a ton of Bitcoin, like $60 or $70 million worth. And visually seeing this wallet with their own eyes ends up being all the evidence these agents need. And so they leave. Later, they come back with a search warrant, and boom, they bust in and raid his house. And eventually, bam, they arrest him. Here's his mugshot.
It was one of the biggest mysteries in crypto. Who stole 50,000 bitcoins, which would ultimately be worth more than $3 billion?
Yeah, at the time of Jimmy's arrest, his Bitcoin was worth $3.4 billion. Oh my god. But at the end of it all, he cooperates with police, he forfeits all of his Bitcoin, and he takes a plea deal. Ultimately, he's sentenced to about 1 year in prison. Now, this is just a guess, but I'm willing to bet that none of those friends he was partying with, the ones he gave $10,000 to go shopping, I'm willing to bet that none of them went to visit him in prison, and that none of them are around now that he's not worth $3 billion or whatever. That's just a guess.
Our main story tonight concerns air travel. Some favourite methods include planes, hot air balloons, those old doohickeys that go chugga-chugga and then fall apart, of course, befriending the birds. The safety of air travel has been evident in years thanks to incidents like these.
10 days ago in San Diego, a Citation business jet nearly landed on top of a Southwest 737. In Austin last February, a FedEx plane nearly landed on a Southwest flight, both cleared for the same runway. And this photo taken from a JetBlue cockpit landing in Boston as a business jet suddenly pulled onto the same runway without permission.
Well, that is terrifying. Planes should definitely not be landing on top of each other. When I say that, knowing that there is a non-zero chance Tom Cruise will hear me and immediately greenlight a new Mission Impossible to do exactly that himself. I'm not saying that he's trying to die on camera. I'm just saying the only way Tom Cruise passes away peacefully in his bed is if the bed is being dropped into an active volcano to somehow save the life of the going experience. Now, while those stories are obviously alarming, it is important to say large, fatal commercial airline crashes are extremely rare, and commercial flying is still the safest way to travel by far. And one major reason for that is air traffic controllers, who, as this recruitment video points out, are really the unsung heroes of the skies.
Millions take to the skies every day, and behind their safe flights is a hidden world that few ever see. Orchestrating a symphony of aircraft with expertise and precision, air traffic controllers are the guardians of the air.
It's kind of an adventure from start to finish, your entire shift. You never know what's coming your way, and that's what makes it exciting.
It's a fun challenge. So the harder the challenge for me makes it feel like the greater the victory. We think 3 steps ahead, and then we have 9 backup plans to us 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, it's a lot. Air traffic controllers have to be constantly vigilant. It's not like a normal job where you start a task, then check Reddit for a few hours, then go back to it, but then it's lunch, then you start the task again, but then you need a coffee, then you get sucked into a conversation with fucking Derek, so you tip out Janine about how much Derek sucks, then you go back to work, then you see Janine laughing with fucking Derek about something, you think, oh, Janine and Derek friends, oh shit, that is 6 p.m. and whatever you had to do really feels more like a tomorrow thing anyway. Unlike that, air traffic controllers actually have to get shit done. Together, they ensure the safety of about 2 million passengers per day. But as you undoubtedly noticed, there have been signs that our system is under extreme strain, like this story from last month about massive delays at Newark.
Monday's bad weather complicated an air traffic control staffing nightmare that started last Monday. After a number of system outages, Controller screens essentially went dark for up to 90 seconds, losing the ability to track aircraft at a key facility handling traffic in and out of Newark. It was a breaking point for about a half dozen controllers who requested trauma leave due to working conditions.
Yeah, it was so bad, some controllers took trauma leave. And I really hope they spent that time recovering the place more comforting than Newark, very much the New Jersey of places in New Jersey. And that's not all. In January, a passenger jet and military helicopter collided near Reagan Airport, killing 67 people. That happened just days after Trump's inauguration, and he rose to meet the moment with his characteristic empathy and poetic turn of phrase.
I guess the helicopter was high, and we'll find out exactly what happened. But the odds, even if you had nothing, if you had nobody, the odds of that happening are extremely small. It's like, did you ever see you go to a driving range in golf and you're hitting balls, hundreds of balls, thousands of hours? I never see a ball hit another ball. Balls going up all over the place, you never see it hit. It was amazing that that's what happened. There was a lot of mistakes made, and it should have never happened. But regardless of that, it's amazing that it happened.
You know, it's hard to know what to focus on there. The phrase, even if you had nothing, if you had nobody, which sounds like a Tim McGraw song that they play during the credits of Troll Sport for Who the Fell Trolls. What's comparing a aviation disaster to a fluke golfing event? Who among us hasn't been on a plane during rough turbulence wondering if the worst is about to happen and thought, you know, this is just like when the president's hitting hundreds of beautiful golf balls. Not as many high-class resorts, those balls almost never hit each other, and if they did, it would be amazing. Investigation into that fact is ongoing. The preliminary report suggested that among many other problems, there was a shortage of controllers that night, with one person doing both helicopter control and local flight control combined. And just 2 months later, there was another close call at that same airport, after which it emerged that the supervisor in the tower had been accused of punching another controller in the face, leaving the FAA to dispatch a team of mental health professionals to offer confidential stress management support for controllers. And all of this is bringing into sharp focus just how stressful this job is and how understaffed most facilities are. Because while we'd ideally have over 14,000 certified professional controllers, we currently have just under 11,000, and apparently 99% of air traffic control facilities in the US are operating below recommended staffing levels. Controllers have been sounding the alarm about all of this for a while now. At the end of 2023, it was reported that potentially dangerous close calls have been happening multiple times a week, and some controllers argued that the overtime they were being forced to work was a major safety issue.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Well, that's not great. If I had to pick adjectives that I would like to describe air traffic controllers in charge of my flight, well rested would be near the top of the list, along with highly paid and possibly even erotically thrilled by the concept of planes landing safely. As long as we get there in one piece, I don't really care what the hand under the desk is doing. And when you combine all of that with the fact air traffic control equipment is shockingly outdated and poorly maintained, it's frankly a miracle our system works as well as it does. But we probably shouldn't be running it on miracles. So given that, tonight, let's talk about air traffic control, the people who do it, the conditions they work in, and what can be done to help them. But let's start with the fact that in the early days of aviation, air traffic controllers weren't really necessary. Flights were rare enough that most operated during daylight hours under the practice of C and BC. But by the late 1950s, air traffic control started to look much more like what we have today.
Flight 104 is on its way to Washington. But the flight actually began 30 minutes ago, when the co-pilot filed the flight plan. Within 12 seconds after the flight plan is filed in the computer, flight strips are being printed for the Boston Control Center departure controller and his assistant. The strip is placed in the proposed departure bay well in advance of the departure time, allowing the controller plenty of time for pre-planning.
Yes, the strip is placed in the proposed departure bay well in advance of the departure time, at which point the metal bird will take to the skies carrying a pilot, a co-pilot, a team of stewardesses, and 100 alcoholic businessmen who will make their jobs and living hell. Back then, radar was used around airports, but it wasn't used nationwide until the disaster in 1956 when two planes collided over the Grand Canyon. After that, Congress approved a major upgrade of the nation's airway system and created the FAA to take responsibility for air traffic control. And that led to the complex system that we have today, where a plane flying across the country will be handed off among a series of control facilities.
As a plane pushes back from the gate, a ground controller taxis you to the runway. Then tower control handles the aircraft that are taking off and on final approach, typically from the surface to 2,500 feet and a 5-mile radius of the airport. Then terminal radar approach control or TRACON controllers take over until the aircraft is about 18,000 feet and handed off to an en route controller.
Exactly, there was a whole series of handoffs you never really think about during the flight because they work pretty seamlessly, leaving you free to focus on important plane questions like, if I get up to go pee, will I miss the snack cart? And if that guy doesn't put his shoes on, can I legally kill him? The answer could be yes and no, but no jury will convict you. The point is, in buildings all over the country, people are directing tens of thousands of planes each day, which is a real challenge. And for many, it's an exciting, fulfilling job. Here's one former controller summing it up pretty well.
It is extremely difficult to explain to people how fast you have to make decisions. It's up to emergency medical professionals. It's 95% boring and routine. It's 3% exciting and routine. It's 1% exciting and a little like, okay, this is not routine. And it's 1%. Holy fuck.
Okay. Yeah, guys, I absolutely love her. And second, we all have holy fuck moments sometimes, don't we? For instance, a lot of people in this room right now are probably thinking, holy fuck, we're going to go see Hadestown, but instead, we're listening to stats about air safety. But when an air traffic controller says it, the stakes are clearly higher. And one major challenge for controllers today is that there simply aren't enough of them. We've actually been short-handed for years now, and as with so many things on this show, at least some of the blame lies with Ronald Reagan. In the early 1980s, as air travel was booming, the Air Traffic Controllers Union was pushing for improved staffing levels, benefits, and technology. They backed Reagan as a candidate because he promised to deliver on that, but once he took office, he failed to follow through, and they went on strike. And in response, Reagan hit back hard.
You can't sit and negotiate with a union that's in violation of the law. And their oath.
With those words, President Reagan told the air traffic controllers to be back in the towers Wednesday morning, or they'd be fired and face prosecution.
I don't care whether he fires us or not. If he does, it's going to take years to get the totals back in the field.
Yeah, it's not really hard to know who to root for there. On one side, you've got America's worst theatre adults treating a union of essential workers like a terrorist organisation. On the other, you've got a certifiable daddy with a fresh fold and a mustache that you know tickles all the right places. And Reagan wasn't bluffing, by the way. 11,000 air traffic controllers ultimately did strike, and he fired them all, banning them from ever being rehired. And that led to important legacies, including a massive panicked hiring spree of new controllers, meaning that 2 decades later, there was also a massive wave of retirements. The FAA has never really managed to catch up with hiring since then, and part of the challenge is air traffic control is a very difficult job, and because of that, there are strict requirements even to be considered for it. There are the obvious ones, like you must speak English fluently and clearly. You also have to be younger than 31 years old to apply, demonstrate 20/20 vision or better in each eye separately, have no history of any form of heart disease, no high or low blood pressure, and no history of psychosis, neurosis, or any personality or mental disorder that demonstrates a potential hazard, and good luck with that! Nowadays, we all spend 20 hours a day watching our friends have fun without us. The Pope is a bomb, the oceans are plastic, and astronaut Katy Perry is back on tour. There is no such thing as a mentally healthy person anymore, just someone who doesn't have good enough health insurance to get a diagnosis. Candidates also have to take an exam for the Air Traffic Skills Assessment, or ATS, which tests their working memory, multitasking, and spatial awareness skills. During one part, numbered balls fly across the screen, and you have to prevent collisions by typing in one of their numbers while simultaneously solving math problems. It is hard, and that feels a bit like a video game to you. The truth is, gaming skills are increasingly seen as a positive.
Gaming skills is a big part of being a controller. You got to pay attention to the map, constantly scan and watch what's going on. You're memorizing maps and locations, like they do it in certain games.
I use the football game Madden to enhance my skills to work the radar position that I was working.
Yes, finally, playing video games counts as studying, and good video games too. I'm not talking about the fake ones that you play in school where you're not stuck and it turns out it's some bullshit about that. No, thank you. So that's already a lot of steps to get through. In fact, less than 10% of applicants are accepted into the training program in the first place. From there, candidates typically move on to the only FAA academy in the country, located in Oklahoma City, where they train for months on sophisticated computer simulations, but also on this.
In the first room that we were in what we call the tabletop. It's a low fidelity simulation. The students will be in that room roughly about 3 weeks into their training as a tower controller, and it's an opportunity for students to learn priorities, learn some of the basics that's needed.
Excellent. I love it clarified that this simulation is low fidelity. No shit, Brian. It's a bunch of middle-aged men playing with toy planes. I know that it's a serious training facility teaching incredibly difficult skills, but I also have to know, do they make the little playing noises? Because again, they're professionals at work. But I would argue you should not trust anyone who can hold a toy plane 8 hours a day and not at some point go, Now the capital can only accommodate around 1,800 trainees in total each year, sharply limiting the hiring rate of new controllers. The failure rate is intense, just over 30%. If you make it through, you get sent to an actual facility for 2 to 3 more years of training. At that stage, wipes out about 1 in 5 of the remaining candidates. And once you add up all the different ways that people don't make the cut, you realize that out of 1,000 applicants, you might only end up with around 50 certified air traffic controllers at the end of a grueling, years-long process. That is a 5% success rate. It's like Squid Game if the prize of Squid Game was to just keep doing Squid Game as a job. Now, once certified, controllers are typically well paid and guaranteed a pension after working at least 20 years. But reaching that milestone can be hard, particularly as we've already seen, understaffing has forced many into working mandatory overtime and consistent 6-day weeks, and their options to deal with the stress of that can be limited. For instance, if you want to take an approved antidepressant, you have to step away from being a controller, potentially take unpaid leave, and then be on a stable dose of it for 6 months with no symptoms or side effects before being allowed back to work. If you go see a doctor who finds you're not physically or emotionally qualified, that can result in separation from the service, losing your job, and jeopardising your pension. Consequently, air traffic controllers can avoid seeking help. One side of just how stressful this job is there is a mandatory retirement age of 56. In part because it was determined that mid-50s were the ages in which burnout was likely to occur. But the majority of controllers retire before they even reach that age, which does make sense. You've already seen this is an incredibly difficult job. It's certainly way harder than this job, which is still managing to age me like a banana under a heat lamp. So it should be surprising that controller shortages continue to get worse even as more attention is being paid to the problem. Last year, despite years of ramped up hiring efforts, they managed to let just 36 new controller systems running, as those efforts were effectively negated by attrition, mandatory retirement, and other losses. Look, if you're just short-staffing, that would be bad enough. The controllers could also be forced to deal with antiquated facilities and systems. Remember that old movie about how they kept track of planes on paper strips? Guess how most towers still do it today.
For all the radar and computers they have, the most essential tool for managing individual aircraft is this: a plastic strip.
There's times where you could have 50 of those strips, and that's a way for us to keep them organized, and it's a memory for us, so we use those all the time.
Yeah, they're using the same technology they had in the 50s, and this isn't some charmingly nostalgic field like blacksmithing or magazine journalism. This is fucking aviation. And look, old-fashioned technology can be fine, so long as it works. But the FAA itself has found that a lot of its systems are reaching a breaking point. In 2023, it determined that out of its 138 systems, 51 were unsustainable, and 54 were potentially unsustainable. The head of the Air Traffic Controllers Union even said this month, we have computers, I kid you not, that are based on Windows 95. And here is the head of the major airline trade group explaining the situation to Congress.
It's not subtle. The controllers and technicians got to work with paper strips and floppy disks to operate the national airspace system in the United States. I showed these to some people in my office. They couldn't tell me what they were because they were under 30.
Right. Our technology should at least be up to date enough that young people can recognize it. And by the way, if anyone under 30 is wondering what that thing in his hand is, let me explain. In the old days, computers had little mouths, and they were always hungry, so occasionally you'd feed them tasty squares for breakfast. In return, they'd let you play Oregon Trail. That's pretty much how it works back then. So clearly, we've let a lot of stuff slide. A recent report found there was a $5.3 billion backlog of facility components past their service lives, and that for many of its systems, the FAA is no longer able to obtain spare parts as product lines have been discontinued and manufacturers no longer exist. The FAA is even admitting its resources to buy replacement parts on eBay, and that is clearly not where you should be buying critical equipment. The only things you should be buying from eBay are vintage Radio Shack swag and discarded e-meters from the Church of Scientology. I'm sure you are probably thinking you can't get a real Hubbard Professional Mark 6 e-meter. Those things are super rare, and how do you even know it works? Which I would say, actually, it very much does work. You're wrong about that, and I'm currently measuring 12,500 ohms. Don't suppress me. You're being suppressive right now. Don't suppress me. I'm an amazing human being with untapped potential. As for the facilities themselves, they're not much better. Many towers are now decades old, and controllers have reported issues like elevator malfunction, meaning they had to climb hundreds of stairs to reach the top of the towers, and bees and biting flies harassing controllers who are directing traffic. A government report this year even included this picture of a radar system at one facility being cooled by a rotary fan, which really puts the fan back in the phrase, the shit is hitting them. And frustratingly, Congress pledged to fix these problems nearly 2 decades ago, after controllers raised similar issues like blinding condensation at a tower in Puerto Rico, black mold in Detroit, and a tower in St. Louis dealing with the challenge of bats. To which I say, nope, not at all. The only tower full of bats I ever want to hear about is Perth, Florida's actual bat tower. It was built in 1929 in an effort to quell the out-of-control mosquito population there. The idea being that a tower full of bats would probably eat some of the mosquitoes. It didn't work, by the way, and I'll leave it at that. Except, I actually won't, because you should know that the greater problem was there weren't any bats in Perth, Florida, so to attract something, they decided to build the tower with bat bait. It was just bat guava busted ground-up sex organs of female bats, and according to the building's construction supervisor, it smelled like nothing else on earth. But now, sadly, we really do have to do that. Except we can't, can we? Because you also need to know that it's unclear exactly what happened next. Some say the bats who came immediately left, while others say no bats came at all. But either way, Perth in Florida had a tower full of bats and pussy bush until they stopped filling it with it. Because the guy in charge of making it, and this is true, died, and they didn't know how to do it themselves, which feels weird because the recipe seems pretty simple to me. The point is, not only should we be talking about that war, it is the only thing anyone should be talking about ever. But back in 2007, George W. Bush unveiled something called the Next Generation Air Transportation System, or NextGen. It was supposed to modernize air traffic control by 2025, which is, and this is true, now. So obviously, that didn't happen. In fact, a report 2 years ago found the FAA's budget for new technology had actually shrunk since NextGen was initially announced. And a lot of this is because the FAA is part of discretionary, not mandatory, government spending, meaning it's vulnerable to being caught up in federal budget cuts. So, for example, that academy in Oklahoma City was closed for most of 2013 as a result of sequestration, and closed again in late 2018 during the government shutdown when Trump tried holding the budget hostage to secure funding for his border wall. And it is really hard to plan for any long-term overhaul when the money you need keeps getting pulled out from under you. And when you take all of this together, aging technology, and trunking facilities for the people who are understandably burned out, it is just asking for trouble. Here was a supervisor who was among those who recently took leave from overseeing Newark's airspace, trying to explain that in response to an incredibly obvious question.
Why is that a problem for air traffic controllers to not have properly functioning radar, radios, and backups?
Why is it a problem to not have equipment that works? I'm not really sure how to answer that, because that should be pretty obvious. If that grasp will everything my lawnmower doesn't work, that's a problem. Then I have to use scissors. It's neither here nor there. But yes, equipment not working properly would be a constraint that would cause issues for your guests.
Okay, Senator, that man looks like he's about to pull a quarter out of you here on the Vegas Strip, or like Santa Monica, Miami, every paper nightclub. So that is a kind answer to an absurdly obvious question, and you know he is good at air traffic control because he somehow landed his answer there safely without hurting that reporter's feelings. So what do we do? Well, there have been a lot of ideas floated. Trump's previously suggested prioritising air traffic control, though a congressional research report found no evidence privatisation will be superior to the system we already have. More recently, his Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has been vocal about the need to increase air traffic control staffing. On the plus side, he has, among other things, offered a pay bump to trainees and continued plans started under Biden to expand training beyond that one Oklahoma City facility, which is a good idea. On the downside, he's co-signs Trump's talk about how problems with the FAA were caused by diversity initiatives, tweeting, "We need the best of the brightest, not buzzword DEI hires," which is both racist and utterly divorced from any of the issues at the agency. And while Duffy recently unveiled a new plan for a brand new air traffic control system, standing at a podium reading, "Brand new air traffic control system," and proposed to upgrade our infrastructure in just 3 years, the devil is in the details here. And he hasn't released any specific spending plan or specific milestones to achieve these upgrades. Look, here is the good news. People across the political spectrum agree that we have a problem. The bad news is there aren't going to be quick fixes. This is going to require long-term investment, which is why it would probably be helpful if Congress would make the FAA's facilities and equipment mandatory spending instead of discretionary. That way, officials could plan for investments and avoid getting held hostage the next time Congress fights over budgets. And in the meantime, we need to do everything we can to ramp up hiring of air traffic controllers, because it is critically important work, and it needs to be properly valued. And if we can do that, then hopefully one day we can get to the point where a truly honest recruitment video does not look like this.
Millions take to the skies every day. Behind their safe flights is a hidden world that few ever see. Orchestrating a symphony of aircraft with expertise and precision, air traffic controllers are the guardians of the air.
I love this job.
My entire ship is an adventure from start to finish.
Well, you never know what's coming your way, whether it be emergency landing or radio failure, or the elevator in your 40-year-old tower is out of service and you have to climb 15 flights of stairs, which is chock full of bees for some reason. Just a ton of bees.
You have to stay 3 steps ahead, and then have 9 backup plans to cover those 3 steps. And then have 9 more plans to cover the guy next to you who retired and will never replace. Say they are, they're not going to. Every day they say, "We're getting someone, we're going to," they're not going to.
Despite a lack of investment, decaying infrastructure, and Ronald Reagan, air travel is still the safest way to move around.
My father was an air traffic controller, and I feel a real connection with him here at this job, especially because this is the exact same computer he used. You know, he had to retire because the doctor said he had more ulcer than stomach. But what are you going to do?
A new gear. My supervisor gave me the square. I still don't know what it's for. You wouldn't happen to him. No. No. Nobody.
At the FAA, we're looking for young and enthusiastic people who know how to solve problems.
That's a challenging job, for sure. But what keeps us going is that... Sorry. The power goes out whenever anyone touches the truck. Yeah, there you go. So as I was saying, you know, what's important is that we're valued.
Hey, one plus. We talked about this. I'm sorry, but you want to tell me an air traffic control me while I'm on the toilet? How you want to guide me through it? No, I don't. That's what I thought. Oh shit! The rat is back. The rat is back.
extra lives and instead of NPCs, and it's you and your loved ones with about 15 out of illness.
But do they ever give up? Heck no.
You can be an air traffic controller too. All you need to qualify is 20/20 vision, perfect health, and be up to date on your rating shots. You know, because of all the bats.
I mean, look, I'll say it's 95% boring and routine, and 3% exciting and routine, and 2% holy fuck. No, seriously, holy fuck. So next time you fly, make sure to say thanks to the air traffic controllers, the guardians of the air.
Hey, what are you guys doing? No one else is up here. I'm just on my fucking life. I'm hoping you come out me.
Come on, everybody came down.
Sarah!
Concerns public health. One of the many good reasons to wash your hands. Some do it for the length of 2 happy birthdays or row your boat. Personally, I do it for the length of one. My name is Keith Rock. That feels enough. On the campaign trail, Trump loved to talk about who was put in charge of public health and what that person was then going to do.
Robert F. Kennedy cares more about human beings and health and the environment than anybody. And I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicine.
But even if he wasn't talking about RFK, I don't want the idea of anyone going wild on health. The same way I don't want anyone to go eat shit on water, get wasted on the census, or go full army hammer on agriculture. It sounds bad. Unfortunately, RFK is now the Secretary of Human Services and has indeed gone wild. In the Oregon election, he pushed the slogan MAHA, or Make America Healthy Again, and just a month into his tenure, he made this big announcement.
We're going to streamline HHS.
Yo, Space Fan, hi.
We're going to eliminate an entire outfit of departments and agencies.
I should have checked my window chat immediately when I, whatever, haven't seen it.
He just said, AHA, which is such a dumb name. It's not like a government agency, more like a real estate jargon to describe the neighborhood above Hank Azaria. Not aware that Hank Azaria using any given moment of guess what? Boring AHA. In practice, what that's meant is a radical downsizing of HHS. That same day, Kennedy announced a dramatic restructuring that would shrink the agency to 52,000 employees from 82,000, including about 10,000 layoffs, and another 10,000 people who retired or resigned and now won't be replaced, which is alarming because HHS is an absolutely vital agency handling just like every high-stakes job related to health you could think of. That alphabet soup includes the National Institute of Health, the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, alongside 23 other divisions. Together, they cover around 28% of all federal spending. So these companies can have a huge impact on our day-to-day lives, and no one knows that better than some of the workers who just got fired.
We oversee child welfare. We oversee federally funded temporary assistance to needy families, which is welfare. We oversee federally funded child care, child support enforcement. These are the services that serve the taxpayer, and they are gone. Right now, it's this kind of, someone else. It will impact all of you, the greater company.
I think we're going to have a lot of people die needlessly, honestly.
Yeah. It is pretty alarming to know 5 government employees say we're going to have a lot of people die needlessly, especially while wearing a t-shirt that says, the horrors are never ending. Would you feel any better by talking to family? The bottom of that shirt says, get Tonight, let's talk about public health, what RFKs do, the many ways it'll impact us, and the troubling direction this is all going. Let's start with the sheer scale and chaos of these cuts. They actually began before RFK announced its hard cut, because HHS, like most government agencies, suffered an initial round of DOGE cuts in February, with over 3,600 probationary employees were fired. Around then, there was also a string of other freezes that hampered operations. At one point, DOGE instituted a $1 spending limit on credit cards, meaning researchers couldn't do things like pay for gas for vehicles used to transport patients' blood samples, and in the words of one scientist, we can't order mice. Which is bad, because you don't have to be a scientist to know that lab mice are key parts of research. Because you're pretty sure that the full scientific method goes observation, hypothesis, order a mouse, don't name the mouse, don't get attached to the mouse, experiment, analysis, conclusion, and finally, try because you've got attached to kernel levels. The thing came to be our hard cuts, which were as sudden as they were true. Some federal workers didn't even know they'd been fired until they turned up to work and tried to use their badges to get in. If the light turned green, they still had their job. If it turned red, they didn't. Some guard workers were told to contact an employee named Anita Pinder if they wanted to file a discrimination claim, which was hard to do given she died last year. One former staffer even said this profile was so fucking bad, I had multiple officials asking me if I thought this was an April Fool's joke, because on top of everything else, this happened on April 1st, which has been the most confusing April Fool's Day ever, second only to the one in 1945 when US troops landed on the shores of Okinawa, and the Japanese troops were like, wait, is this an April Fool's thing? And the Americans were like, nah, it's actually World War II, and the Japanese were like, oh, right, it's just confusing because of the date. The Americans were like, hang on, you guys do April Fool's Day too, and that's how World War II ended. Initially insisted that these buttons made for efficiency, that nothing important was being lost, but it soon became clear some crucial stuff had been decoded, and he didn't know about it.
It was like 150 pages of cuts that I actually went through. I was an English detail, which surprised me a lot, but I'll give you, for example, about $750,000 of the university position of grant into Atlas tried to do this cut. Did you know that? I didn't know that. It's something that we look at. There's a number of studies that were cut that came to our attention and that did not deserve to be cut, and we reinstated them. Our purpose is not to reduce any level of scientific research that's important.
It's not great, but that's how he's finding out. The health secretary shouldn't be learning what he just did, like some guy at a bachelor party being told what happened the night before. Do you remember when you spoke French? Well, then you pissed on the grave, fucked the pipe crack, and cut $750,000 in research money for kids' diabetes. You went wild. But the record, simply reinstating stuff isn't as easy as he's making it sound there. Some studies, what's disrupted, can't just be restarted. So that's already infuriating before you hear him trying to justify whether cutting off the wrong studies or stuff is actually.
Wouldn't it have been better, or was thought given to, say, before filing it, going through and saying, what is that job? What is that? Line by line by line, and saying, I think that person's job maybe needed, this algorithm, another approach, and it's the approach that has been outspoken for 60 years. Because it takes too long. It takes too long. It takes too long.
Okay, so the question he was asked there boiled down to, do you think you should have figured out what you were cutting before you cut it? And his answer was no, which is not good. The rules for restructuring HHS should be the same as the rules for a BRICS. It is crucially important to know exactly what you are cutting. Speed is just not the most important thing. And it's one thing to hear about that in theory. It's another to see how these cuts are playing out. So let's start with the National Institute of Health. Its research and funding are key reasons why the human genetic code was deciphered. Hepatitis C was discovered, the AIDS virus was isolated, and the first drug to treat it was discovered, and it's where the basic research that helped lead to the COVID vaccines was done. It is by far the world's largest public funder of biomedical research, and in particular, the largest funder of cancer research. The NIH has been called the crown jewel of American science, which, if anything, is understating it, because it's clearly better than a crown jewel. Those things don't really do much, aside from the dazzle of puppy hat that we occasionally balance on top of a collection manufacture of recessive genes. The NIH, however, is really important, but it's now in trouble because within weeks of Trump taking office, it stopped considering new grant applications entirely, which instantly scored about 16,000 of them. It then announced hundreds of existing grants would be terminated, many seemingly including terms like minorities, transgender, AIDS, and vaccine hesitancy. In fact, they reportedly cut about $750 million in HIV-targeted grants alone. And while that is clearly bad enough, all research is now thrown, especially because, in addition to these cuts, this administration has a disastrous new proposal to cap what are sometimes called indirect research costs. Here's a Doge guy in a group interview with Elon explaining the rationale.
So if I take NIH as an example, today, if you're an NIH researcher and you get a $100 grant at your university, today you get to spend 60 of that, and your university spends 40 of that. The policy that we're proposing to make is that you get to spend 85 of that, and your university spends 15. So that's more money going directly to the scientists who are discovering new cures.
Set aside the fact that group looks like a mutual choir of orphans businessmen. What he just said there is extremely misleading. For starters, indirect costs don't come out of grants to researchers, they're issued on top of them. Essentially, right now, if you get $100 to fund your research, your university gets an additional $40. And it's not ideal, but he doesn't seem to know that. Especially as under this new plan, that $40 would be capped at $15, which is a real problem because that money goes to cover costs that make research possible, like buildings, utilities, lab equipment, animal caretakers, and other support staff. As one expert pointed out, if you're going to use mice for your experiment, you actually need a mouse facility. Which does make sense. You cannot have your lab mice commute into work, however adorable that might turn out to be. And scientists will tell you, capping those expenses at 15% of the grant is a requirement that will make it functionally impossible for them to do high-quality work. Here is one scientist explaining what it would mean for his research on pneumonia.
If there are no indirect costs flowing, we can't keep the computers running, we can't keep the computers running, we can't do the science that we're doing. If we're supposed to work without buildings, without computers, without centrifuges, there's no way to get that done from someone else.
Right. It should go without saying, but scientists need buildings and computers. Maybe they can get by without centrifuges. I guess Carl can spin around pretty fast, but you know what? I actually think they're going to need those too. The point is, you wouldn't ask a research scientist to do their job without a computer or lab equipment the same way you wouldn't ask a Doge employee to do their job without an iron deficiency and a deep-seated conviction that they're the smartest boy in the world. They need that for work. But the attacks on research don't end there. There've also been wholesale attacks against institutions across the country, and not just at Ivy League schools we might have heard about, but also flagship state schools in places like Florida, Georgia, Ohio, Nebraska, and Texas, which is very bad because virtually all of modern medicine relies to some degree on research that is supported by federal dollars. Interestingly, the same day as those mass layoffs, NIH published a paper about a breakthrough in using a person's own immune cells to fight gastrointestinal cancers, which is absolutely amazing. Fortunately, 2 patients' treatments using that therapy have already had to be delayed due to these cuts, and that is just one example of many. As one Alzheimer's researcher put it, disruptions delay discovery. And it's impossible to know how many breakthroughs have already been delayed or that may now never happen. Well, this is all supposed to be done in the name of saving money. I want to point out a recent report found every dollar of research funded by NIH delivers $2.56 in economic activity. And not that we should be investing in health research purely for economic gain, but it is still worth noting that that kind of return on investment would make the sharks on Shark Tank shitting their Eames chairs. And so far, I've just been talking about the NIH, but RFA also oversees the FDA, where the cuts range from communication specialists who alert to the public to urgent safety recalls, to veterinary division specialists who are investigating bird flu transmission. So now it's going to be much harder to get answers to important questions that you may have about bird flu, like is it in milk, or is my pet vulnerable, or got big bird 2 weeks ago and now I've got sore throat, do I need to get tested? Okay, also now oversees the CDC, and cuts there range from the firing of all 20 members of the office focused on Alzheimer's awareness and prevention to the shutting of the lab to track STIs, meaning the US has apparently just lost its ability hospital, Fergie performing the national anthem. Not, hey, look out everyone, Turbo Gonorrhea is on the loose and it is pissed. And the thing is, the impact of attacks like that are like far beyond the CDC. Just like Wisconsin, where they've been dealing with a burgeoning lead paint problem in schools in Milwaukee. They've already had to close 4 of them for cleanup, and normally a city can lean on the federal government to help in responding to lead contamination. But not right now.
Milwaukee health officials turning to the federal government for assistance.
To see that all of our partners at the CDC having their goals pretty difficult.
Toritis received a CDC response saying, quote, "My entire division was eliminated today." 2 days later, the health department received another follow-up email saying, quote, "I sincerely regret to inform you that due to the complete loss of our lead program, we will be unable to support you." The move leaving the health department without any federal guidance.
So right now you do not have any contact with the CDC when it comes to lead poisoning?
Correct.
Has that ever happened before?
That is awful. And the CDC's responses there showed some superhuman restraint. My entire division was eliminated, and I sincerely regret to inform you we'll be unable to support you, only when we give enough version of what I'm pretty sure they wanted to say, which is, our shit just got rocked. And fuck off, because your shit's about to get rocked too. Now, our players since then, it is now classic style that we take mistakes, we're going to admit it, and we're going to remedy it, and then eliminating that lead program was one of the mistakes. But as of right now, that has not been done. And the thing is, even if it had, I doubt you'd even know about it. It seems that he only finds out what's going on in this agency whenever he appears on an episode of This Bitch Brings Receipts. And that's not even getting into the fact that HHS has also probably counted more than $12 billion in grants to states for their health services. And while some states are fighting that in court, in many cases, the damage has already been done. In Minnesota, their health department was contemplating using more than $220 million in previously approved funding. And they warned they may now have slow response times to infectious disease outbreaks, which is bad enough before you know it. The cuts can even compromise their Team D. Now, what is Team D, you ask? It's Team Diarrhea, a group of public health students who interview people who had diarrhea to track food poisoning outbreaks. I love that name so very much because straight to the point. If someone calls and says, "Hi, I'm from Team Diarrhea," you don't say, "And what is this regarding?" Because you know things are about to get perfect. You're about to talk about force and viscosity with a stranger. Team Diarrhea is the best teammate to the incident of the softball team on Law and Order SVU, who is literally called Sex Drops. Sex Drops is still number one, but Team Diarrhea is a close second. And that's the impact on a big health department. If smaller rural communities losing even relatively small amounts of money can be devastating. The head of mental health initiative in Canada said after losing around $50,000 in federal funds. That is nothing to the federal government, but it is massive to this agency. And it is massive to the people we serve. And I am still not done. Because HHS grants also have support programs that might not immediately come to mind from this one, which provides things like heating and cooling assistance for more than 6 million low-income families, to public services like Meals on Wheels. Now, Meals on Wheels, they get funding from the administration for community living, and nearly 50% of the staff there was just terminated. One of those people actually tried to confront Indiana Senator Jim Banks about the past, and it didn't go well.
I was a worker at HHS. I was fired illegally on February 14th. There were many people who are not getting social service programs, especially people with disabilities. So if you can do anything to stop what's happening, that would be really interesting. I deserved it, but it's I deserved it. Wow. Yeah, that's great to hear. Why did I quit? Because you seem like a fun.
Oh, fuck! Oh! All else aside, do you even know what a clown is? Can you imagine how disappointed people feel As we talked about before, he has some extreme views on public health, although in his confirmation hearings, he tried hard to distance himself from them, pushing the idea that if confirmed, he'd steer away from his controversial views on things like vaccines and instead prioritise health and wellness.
Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed? We will make sure our tax dollars support healthy goals. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies. We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS accountable to the President, the Congress, and to the American people.
Yeah, that was his pitch. Which doesn't make sense, does it? It would probably be harder to get confirmed if he admitted that he's a rabid conspiracy theorist, or among other things that suggested psychiatric drugs make more school shootings, that Anthony Fauci was engaged in a historic coup attack against Western democracy, insisting that he won't take side on what happened on 9/11, and since he tempted to go barefoot on an airplane. That is true. He took off his shoes and socks, but wait for it, a trip to the bathroom. Here is a photo of it, and I know. I literally just said 9/11 out loud, but I dragging his Lauren Socks free-range piggies through first class is literally the worst thing to ever happen in American airspace. But regardless, that whole I just care about America's development appeals to a lot of skeptics at that hearing, and he even won over Senator Bill Cassidy, a medical doctor who previously expressed concerns about Kennedy's stance on vaccines. And I know there are some out there who still think, well, RFK's weird about vaccines, but he knows a lot about health-related issues. But you would be surprised by just how wildly wrong he can be when he is spouting alarming, official-sounding statistics.
We are 4.2% of the world's population. We buy 70% of the pharmaceutical drugs, or 15% of American youth and California, Adderall, or some other ADHD medication. I was a kid, I would say this. The typical pediatrician has seen uncased diabetes in his lifetime. At age 1 out of every 3 kids walks in his office store. 20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic.
So here's the thing. All the numbers you just heard him say are bullshit. Americans don't buy 70% of the drugs on Earth. We buy around 6%. 15% of American youth aren't on ADHD meds. Estimates put it closer to 5%. 1 in 3 kids don't have diabetes. It's actually 0.35%, or 1 in 285 kids. And the rate of diabetes in China is roughly 12%, not, as I think you already know, 50%. Half of all the people in China do not have diabetes. And look, we've asked our researchers to fact check some dumb shit before on this show. Last year, we literally emailed JD Varsity to ask, has Senator Vance ever had sex with a cow? And has Senator Vance ever had sex with any other furniture or household item? But we're still asking that because we're the local diabetes expert this week and asking, do half the people in China have diabetes? And we started getting a bunch of versions of no, and one response from a doctor that called Kennedy's statement ludicrous, adding, these stats might be related to the worm in his brain. But we can get key information about problems that wrong, we're probably going to fuck up any attempt at a solution. And that's probably the biggest issue with Kennedy's approach, because all his loud talk of making America healthy again, some of the cuts he's overseen are going to do the exact opposite of that. He's already made a big show this week of claiming he'd eliminate 8 guys from foods like Fruit Loops, which, fine. He's been much quieter about his decision to fire everyone at the CDC's Office of Smoking and Health, even though smoking remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease. As one former head of that agency has said, shutting down is the greatest gift to the tobacco industry in the last half-century. With another former worker saying, if you're really worried about the ingredients in cereal, wait until you find out about the thousands of chemicals that are contained in cigarettes. And exactly, just ask the Trix Rabbit. He smoked 3 packs a day for the last 30 years. He was just diagnosed with lung cancer. And he wasn't eating Trix to do it. He has 3 months to live. He's gonna die. In fact, all RFK self-promotion has been a scourge of Big Pharma and Big Food. He has just taken a buzzsaw to the regulatory monitoring agency whose job it was to keep them in line. And yet, there is one area where he is flooding attention and resources, despite it being the area that he had promised he'd stay away from, and that is sowing doubt about vaccines. He pushed out the top vaccine regulator at the FDA, who Frank Kennedy's been requested to turn over data on cases of brain swelling and deaths caused by the measles vaccine, something that was hard to do since, as he pointed out, that data doesn't exist because there have been no such confirmed cases in the US. That is not all. Kennedy's also been making some very bold policies like this.
We launch a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic. We'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So folks, there is no autism epidemic. There are autism diagnoses for people who are autistic, and it is people. To claim you're going to get a definitive answer to something that people have been studying for decades by September. Almost as bold as admitting to dumping a bare corpse in Central Park. Your daughter telling you why you've decapitated the guy with a chainsaw, and yet still having the audacity to make a highlight reel on Instagram that simply says, "Animals, keep their fucking name out of your fucking mouth." Most people agree. The vast majority of the rising autism diagnosis is due to there being more research, better awareness, and more access for people to get an accurate diagnosis. That is what can happen when you put time and money into health services. But RFK has persisted in treating the rising diagnoses as a tragedy, and the way he talks about autistic people in general can be utterly dehumanizing.
Autism destroys families, but more importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, the tribe children. These are kids who will never pay taxes, they'll never hold a job, they'll never play baseball, they'll never ride a car, they'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet on a system. And we are doing things for our children. And I need to go back to it. Fuck you.
It is true. When you are so forced to any semblance of humanity that paying taxes is your first example of a fulfilling life. It makes it possible that most parents don't actually hold their newborn baby for the first time and say, "There's my future taxpayer." I can't fight that you get your first $10.99 and therefore have any value as a human being. And to be clear, lots of autistic people can do the things RFK listed there. In fact, Marianne Eloise, an autistic poet, responded to those remarks with, "I would love to read RFK's poetry if we could share it," adding, "I am not familiar with his work." But also, even if someone can't play baseball or write a poem or needs assistance using the toilet, they're still a person. And their life still has dignity and value. And as autistic advocates and journalists have noted, if Kennedy actually wanted to improve their lives, there are things he could be prioritising from research into how autistic people die needlessly from epilepsy episodes to fixing up onerous systems to provide around-the-clock care services. You know, the sort of programs he's been taking a fucking hatchet to. So yeah, there are good reasons to have doubts about RFK's plan to tackle autism, even before you know who he's bringing into health. Because among those he's turning to is David Dye. He's a long-term vaccine skeptic who Kennedy recently hired to head a study of immunisations and autism. Dye and his dad, sitting here, normal talking, telling each other, "I love you." I've published papers bringing vaccines increase the risk of autism, something that has been thoroughly debunked, as we've already walked through at length before on this show. Much of their research has been conducted in what his dad called a world-class lab, every bit as good as anything at NIH, but apparently it was in his house, in a room that had wall-to-wall carpeting and wood paneling. Here is the children in that whole lab, so no red flags there, just two regular dudes knocking out experiments, all looks like a 1970s Jack Shack. And they conclude to being shockingly transparent bullshit. Guy's dad was often called to testify. In court, and over the years, judges called his testimony, among other things, intellectually dishonest and at best negligent, if not a fraud on the court. In fact, by the time he died, his medical licenses had been suspended or revoked in at least 10 states. As for his son, that is luckily not a concern, because in fact, he was disciplined by Maryland regulators for practicing medicine without a license. And what I do not the pictures to run the nation for an inquiry into vaccines and autism. I'm assuming playing doctor for a while before getting caught isn't one of them. Not only is he not a doctor, he doesn't even play one on TV. Now more than ever, this is literally just some fucking guy. And you're thinking, this is all going to end badly. It's already heading there. As you undoubtedly know, measles is currently gripping across the country. As of taping, it is spread to at least 30 states, which is obviously bad because it can cause pneumonia, swelling of the brain, and 1 or 2 deaths per 1,000 people. So far, 3 people died, 2 of them children, meaning the country's now seen the first pediatric measles death in 22 years. And RFK's response has been a long way from ideal. He initially called the outbreak not unusual, which it very much is. And even when he wrote an op-ed acknowledging the benefits of the MMR vaccine, he made sure to say that the decision to vaccinate is a personal one, and he has been practically pushing alternative theories and remedies.
While Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the vaccine does protect children against measles, he also touts vitamin A as an effective therapy, writing in an op-ed last week. Vitamin A can dramatically reduce measles mortality.
What is the cure for measles? Cure for measles is chicken soup and vitamin A. Okay, first, chicken soup is not a cure for anything. It is something the author parents trick their kids into eating by saying they'll make them feel better, and that is only because the only way to get a child to eat anything is just to like to them. Stop to eat broccoli all the time. Apples make you jump high. Santa Claus made these eggs, and if you don't eat them, he will kill himself. Kids believe in rubbish, and apparently so will the head of the nation's health services. While that clip was from a few years ago, Kennedy is still pushing vitamin A as a measles treatment, which seems to have had consequences given multiple children in West Texas have been treated with vitamin A toxicity stemming from at-home attempts to treat measles, and all the while, Kennedy's funding cuts have hampered states' ability to mitigate this outbreak. Vaccination efforts in multiple states have been cancelled, including in places like Dallas, which had to cancel 50 vaccination clinics, including events specifically targeting schools with low immunization rates, proving once and for all that the city of Dallas and anyone from the Kennedy family simply do not mix well. And it's not just measles, whooping cases are also soaring right now, and multiple people have died of it in recent months, including 2 infants. The CDC has also been tracing an outbreak of hepatitis in Florida, but their lab that tests samples was just shut down, even though the kind of genetic tracing it performs is not conducted by any other lab in the US or indeed the world. And on top of all that, as we mentioned, there are currently real concerns about bird flu spreading among wildlife and its potential to spread among humans. That would be a total disaster. This Colorado veterinarian has been sounding alarm about bird flu for a while now, and she's only getting more concerned.
We have enough information about how this virus is spreading.
I would say today no. At present, we're given a stick, and they put a blindfold on us, and we're set into a gunfight. And we're losing. We're losing.
Well, that is terrifying. And I really hope the worst case scenario doesn't happen here, for no other reason I so badly do not want to get stuck in that white void again. Slowly losing my mind while talking to myself and occasionally a passive aggressive face that seems to hate me. Don't send me back in there. The point is, these are just some of the consequences. The damage that radiates out from the wholesale gutting of HHS is only going to compound over time. We talked to Dr. Georges Bench, Executive Director of the American Public Health Association, not a man given to hyperbole. And he told us, when you go to a restaurant, I cannot guarantee that the food you're going to eat is safe. And if there's a foodborne outbreak, I cannot guarantee there's going to be a mechanism to come in and do the investigative work to understand how we got sick. I can't tell you that if there's a train derailment tomorrow, there'll be an entity that can come in and assess both in short and long term what your exposure to toxic materials is. If there is an Ebola outbreak, we will not have the capacity, federal, state or local, to get our hands around it quickly enough. It was a really uplifting conversation. I'm not saying that our system is perfect before this. Over the years, we've done multiple stories about shortcomings in various parts of HHS, but our solution is always it needs to be strengthened. And not, here's a good idea, let's cut its budget and put a dipshit screaming aha in charge. But unfortunately, it feels right now we're all about to get a harsh lesson what each part of our public health system does as it gets taken away. Which is all about finding out what each of your organs does as someone removed them one by one. I'll be honest, in the course of working on this piece, we called a lot of people who would either work for these agencies or rely on them. Sometimes there were people who talked to lots of times over the years on various stories. They include many doctors and scientists who are, by profession, not alarmists. They can be endearingly and sometimes annoyingly measured in everything that they say, but they've been utterly shattered by the last few months. When we started making calls after the election, they sounded alarmed, but they were still holding up judgment, saying, well, let's just see how this goes. But more recently, those same people have been telling us flat out, this is a disaster. People will die because the mistakes were made from right now. That means that the APFJ, which has been on a statement of Reading Park, as a physician, I pledge to first do no harm and to speak up when I see harm being done by others. Secretary Kennedy is a danger to the public's health and should resign or be fired. Look, I am not a physician or a scientist, despite admittedly looking like the child of Dr. Francis Honeydew and being of the Muppets, but I completely agree. RFK needs to go, and by impeachment if necessary. To the extent any senator like Bill Cassidy willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I still cannot believe that they thought they could do that. That grace period is emphatically over because too much damage has already been done. This is a man who is clearly in way over his worm-riddled head. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know who he's fired. He doesn't even know how many diabetic people there are in China. If that wasn't bad enough, he's currently spreading dangerous nonsense with nothing life-saving research, all while bringing in a faceless quack. RFK in this job is dangerous. In fact, if I quote every single passenger in the cabin of his ill-advised, twist-footed walkabout, there is something deeply wrong with this guy, and we need to stop it before he makes us all fucking sick. We're actually going to start with our main story, which concerns Trump's relationship with the press. It's always been antagonistic. This week, we got yet another reminder when he was asked a perfectly reasonable question about reports that he planned to accept a luxury jet from Qatar.
Why the same people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it on NBC? Why not only NBC? You know, let me tell you, we should be embarrassed for asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. And they give it to the Department of Defense. And you should know better. Because you can embarrass them up and so as your network. The network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster.
That is pretty hostile, though I actually agree that ABC should be embarrassed. Just not for that entirely legitimate question, but the fact that as of taping, they still haven't renewed Dr. Odyssey for season 2. What the fuck are you doing, ABC? It's sexy AR on a boat. It's the best with sharks. It's got. I'm not even going to try to beat their tagline on this. Big Deck Energy. It's pilot episode alone. If we took a water slide injury, someone overdosing on shrimp, and this.
What drove Mr. Harrington? Your bone?
Are you not entertained? How is ABC news shows like The Rookie and Bill Trent, whose premise is apparently just, despite being dyslexic, he's become a special agent in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation? What? They haven't really the only show brave enough to answer the question, what if sick but boat? I shouldn't tell you that the other show. The show talking about the rookies returning for its premise-defying 8th season. I don't think the any of these members were sticking around to find out if their favourite characters will or won't Trent. What I'm saying is, ABC for Philippines on since 1997, and Dr. Hart both distilling their value of disgrace. ABC, your network is a disaster. The problem is, Trump clearly only likes when people are nice to him in the press. Not one of the things he says and does, the way he says and does them is, in his opinion, being mean. Back in his first campaign, he attacked journalists constantly, calling Jay Tapper, Ray Tapper, Maggie Haberman, Maggot Hagerman, and Katie Turner, crazy little cages out of the dog in the 1970s and discontinued for giving children lead poisoning. But in the second time, Trump's administration escalated those attacks on the press from making it easier to subpoena journalists' records to detaining a Tufts University student Archie co-authored an op-ed on Gaza, Trump calling for Republicans to defund NPR and PBS, calling them radical left monsters that so badly hurt our country. And in March, he even went to the DOJ to issue this chilling announcement.
I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about their political arms of the Democrat Party, and in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal, and it has to stop. It has to be illegal.
Okay, what the press does has to be illegal. It's obviously extremely bad, but I also want to talk about that 97.6% real quick, because I'm genuinely surprised that he knew that made-up number would sound more authentic if he added a decimal point. A decimal just feels more like a real number, even if it is. If I tell you 20% of Taco Bell ground beef is actually more, so like, no way, number's too round. But if I say 21.6% is false, you'd be like, he couldn't make up a number that specific. Now, to be clear, I wouldn't say either of those numbers though, because we all know that the real number is significantly higher, but apparently, legally, I can't say that, so I won't. And unfortunately, even as Trump's aggression has gone up, some owners of press outlets have gotten more submissive. During Trump's first term, a lot of outlets positioned themselves as fierce watchdogs for truth, the Washington Post. Critics adopted the slogan, democracy dies in darkness. But this time, even before the election, they seemed noticeably gentle. The Post owner, Jeff Bezos, killed the paper's endorsement of Kamala Harris. He also ordered that its op-ed page focus purely on the importance of personal liberties and free markets. Bezos has seemingly gone out of his way to cozy up to Trump, with his company paying $40 million to license a documentary on Melania, the most Amazon has ever spent on a documentary, and even standing behind Trump at his inauguration. And come on, that's not just bending the knee, that's bending both knees, arching your back and relaxing your hose. Bezos is the only media owner making notable concessions.
The billionaire owner of the Los Angeles Times has reportedly asked the paper's editorial board to, quote, take a break from writing about President-elect Donald Trump. Patrick Sojourn has reportedly required editors to send in the text of every editorial and the name of its writer before publishing.
That is pretty chilling. And as for taking a break from writing about Trump, to be clear, I also don't want to hear about it all the time. I don't love that I'm talking about it right now, especially when I could be talking about the recent headline, Ohio police find raccoon holding lead pipe during traffic stop, which was already good enough until they made it even better, pointing out when an officer took the pipe away, the raccoon pulled out another. Pulled out another? From where? You don't think I want to talk about this raccoon with multiple lead pipes? There's 25 solid minutes, of course I do, but I can't because even as threats to the free press seem to be on the rise, resistance to them seems to be waning, and in some corners, to a worrying extent. So given that tonight, let's talk about Trump and the press, how he's trying to reshape his country, the levels of power he's using to threaten them, and how we should be responding. Let's start with, if not the most important, the most visible sign that things have changed, the White House press corps. Back in February, the White House picked a high-profile call with the Associated Press for the dumbest imaginable reason. You might remember, after taking office, Trump announced that he renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, while some outlets started using the new name, the AP didn't, which led to them being banned from the Oval Office. Something Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt justified like this.
If we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is.
Okay, to you maybe, but not to everyone. I think AP pointed out it has clients all over the world, and lots of them still use the term the Gulf of Mexico. So it's not as simple as you're making out there, especially because it can take time for people to adjust to a stupid name change, sometimes hypothetically. Before we can even get used to one dumb name, some genius comes along and only makes it dumber, then somehow it gets dumber still, and then against all the odds, somehow it becomes even worse before inexplicably going back to the stupid thing it was before. tell me what to do. I'm not going to do it if you want it. Let's wait. When you thought waiting me off would be a good way to stop me from doing it, but on the other hand, how can a company be that smart when they're the same people that came up with so many stupid fucking names? After illegal patents, the White House began allowing the AP back into the Oval Office. As you just saw, with that ABC reporter, other traditional outlets are still allowed access to the president primarily so that he can shit on them. But increasingly, he is managing to get the sycophantic questions he prefers. And even you haven't noticed that. He definitely has.
What has made you machine so effective in finding, locating, apprehending, reporting, and finding people in my I love this guy. I wish that people would ask questions like that. Are you thinking those just how in touch they are with American people? President gave us 9% of what was approved of the initiative. I love it because not only did I have a reform here, everything you worry for the president I'm on here on outbreak the disease of the people. I love this guy. More than I know. That's really good. I appreciate that.
That is pretty humiliating, not just because I love this guy, whoever the hell that is. It's almost definitely how Donald Trump opened a toast at Eric's wedding. But it's not a coincidence that Trump's been getting more flattering questions because the White House has recently let far-right news outlets and influencers into press events. A recent review of briefings found that 4 of the 5 reporters that have called on most were from right-wing outlets. She's also added a seat for new media, and the person in that seat is always called on first. Leading the press room now features people like Cara Castronova, who works for Lindell TV, an internet news network backbone by the Live Pillow Company, who asks questions like this.
Would you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before. And then over here, we did 8 years ago, I'm sure everybody didn't seem to agree. He's working out without a candidate, and is eating less than office.
That is an actual question. A White House reporter asked, and everything about that is unsettling. In fact, she was essentially asking, the president's looking hotter than ever, right? To the absolutely cursed smile of that ghostly twin president, holding business Malfoy offering behind her. And you can all see him too, right? Please tell me you can see him. And when she was asked to spell out her approach to journalism, it didn't go great.
You are a Trump fan, right?
Yes, I'm definitely a supporter of President Trump.
So would you be able to hold him to account?
I will be able to hold 100% into account. I'm sure things that will happen that I disagree with, and I have said plenty of times, on record when I disagree with positioning.
So far in this administration you disagreed with?
I'm not going to, let me put some thought into that for a second. I'm just overwhelmed with how well I perceive things to be going.
What? I'm just overwhelmed with how well I perceive things to be going. That sounds nice like what a White House correspondent should be saying to a reporter. All right, so you say for the acquaintance to have coffee before crying in your car for an hour. And look, stopping the press room in some house would be bad enough, but that's just one of the ways the White House has found to fund the scale of its coverage. Another has been attempting to weaponize the FCC. Historically, it's at least pretended to be an independent commission, but that is now changing fast under its new chair, Brendan Carr. Trump elevated him to run the commission almost immediately after the election, and Carr made no secret of what he was going to do.
I want to start by expressing my thanks and appreciation again to President Trump and to congratulate him again on his historic election victory. For me, as I go forward, the first thing is to get together with the president's team, make sure that I 100% understand his agenda. After all, it's going to be his administration, it's his agenda that he's pushing.
Okay, but that's not what your job is supposed to be. You never want to hear something as obsequious as that coming from someone in a role that's supposed to be independent. For the same reason, you don't see an NBA rep wearing one of the team's uniforms, or a Supreme Court justice wearing an insurrection flag outside of his house. Hypothetically, of course, you understand. And Trump does seem deep in the tank for the president. Trump supporters have celebrated this image of him wearing a Donald Trump pin, and after the Hollywood Reporter published an article titled Trump's media pitbull is off the leash, that included this horrifying picture of Carr as a pitbull, he tweeted it saying, "What? One past FCC commissioner said, I'm about as worried as I can be about the future of the FCC. I would say part of the most ideological Car's stewardship of the FCC has also been part of a new squeeze Trump's been putting on the networks with the FCC on one side and lawsuits on the other. Here is how it works. The FCC has the ability to regulate the broadcast licenses of local TV and radio stations. The big networks each own a bunch of those. CBS, for instance, owns all of these. And while the FCC revoking a license is incredibly hard, what it can do is make it very hard for networks to sell those stations, which, given the frequency of media mergers and acquisitions, can be a real problem. So, networks now have that threat hanging over them, while at the same time Trump is applying legal pressure by filing lawsuits to put them on the defensive. It is pretty blatant. Trump files a lawsuit demanding money at the same time his FCC starts making movies that plans to make that company's life unpleasant. So, the network's second in hopes it'll keep Trump happy and get everyone off their back, and maybe they think twice about the tone of their coverage in the future. Right now, CBS is caught in this exact squeeze, largely rising from a 60-minute segment to their just before the election, featuring an interview with Kamala Harris, which Trump maintains was misleadingly edited. He has sued the network in a lawsuit First Amendment lawyers have called frivolous and dangerous and ridiculous joke. And to understand just how true that is, it's worth looking at the specifics here. Very basic. It involves Harris's answer to a question about Gaza, and here is Trump's version of what happened.
They took Kamala's answer, which was a crazy answer, a horrible answer, and they took the whole answer out and they replaced it with something else she said later on in the interview, which wasn't a great answer, but it wasn't like the first one. The first was grossly incompetent. It was weird. And that was fraud and election interference by their news magazine, a big part of CBS News.
Okay, so Trump's theory is that CBS secretly replaced Harris's answer to a question to get her to win the presidency, and straight away, complaining about that is a bit like accusing me of hiding the secrets of my skincare routine. One, I don't have one, and two, even if I did, it doesn't matter, because it's not like it worked, did it? But it's worth knowing the only reason he's aware of that weird part is that it aired in a promo for that 60-minute interview on Face the Nation. So CBS aired it. They weren't trying to hide anything. If you're curious, here are the two versions. Here is what aired on Face the Nation.
It seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
That is a pretty shitty answer. It's like you're trying to express a thought in English but with French grammar. It's not like someone just shook her away and yelled, Israel! So, Trump was not wrong. That was bad. But here's the supposedly much better answer that 60 Minutes aired that night.
It seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
I guess that sounds slightly more coherent, but they are both fundamentally celebrations of prepositional phrases and the passive voice. In both, she is talking like a high schooler trying to hit the word count. The letter of Scarlet, worn by Esther Prynne in the novel The Scarlet Letter, written by Nathaniel Hawthorne, published in 1850, symbolises shame and punishment symbolically. And the underlying fact is the two answers seem to be broadly saying the same amount of absolute nothing about the same topic, which isn't surprising because under pressure from the FCC, CBS actually released the full transcript of the interview. It turns out this is her full answer to the question she was asked about Israel. This is what aired on Face the Nation. This is what aired on 60 Minutes. So the network didn't take her whole answer out and replace it with something from later in the interview, as Trump claimed. They basically aired both halves of a single answer, and that's sort of editing decision. The Time War currently happens on TV all the time. As some people pointed out, Bobby Lashley and Fox actually massaged a Trump hit, because in the version that they initially aired, this was the exchange.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, clearly. Okay then. That is a firm, unequivocal answer. And at that point, they cut away to the next question. But when they later had a longer clip from that interview, it became clear that his full answer played out a little different.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, clearly.
because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff, and there's a lot of phony stuff for that whole world.
Yeah, in one version, Trump's answer was edited down, and people who saw that missed out on the fuller context of watching his thought process go in real time from the course. They should absolutely release the file. People deserve to know the truth. Oh, wait, you mean that? Epstein? Oh, yeah, you can't believe everything that you read about people. The point is, CBS engaged in a pretty standard practice of editing the interview for length and clarity. Nevertheless, Trump sued the fraud, demanding $20 billion in damages. And CBS initially fought back, calling the claims completely without merit, and saying that they intended to vigorously defend against the lawsuit, which makes sense, as legal experts have called it baseless and an easy victory for CBS. But here's the thing. While that lawsuit was going on, the FCC began investigating the network of the claims engaged in news distortion with the interview, and that is a problem for CBS, especially as its parent company Paramount is currently in the middle of a massive merger with Skydance Media, and as I mentioned earlier, transferring its broadcast licenses will require FCC approval, and it can sit on that approval indefinitely. That may well be why Shari Redstone, Paramount's controlling shareholder, said she favours settling it. She and Paramount have also apparently indicated to 60 Minutes they were very interested to know the segments the show was going to be running on Trump for the rest of the season, which feels like a big overstep. Bill Owens, the head of 60 Minutes, actually resigned in the wake of that, saying it's become clear he would not be allowed to make independent decisions at the show, all of which makes it pretty galling that just a few years ago, Shari Redstone chaired an event for Sue Beecher, a group that defends press freedom around the world, and had the nerve to position herself as a defender of a free press.
It is truly an honor to be here representing Paramount Global and the thousands of hardworking journalists at CBS News who fight every day for the freedom and integrity of the press. The honorees in this room are living embodiments of these values. They remind us that press freedom is never guaranteed, that it must constantly be defended, and that it often comes at a significant cost, both personal and professional.
Wow, powerful words about the need to defend press freedom at any cost, from someone who seemed to stop doing that as soon as there was a financial one to her. And that kind of undercuts the strength of her statement. Imagine FDR saying the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, only to flip the fuck out after he saw her above. It undermines his point. And maybe Redstone's calculation that she just gives Trump what he wants now, he'll back down. But I seriously doubt that. Just look at what happened to ABC. They settled a defamation lawsuit with Trump in December over how Jewish Stephanopoulos characterized the Eugene Carroll verdict, paying $15 million to Trump's private foundation for his presidential museum, despite experts saying ABC might well have won at trial. But since then, Carl's FCC accused ABC for more concessions, like threatening its broadcast license over Disney's DEI practices. And look, as bad as these examples are, you at least might already be aware of. There are fights happening at the local level that aren't getting nearly the same degree of attention, but that are just as worrying. Take a look at what Carl's FCC is doing to KCBS, a San Francisco radio station. Very basic. On the afternoon of January 26th, a local community group made this post to Facebook concerning ICE agents being spotted in the area. A city council member also posted about the ICE activities. At around 3:40 p.m, the community group posted that ICE had left, and around 2 hours after that, KCBS ran a story about it in the classic debate tone that every radio news broadcast had.
San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan and Councilmember Peter Ortiz confirmed today that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are currently carrying out an operation on the east side of town. The county's response network says agents in San Jose were in unmarked vehicles, including a black Dodge Durango, a gray Nissan Maxima, and white Nissan truck. ICE agents were also reported outside a residence on South White and Toll Roads, and officers were reportedly at the target on King and Story roads.
Okay, first, that is a remarkably soothing voice. For a news report describing something as alarming as ICE agents in unmarked vehicles, it's like listening to a YouTube video titled "Lo-Fi Sounds of a Mac Getting Mauled by a Tiger to Relax/Study to." But crucially, that report's also pretty basic. ICE was in the community, community groups and government officials were talking about it, and local news covered it. That radio station is actually one of several outlets that covered it around the same time. Here it is, on the 6 o'clock news on NBC, which actually showed images of the Carson agency question, and is the same footage being aired on Telemundo. But it was the radio report that got the attention of a right-wing activist who pointed out that KCBS was owned by George Soros' investment firm, who claimed that it had put ICE agents at serious risk while an operation was ongoing, which it very much did not. Nevertheless, that complaint made its way to Brendan Carr, who later got himself in front of the camera to say this.
What happened was you had ICE agents undercover doing operations in East San Jose and part of the town known for violent gang activity. You had this radio station broadcasting the live location, identifying the unmarked vehicles that they were in. So we had sent a letter of inquiry, a formal investigation into that matter, and they have just a matter of days left to respond to that inquiry and explain how this could possibly be consistent with their public interest obligations.
What are you talking about? Covering stories like that is literally the whole point of local news radio. That and delivering the driest imaginable outreach by local deck staining company. Now, legal scholars will tell you this FCC investigation is also meritless. As one First Amendment expert put it, law enforcement operations, immigration or otherwise, are matters of public interest. So if it comes to court case and KCBS chooses to fight, it will almost certainly win. But it's a little worrying that so far, they haven't openly defended their journalists who again did absolutely nothing wrong. On one hand, again, fighting the FCC costs money and opens the station up to risk when their license comes up again. But staying silent has real costs too. As that First Amendment expert says, even if charges are never filed, people have to look over their shoulders to wonder, is the government going to come after me because I report something that the government doesn't like me to say? Sadly, that is a reasonable question to ask now, much more reasonable, you could argue, than when's the president's workout DVD dropping? And this feels like where the biggest potential harm may be done, because the government, directly or indirectly, is controlling criticism, and that is, to put it bluntly, authoritarianism. We've seen countries backslide, and the press tends to be one of the first casualties. It happened under Viktor Orban in Hungary and Rodrigo Duterte in the Philippines. And those who watch it happen in person will tell you this is where it starts. And this is also the one chance you get to stop it. Maria Ressa, a journalist who was arrested in the Philippines for standing up to the Duterte regime, she ultimately won a Nobel Prize for doing it. And she said she sees parallels here with what happened there. And her warning to people like Sharon Redstone is pretty stark.
Don't voluntarily give up your rights. Right? I mean, again, I'll give you our example in the Philippines, where the newspaper gave up, the television station gave up it lost its franchise or license to operate, and guess what? It never regained it, even after the time of Duterte. I guess what I'm saying is, hold the line is the phrase we use because it's connected to the rights that you deserve as a citizen. And if you do not hold the line at this crucial moment, this is the moment when you are strongest. You will only get weaker over time.
Exactly. Fundamental rights and freedoms are worth fighting for. And this is one of the fights that nerds who work in newsrooms can actually win, mostly because it doesn't require any upper body strength. So, what can we do? Obviously, public support for organisations like the AP and 60 Minutes is important, but we also need to pay attention to what's happening at places like KCBS. And I'd argue there's a special obligation here to any outlets owned by extremely wealthy people like this lot to fight back. Don't comply with Trump's ridiculous demands prematurely. I know we in the FCC are making a lot of intimidating sounding threats, and fighting them will undeniably take time, effort, and money, but I'd argue it is very much worth it, especially when the likeliest outcome is that you win definitively. If I may quote someone who I hope meant it when she said it, press freedom is never guaranteed. It must constantly be defended, and that often comes at a significant cost. The point is, if media owners enjoy the applause they get when they say things like that, now is the time to pay for it. Think of this way. A free press is really a lot like doctor office. It's rare, it's special, we're very lucky to have it. And if we're not extremely careful, but we're all going to miss it terribly when it's gone. We're going to dive straight into our main series this week, which concerns the ongoing chaos of Trump's tariffs. It's been an emotional roller coaster since Trump rolled them out last week without the single dumbest chart in human history. That, causing the Dow to drop by nearly 4,000 points in 2 days. So why not monkey with a gun? Right, monkey, good monkey, strong monkey. Please, I'll do anything. By Wednesday morning, Trump's reassurances were getting more desperate as he one thought posted, "Be cool. Everything is going to work out well." A sentence that's never been true in human history. That is the phrase you hear before someone skateboards off a roof, shows you their homemade water slide, or asks you to hold the camera while they climb into the alligator exhibit to do something hilarious. Just a few hours later, Trump announced a 90-day pause on most of his biggest tariffs, and he did it so abruptly it caught some key members of his own administration by surprise.
A sudden change in policy came as Democrats protest top trade representative on Capitol Hill.
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago sitting here. We saw you.
That's true. That's right. Because later tweeted out this photo showing what it looked like to watch that guy get the news. How did they keep that out? Push notification. A work email or 32 concurrent messages on the office group text where one guy goes, "What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?" And another goes, "Holy shit." And another's like, "Well, J fucking K, I guess." The guy who's always asked that question, like, "Wait, what's happening?" And then the first guy says the link to Trump up. And the other one's like, "Oh my god, what the hell did this just happen?" And then everyone in the same context, "Yes, Cody." This week was total. At one point, the daily trading range of the S&P 500 was more than 5% for 6 straight days. The previous times that happened were in March 2020 during COVID, late 2008 during the housing crisis, and October 1987, which, if you want to go to remember, was a stock market crash so massive, not enough, felt like it needed to do this to explain it to people.
Here once again to help us, our good friend Kermit.
Take it there.
Can you tell us what is a fair market?
Yes, well, thank you. Being a bear myself, that is one of the first things you bears are caught in the cave. What I would call a bear market is where prices are going down for a long period of time.
So one would wish, I suppose, for a bull market to drive the bears out.
No, we don't want
They explain a complicated financial crash with graphics. A sentence so this show coded. I'm genuinely surprised that we didn't think of it. Honestly, they tell couple out of British accent glasses, way less gravitas, and occasionally refer to government as a bona fide swamp snack. I couldn't tell the difference there. The thing is, the turmoil isn't over because what Trump's left in place, including a baseline 10% tariff on all imports and a 145% tariff on China, is still a monumental shift in US trade policy, despite what some in the White House claimed that the 90-day pause was part of the strategy all along. Trump himself seemed to admit that he did it in reaction to the market's panic.
At first, as people were jumping a little bit out of line, they were getting yippy, they were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
Hold up, a little bit afraid is a massive understatement. People were freaking out about their 401 plans. Those grandmas looking at a retirement plan and getting ready to open an option plan to get through the next 5 years. They weren't just ordinary investors. One financial analyst wrote up to talk to fund managers. A few have probably wondered if the president might be insane. Which is fair. Everyone knows the right time to ask if someone might be insane is 5 months after you elect their president. Look, this week was incredibly stupid. But it's important to understand exactly how stupid it was because we're not out of the woods yet. And the damage the president's already done to confidence in our economic system could have lasting repercussions. So tonight, let's talk about Trump and his tariffs. So let's start with the fact that none of this should have been a surprise. Not only did Trump bring up the idea of 10% universal tariffs repeatedly on the backpack trail. He's been obsessed with the idea of punishing other countries with tariffs for years now. In fact, when he touched off a trade war with China in his first term, we spent 21 minutes unpacking it, and the arguments hold up pretty well, although I clearly do not. As evidenced by a YouTube comment from this week, which said, I thought this was a new episode until I noticed John's hair was darker and face looked younger, was it more purple and red. The man keeps me to instantly come back in 2008, laying out this whole fantasy of how tariffs could work. So he said, well, what would you do? What can you do? So what do you do?
I drop a 25% tax on China. And lot more for any apparel or diamonds from Lesotho. Maybe we can replace the apparel with diamonds? But that's a lot harder. And the only way for Lesotho to get out of this jam is by importing more stuff from America, which if they can't do it, then that may money. So the president is likely just make things more expensive for Americans and not really change the behavior of our trading partners.
He's right. Shit. Jim Cramer was right. I think I'm going insane. And put something out there, if you're thinking, did he say the Lesotho's sitting on top of a load of diamonds but they still don't have any money? I know we don't have time. That's a different story that I'm sure we'll do one day. I've got a post-it note on my computer and everything. Well, Trump temporarily paused those huge tariffs on Lesotho. Honestly, he's not asking what exactly is the end game. And it depends on who you ask. When the tariffs first came down, some of the White House insisted they'd be permanent trade barriers intended to raise revenue and bring jobs back home, while others claim they were scare tactics designed to help us negotiate more favourable deals. But those are two very different goals with different consequences for businesses and workers who badly need to know which to plan for. So let's take each scenario internally. Let's start with the idea that these tariffs are designed to shut out foreign competition and ensure stuff gets made here. There are a few issues with that, starting with the fact that lots of things aren't produced in the US. Sometimes because they simply can't be at any kind of commercial scale. Even Trump's Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, could be a floppy and county little Bob. To understand that last part, when he said this, certain products, if I put a tariff on a mango, well, we can't grow mangoes in America. You just can't grow mango. If you put a tariff on a mango, the mango would be more expensive. So then that's just like another version of think about. Okay, so the idea is to not do that. But the problem is, when the tariffs were announced, mangoes weren't exempted. So we did do that. And sometimes it feels like the best way to ensure Trump does something is to tell him not to do it. It's not talking about because his brain is unable to grasp allegations, and also because he has a short torso huge head, always looks like he's about to fall over, and won't let anyone brush his hair. Same logic applies to other crops like coffee and bananas, but that is not all, because it's also not easy to make electronics. Take the Nintendo Switch 2. The company paused pre-orders for it this week because they didn't even better delivery of it. I want that guy on hand to respond to all other situations. How much profit is left in the break room? None of it. How much of the Severance Ghost plot do you actually understand? None of it. How much of Trump's trade briefing did we genuinely read? None of it. And you think, well, why don't we just build a switch factory here? But when it comes to high-tech goods, key components have to be sourced from complex global supply chains. So it's not a matter of simply building a factory. There is a lot more to it.
How much would it cost them to start manufacturing switches here in the U.S.?
Tens of billions of dollars. That's because of the supply chain that's been built over decades. It would take 4 to 5 years to even build and get done a factory here in the U.S. And the reality is the assembly the supply chain in Asia. If you just build a factory here in the U.S., where do you get all the parts from? It's still in Asia. Exactly. And some of those components are presumably about to be subjected to heavy tariffs. And so, among the many things that I'm mad about right now, is the fact that I have to spend time talking about how tariffs will impact the Switch. Instead of what I really want to talk about, which is that I've just looked. The president of Nintendo of America is named Bowser. That man, I don't shit you even a tiny bit. It's called Doug Bowser. Now, if you don't know, Bowser is quite obviously the primary antagonist of Mario, the face of Nintendo. Now, in the comedy world, the president of Nintendo being named Doug Bowser is like someone gently setting a ball on a tee, handing you a bat to say, please, have fun, and swing away. But unfortunately, because this guy doesn't understand economics, I can look at real Nintendo president named Doug Bowser and say, sorry everyone, no time for that. We've got math to do. It's a truly sad statement there, or to put it another way. Oh, exactly. The point is, if these tariffs stand, they can have the opposite of the intended purpose, as some business owners might realize it's now cheaper to have a factory outside of the US and not have to deal with tariffs. But let's say that despite all of that, we still want all those manufacturing jobs that we lost to come back home. First, as we've discussed before, a lot of them simply don't exist anymore because they've been automated. And second, even if we wanted to build brand new factories, it's worth knowing these new tariffs mean higher material and equipment costs for manufacturers wanting to do that. And in fact, tariffs on building costs have already helped to kill a $300 million plastics recycling plant in Erie, Pennsylvania, which is a real shame for multiple reasons, including they would have helped make Erie, Pennsylvania known for something other than the town that boiled a Revolutionary War general's corpse in order to separate his flesh from his bones so they could ship him back to his hometown. The idea would be they reassemble the skeleton onto his final gravesite, but you guessed it, some bones wind up falling out of the wagon on the track, as bones are wont to do. It's an incredible story, and thanks to the full recycling plant remains the only thing I will ever know about Erie, Pennsylvania. And even if we do end up bringing some manufacturing jobs home, we also have to factor in that other countries will put tariffs on our goods in return, which will hurt other industries. The current massive tariffs on China are incredibly worrisome for people like this soybean farmer in Tennessee.
That trade relationship with China was built over decades and decades.
Will Hutchinson, a fourth-generation Tennessee farmer, says he is very concerned.
So this is going to have an immediate and drastic impact to our ability to compete on a global marketplace for our goods that we produce here in this country.
Yeah, that literal soyboy is right. This is pointless. If I wanted to watch long-standing relationships destroyed in an instant, I'd just go to a basketball game to see which couples act weird when they end up on the jumbotron. You can enjoy relationships falling apart without jeopardizing the global economy. And at this point, I'm sure some consequences say, well, these were never intended to. And it's that second possibility that you mentioned earlier, that the tariffs were always just a way to give Trump leverage to renegotiate bad trade deals. And after we announced that night as they bought, that was definitely the message getting sold.
This is the art of the deal. This shows how strong our president is.
A huge win for the president, a huge win for the country. His biggest accomplishment of the second term, Trump won.
He's doing exactly what he said he would do.
He's a genius in negotiating. He is very calculating in how he negotiates. He understands the art of the deal better than anyone. And he's got results in a very short period of time.
I don't know what's more desperate for at least shameless sucking up, or who needs to put the words, "We told you not to freak," at the bottom of the screen, which is funny coming from Fox News negotiating new deals. That was definitely the White House's spin after the pause was announced, with Trump's Treasury Secretary claiming it had happened because the tariffs brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. But a couple of things about that. First, the White House said it will not be releasing a list of the countries that have allegedly done that. So, you know. And remember, Trump's openly admitted the key reason for his trying that was people got the yippies. And remember, even with the pause, we still have 10% tariffs on nearly every country in the world, which is still massively disruptive both to them and to us. And that includes countries like Singapore, where we're going to struggle to get a much better deal given that we face no tariffs there and actually have a trade surplus. And I'm not saying there aren't countries where we have legitimate trade disputes, because there are, most notably China, where there are major issues where heavy subsidies for ongoing industry to their debt of US companies' intellectual property. Resolving those issues is difficult. It requires diplomacy and a coordinated strategy with our allies. But instead, we've alienated those allies and are going into any future negotiations having proposed China into putting massive tariffs on our goods too. But don't worry, because Trump's charismatic Treasury Secretary doesn't seem to think they're going to be able to hurt us at all.
It was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because they're playing with the tariff too. We are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a moving hand for them.
And setting aside that playing with the tariff too sounds like how you describe the threesome with Don Jr. and Eric. That is incredibly simplistic because it ignores that China's leverage in a negotiation isn't confined to just tariffs. It can hurt us in other ways too, including by cutting off access to rare earth elements we may badly need. If you think rare earth elements are just some fancy powder Gwyneth Paltrow adds to a morning smoothie to enhance vaginal wellness, you should know they're actually essential for everything from wind turbines to computer chips to F-35 stealth fighter jets. And incredibly, that Google tax account wasn't even the most reckless play in the Trump administration's messaging to China this week, because J.D. Vance, true to form, was even more of a dick.
What has the globalist economy got the United States of America? And the answer is, fundamentally, it's based on two principles: incurring a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
Wow. I know it is hard to take from someone with this accent, but you are really not supposed to use the word peasants anymore. That is incredibly insulting, especially coming from a man who, remember, is next in line to run the country if anything was to happen to Elon Musk. So it is no wonder those comments went down pretty badly in China.
The government's response? Swift and scathing.
It's both astonishing and lamentable to hear this vice president make such ignorant and disrespectful remarks.
On China's tightly controlled internet, government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger and sarcasm. Have you said thank you for the money we lent you? A reference to China being the second largest foreign holder of U.S. government debt, and that infamous Oval Office exchange with Ukraine's president.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid burn. I guess in a way it's really strong to know that despite our differences, the American and Chinese people can come together to agree that it is fun to done on this cursed cabbage patch bitch. You can say that's all well and good, but I still trust Trump to make a deal. But here's the thing, we actually know what happens when he starts a trade war. Because remember, he did a version of this in his first term, and it didn't go great. If you look back at his tariffs back then protecting specific products and industries like washing machines and steel, they might have worked in a narrow sense by creating modest job gains. They're credited with creating or saving several thousand jobs in the steel industry and creating around 1,800 jobs manufacturing washing machines. But in the broader sense, those jobs cost us a lot. Trump's tariffs wound up raising prices to the point where it's estimated that American consumers and businesses have to pay more than $900,000 a year for every steel job created, and over $800,000 a year for each job making washing machines. And the total cost of those jobs in the billions of dollars. And that's before you get to the fact that because his tariffs on metals drove up costs for other industries, one study estimated they actually resulted in as many as 75,000 fewer manufacturing jobs. And when it comes to China in particular, these first-term tariffs did bring in billions by raising the costs of their goods here, but the broader damage to American farmers after China retaliated was so severe that 92% of what we collected went right back out the door in the form of bailouts to them. And the kicker is, we didn't get much out of all of that. Because after a trade agreement was reached, Trump excitingly claimed he got China to commit to purchase an additional $200 billion in US products. But later analysis showed it effectively bought none of those goods. None of them. But please don't worry, I'm sure Trump definitely learned his lesson. This time, he's going to get an empty promise of $500 billion. Fool him once, shame on him. Fool him twice, that's basically what everyone does. And remember, Trump's first-term tariffs are absolutely dwarfed by what he's done over the last 2 weeks. And it's not like he's negotiating from a particularly strong position right now, because everyone knows he just blinked. The bond markets got the yippies, and he blinked. And again, it's good that that happened. I'm glad he blinked. But it's weird to claim it's a brilliant negotiating tactic when you've already backed down before a single deal is reached. And the thing is, this could all cost us an awful lot, because maybe the most striking thing over the past 2 weeks has been the degree to which it's become clear the world's trust in America has been shattered. This isn't just the ordinary give and take of negotiations. Countries are openly saying things are different now. Canada's Prime Minister actually summed it up pretty well the day after Trump's initial round of tariffs were announced.
The global economy is fundamentally different today than it was yesterday. The system of global trade anchored on the United States that Canada has relied on since the end of the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for our country for decades, is over. While this is a tragedy, it is also the new reality.
Wow, that is a bleak thing to hear. Tragedy is the new reality. It's a grim summation of the state of world affairs. But also, I'm just going to say it, kind of a fucking farm. But wisely, you slap that tied on a new Fall Out Boy album, the girls are going viral. And it's not just world leaders. Investors are making it clear they no longer have the trust they once did in the stability of the American economy. Usually, when the stock market drops, the market for US government bonds improves because they're seen as a safe investment. This week, though, they both went down, which is a terrible sign. As one economist put it, investors and central banks are selling treasuries and dollars due to a loss of confidence and credibility in American assets. Financial chaos has its cost. That is bad. And by the way, that is from Friday after the pause was announced. And that is the thing, well, everyone may want to pretend that this crisis is past us. It's just not. Even Chuck Schumer seemed to miss that point when he tweeted out, "Yes, you all remember April 9, 2025 as America's actual liberation day, the day that President Trump backed down from his ridiculous tariff fiasco. But it's not over, Chuck. We dodged a bullet, but the monkey still has a gun." And incidentally, if anyone watching this is close to Chuck Schumer right now, please take his phone, take it out of his hand, and throw it into the fucking ocean. So what do we do? Well, ideally, Congress will realise just how close we came to financial Armageddon and take away the president's power to unilaterally impose tariffs. There's actually a bill in Congress right now, co-sponsored by Chuck Grassley, that would require the White House to justify tariffs and then give lawmakers the opportunity to reject them within 60 days of enactment, which seems more than reasonable. The problem is, you're going to need 67 votes to beat the presidential veto, and Republicans like Senator John Kennedy are refusing to sign on using this logic.
I have not joined the Grassley bill. I'm not likely to join the Grassley bill. The Grassley bill will not pass, and I just think it's a distraction. The most immediate question for me is, the president is a pit bull. He's won. He's got the car. Question is, what's he going to do with the car?
That is a shitty answer in so many different ways. But the main one is, the whole idiom, the dog that killed the car, is based on the fact dogs have no plan for what to do after they catch it. That is damning enough. And look, no one says he's like the dog that killed the car as phase one of the dog's long-term strategy to reshore manufacturing odds, let it come. There's always the chance of an airbag situation here. Look, I don't know where things are going to go. We're taking this on Saturday. Who knows what's happened between now and when you are seeing this? Maybe John will have rolled the tariffs back even further. Maybe they'll put even bigger new ones on mangoes. What is clear is that he's destabilising our country with no real plan of action. And all I'll say is, if our next episode opens up with me sitting next to a Charlotte of Nasdaq and Miss Piggy, it means we are fucked. I've been a busy week. We learned are the falls on children's health, psychic studies that don't exist. 8 giant snake statues appeared in Geneva to draw attention to the day.
Hold on. Let me just try and see if shit works. Hold on. No, I'm really just wondering why things are just not. I'm just gonna check if. Hold on. I don't know why, but I think I think the chat is not working. No, come on! Don't tell me it's gonna lose. Please don't lose. Please don't lose it. Please don't lose it. God, tell me every time that it's actually going to work. It's going to work like, I don't know, something. Shit, dude. That's probably working up to a point, and then I missed something. It may have been disconnected for a bit, and then something happened. I don't know. So.
Result you'll never guess: snakes. And Chocosopo's big, beautiful bill continued.
It seems like Twitch really want VTubers to start multi-streaming because it seems like another VTuber has been targeted by the Twitch staff for absolutely no reason at all and is becoming a relevant problem. Whenever it first covered the first issue to do with Lucy Fire, I thought maybe this was just a one-off thing. I thought maybe they just bended the rules a little bit to see what the outfit, just to see what they could do in terms of just like banning someone for an outfit or attire or whatever. But it seems like there's been a big trend of YouTubers getting banned by Twitch recently, and I think a lot of people will start to have enough because, again, it's pretty doubtful. Now, this is actually coming from a YouTuber called Milky Ways, who is a very big YouTuber. They've got 160,000 followers. They're with Mythic Talent, and again, they had a lot of followers over on Twitch as well. And yeah, essentially, they have been banned. This is over on Yeet, saying another YouTuber goes down at Twitch. This time it's Milky. Reason for ban unknown. So it's another one of these situations where we don't know exactly why they got banned. Now, Lucy even mentioned with her ban, if you guys remember, and the thing is with Lucy's ban, no one actually knew exactly why she got banned. She mentioned herself, Still no information on exactly why, so we're going to have to drop that, and we're going to have to hope for the best on Tuesday. Love how Twitch communicates so clearly with its creators, and Zero Double Stand is truly the ideal streaming platform. And then also, yeah, you can see here, these are the outfits, or one of the outfits out on the right that she's using. And again, you would thought maybe it was something to do with that, but it was still never confirmed by Twitch staff, and they still never told Lucy what exactly she did. Now, the same actually goes for another VTuber called Ellie, who I made a video on literally yesterday, who has been unbanned now, but they also got banned for absolutely no reason at all. And this one's even more stupid because you can't even really find a reason why, you know? It's one of these things where it's like, you know, Lucy's was like, okay, maybe there could have been some rule bending here to say that this attire wasn't appropriate, even though it does actually follow TOS, which we went to in the video. But with Ellie, it was just completely out of the blue. No one knew why they did this, and no one knew why this is happening. And now it's happened once again with Moki, who doesn't really know either what is actually going on with this kind of stuff. And, you know, so there's reason for ban unknown. And it just seems like Twitch has got this thing against kind of VTubers at the moment, and it's pretty terrible. And it's been a thing that's been going on for the past couple of months, but not to this kind of extent where, you know, VTubers are getting banned every single day. Now, I can guarantee you that Loki is only going to be banned for a day. You know, I feel like Loki is going to be banned literally tomorrow and be unbanned, because that seems to be the usual pattern with this kind of stuff. And so they always get banned, unbanned after a day. They're never told what exactly they did. And obviously, yeah, Loki will be saying no, or sorry, no, and they're saying, said they would want to Loki, what in the world is happening? This is what's on trail. Obviously, COVID, the VTuber, Shoujo, and said that he's so she's really very sus right now. But again, it's really weird that this kind of stuff has happened, saying, oh my god, we'll keep through that. Obviously, yeah, there's Ellie, one of the other VTubers who got that, saying, not my girls, I don't want Ellie, you too, oh my god, we're on Twitch. And I was like, oh, you got that, seriously, good time. So it's a really big kind of VTubers actually kind of responding to this and taking these like VTubers, because it seems like there's been some kind of attack going on towards VTubers at the moment. And it's getting pretty ridiculous. I feel like, you know, a lot of VTubers are getting fed up of being constantly banned by Twitch. And obviously, Andrew met the other situations going on with crypto. For example, saying, you know, the word cool over on stream, and apparently that gets him banned for an entire week. And he even revealed the fact that recently he was supposed to get unbanned because he was a king of, you know, approved that, you know, they said, okay, you come back. But they couldn't unban him because it was a weekend, which is absolutely ridiculous. But obviously, it kind of shows you the absolute kind of professionality of the kind of Twitch staff. It's the fact that, you know, oh, they take the weekends off, so we're not going to unban you. I mean, it's just a little simple click of a button. I don't think they have that many people to unban. When somebody needs to clock in for the whole day of the weekend, or the whole days of the weekend, to actually do that. And the same goes for, it seems like they're not very professional in terms of communicating the problems that these VTubers have on Twitch. Now, you know, obviously, so far we've had no reason whatsoever, as I said, but the thing is, maybe there was something in the TOS, and if there was something in the TOS, then Twitch should be able to provide that reason to them and explain to them why, so they can avoid doing it in the future. But the thing is, they're not even doing that, which makes me think that, you know, a lot of this is even more Twitch rule bending, and even more of this kind of like bending every single TOS term to try and get them banned, and, you know, just avoiding telling them what the reason was whatsoever is one of the easiest ways to kind of avoid that confrontation and to avoid the kind of asking the question of why the hell did I get banned, when if they don't reply, well, there's going to be no problem because, again, you know, they don't actually explain it in the first place. And obviously that is such terrible behavior from Twitch that, you know, it's supposed to be a professional company, and it seems like this is getting worse and worse every single day, especially whenever they, you know, start to pander and be favorites to some other streamers, for example, like Hassan, who, you know, is allowed to go on stream and say some pretty horrible stuff every single day and still not get banned for it. And even if he does get banned, he gets to pick which day he gets banned. He gets to pick, oh, you know, I'll do it on my day off. Oh, I'll do it on this day, which is pretty crazy. And then
Twitch is such a piece of shit platform. Oh my god.
Act Age is one of the hardest manga to get a hold of, and this isn't because it's out of print or just really rare. Despite having sold over 3 million copies worldwide and having acquired a lot of industry awards, with the manga also having an anime adaptation in the works as well as a stage play, you'll find nothing, not a single volume of this manga on the shelves. The manga Act Age had disappeared entirely from official distribution thanks to the actions of one of its authors. In this video, I'll be detailing the entire scandal of the Act Age manga, discussing what exactly had happened, and why this manga, which had so much potential, was ruined by one of its authors. So the publisher of Weekly Shonen Jump, Shueisha, had paired up two individuals, the artist Shiro Usazaki and the writer Tatsuya Matsuki. This was back in 2017. This was a bit of an unconventional combination, but Shueisha were banking on their teamwork in order to create another hit manga series. The artist Usazaki had brought something that was very unique to Shonen Jump. This was an incredible artistic style which had allowed her characters to showcase their internal emotional states on the pages of the manga. Her character design work transcended typical manga drawings. Every micro-expression that she was able to draw toward a story, every gesture conveyed layers of meaning, which dialogue alone was able to capture. The writer Matsuzuki, on the other hand, had created something unusual. This was a protagonist whose superpower was essentially losing herself completely. Kei Yonagi's method acting wasn't just a gimmick, it was a psychological deep dive into identity, performance, and the thin line between reality and fiction. Matsuki's writing explored how someone would be able to harness trauma and emotional intensity as tools for artistic expression. Their collaborative process was highlighted throughout the author notes scattered across the volumes of Act Age, where Matsuki would casually mention his research methods or his daily observations. He had even written about needing a bicycle for social distancing and his hobbies. He had made these remarks during the pandemic, and these comments would largely take on a deeper, sinister meaning once everybody had found out what Matsuki was up to. At the time when these author notes from Matsuki were initially published, they were just simple glimpses into his creative process, as they seemed to show a writer who was genuinely interested in understanding his characters via the real world that he was living in. Usazaki's artwork had elevated every script that she had received from Matsuki. Act Age did an incredible job of changing audiences' expectations of what a shonen jump manga could be. The story proved that you don't need supernatural battles or sports competitions in order to captivate the audience of Jump. Act Age was even voted in 6th place for most wanted anime adaptation of 2020. It was a series that had appealed to both male and female readers. And behind the scenes, an anime adaptation was already in the works, as voice acting agencies were quietly discussing potential castings, and a stage play production for Act Age was announced for 2022. This represented something unprecedented. This was a live-action adaptation of a manga series that was still actively being serialized, which didn't even have an anime adaptation at the time. Act Age was proof that the magazine Weekly Shonen Jump could diversify without alienating its core readership. There were also international licensing discussions for Act Age, including plans for expanded English releases, potential streaming tie-ins, as well as multiple merchandise lines which were in the works. All of this incredible success had come crashing down on the 18th of June 2020. What had started as an ordinary Thursday evening in Nakano Ward, the events which had taken place would eventually unfold into a night that would shape people's lives and expose the dark reality behind a rising manga writer's persona. It's important to clarify that these crimes that I'm about to talk about are linked to the writer of Act Age and not the incredible artist behind the series. So at approximately 8 p.m., a middle school girl became the victim of a calculated assault by a bicycle-riding perpetrator who fled immediately after the attack. Thanks to the courage of the victim, who reported the incident immediately, it triggered a comprehensive police investigation that would prove devastating in its thoroughness. Tokyo's extended surveillance network have captured everything that had happened, with the perpetrators' approach patterns, their escape routes, and most damning of all, a second nearly identical assault which had occurred just 1 hour later, targeting another young girl in the same area. Thanks to modern forensic analysis, it made the perpetrator's denial almost impossible. Security footage provided multiple angles of the attacks, timestamps created an unbreakable timeline, and the behavior networks as they built a case that was so airtight that when they finally made an arrest 7 weeks later, the 29-year-old manga writer could only respond that there was generally nothing incorrect about their accusations. He had pretty much admitted guilt. This wasn't just impulsive behavior, but the acts of a calculated predator. The tactical similarities between the attacks, the careful choice of victims, and the deliberate escape planning suggested someone who had thought extensively about committing these types of crimes. On the 8th of August 2020, on the Saturday morning, the news hit like a tsunami as industry insiders watched in horror as reports confirmed the arrest of the writer of the Act Age manga. This triggered some emergency meetings at Shueisha, which would continue throughout the weekend. On the 9th of August, the Weekly Shonen Jump editorial department had met with Shiro Usazaki. Her breakthrough work, Act Age, the series which had launched at Korea, was about to have a massive spotlight shone at it thanks to the disgusting acts of the series writer. This was no fault of Usazaki, she was just a victim of the disgusting acts of Matsuki. Legal teams worked frantically to untangle contractual obligations, while executives faced an unprecedented decision as they were figuring out the future of the Act Age manga. On the 10th of August, we finally got Shueisha's official situation on the matter, as they announced the immediate cancellation of the Act Age manga. They stated that it is impossible to continue with its serialization, as every word had been scrutinized by legal teams expressing support for Usazaki while completely severing their ties with Matsuki. On the 11th of August 2020, the final chapter published in Japan only, with international publishers making the decision
17
related to Act Age in order to avoid any association with the series writer's scandal. Viz Media removed future volume listings of Act Age, Manga Plus refused to translate the final chapter, and within hours, Act Age had effectively vanished from global distribution. To understand why within 72 hours Act Age was taken off its shelves because of the actions of Matsuki. According to the police, a girl was walking in the Nakano ward of Tokyo on the 18th of June around 8 p.m. This is where the suspect had approached the girl from behind while on a bicycle, and he had touched her inappropriately on her chest. Afterwards, the suspect fled the scene on the bike, and the girl went to the police as they analyzed security camera footage to investigate. The police, through the security footage, found that an hour later, a similar incident occurred on a nearby Nakano road with a different female middle school student, as they then identified the suspect to be Matsuki. The collateral damage of these actions had massively impacted Shiro Usazaki as she faced an impossible emotional maze as she mourned her career's declining work while supporting the very decision that had destroyed it. Following the cancellation of the series, Usazaki
that's better. Okay, got it.
Statement. She says that she comprehensively accepts the decision of the Shonen Jump editorial division to cancel Act Age. Established mangaka like Yusuke Murata had publicly supported Usazaki, and hashtags had trended worldwide as fans separated Tahanga and Matsuki from their support for an innocent artist who was caught in an impossible situation thanks to his disgusting acts. We had learned some new details about Matsuki's case as prosecutors had wanted 18 months of imprisonment for him without suspension. This reflects the serious nature of his crimes against minors. The defense had tried to argue that Matsuki's complete career destruction had constituted social punishment, which was severe enough to warrant some leniency to Matsuki's imprisonment. This legal strategy, while effective, raised uncomfortable questions about how professional consequences factor into court decisions. The judge's final decision was to hand Matsuki a 18-month prison sentence, but it was suspended for 3 years. This sentence was in line with the Japanese court philosophy of emphasizing rehabilitation over retribution. With Matsuki's admission of guilt, his expressions of remorse, and the genuine devastation to his professional life had all influenced the final sentencing that he received. The public did expect much more of a harsher punishment for him, as Matsuki's own statement had read that there is no way to apologize for what he had done to the victims. With him being handed a suspended prison sentence, it means that Matsuki could avoid prison time if he maintains good behavior for 3 years. But on the other hand, because of these acts, his entire professional life will most likely never recover, and we won't be seeing him writing manga ever again. Now, following all of this, in September of 2024, we had seen Shiro Usazaki's triumphant return to Weekly Shonen Jump with the series Mada no Ichi. This has proved that her talent endures beyond her association with this scandal linked to Matsuki. This announcement received a lot of genuine excitement from manga fans across the world who had followed her journey from a rising star to a victim of circumstance to then see her eventual return in 2024. Here is the announcement Usazaki had made on her Twitter, where she reveals that she will be working on this all-new manga series with a new writer called Ishii Ozamu. Mada no Ichi is still being serialized within Weekly Shonen Jump, and as of making this video, it has had over 3 manga volumes published, with there being 36 manga chapters created so far. It's great to see that Usazaki has returned in top form, and she is not let that scandal affect her in the slightest. And it does seem like her artwork has also improved since the publication of Act Age. So she benefited from that 3 to 4 year gap by honing her art skills even further. Already I'm looking forward to seeing more of Mada no Ichi. And as for the Act Age manga cancellation, what do you think about the scandal linked to Tatsuya Matsuki? If there's anything that I've forgotten to mention about the cancellation of the Act Age manga, then let me know by continuing the discussion in the comments. This was definitely one of the more disturbing cases linked to Weekly Shonen Jump manga of recent years. If there's any other major scandals or controversies that you want me to discuss, then let me know by leaving a comment on this video. And lastly, thank you for making it to the end of this one, and I cannot wait to see you in my next video. A massive thank you goes out to all of my amazing Patreon supporters for helping to make this video possible. If you also want to support the channel and see your name at the end of my videos, then check out my Patreon, which has loads of perks like early video access and so much more. Thank you for sticking around to the end of the video, and whatever you contribute will mean a lot. I've got a challenge for you. Go into any gaming discussion forum and post the following sentence: the Epic Game Store is better than Steam. Then, see how long it takes before your inbox becomes flooded with hate mail and threats of violence. In today's crowded market of PC gaming, competition is fierce. Ubisoft, EA, Blizzard, Epic Games, Rockstar, it seems like every publisher has their own proprietary launcher these days. Despite the sheer number of competitors in this market, Steam still stands as the fan-favorite digital download distribution platform, and for good reason. The application itself is easy to use and has loads of cool features like reviews, community hubs, and cloud saves. But there's one category where Epic Games has an obvious advantage over Steam: NFT and crypto games. Steam outright banned all crypto and blockchain games from their platform a while back, citing reasons such as prevalence of scams, volatility of crypto, and the inability for Valve to provide refunds or support for items purchased using crypto. While this move may have caused outrage amongst crypto bros, gamers worldwide would soon rejoice, as the only thing that they hate more than crypto is Day 1 DLC. You see, crypto games have a bit of a reputation for being some of the laziest, overpriced, uninspired, and all-around worst games ever created. But in an attempt to set themselves apart from Steam, Epic recently announced that they would be adding 20 crypto and blockchain games to the platform to pave the way for new and innovative gameplay experiences. So, is this the final nail in the coffin for Steam? Are they really missing out on the future of gaming by banning all blockchain games? Well, only one way to find out. Searching for the keyword NFT in the Epic Game Store brings us to the comprehensive list of all blockchain games on the platform. A lot of these are marked as coming soon, but there's about a dozen that we can play today. Interestingly, each one of these games comes with a lengthy disclaimer regarding the risks of using crypto. This is a blockchain/NFT game. Please be advised. Before purchasing any cryptocurrency or digital assets, players should do their own research. Player purchases through third-party marketplaces are made at their own risk, and Epic Games does not encourage the purchase or sale of any cryptocurrency or digital asset. Additionally, all of these games are ESRB-rated, adults only, for cash prizes. In my 25 years of gaming, I've actually never played a game with an AO rating, so this almost feels illegal. I
wonder if they'll ask me to upload my ID to verify my age, because we wouldn't want kids participating in unregulated gambling, would we? Regardless, I've chosen the following 3 crypto games to play today: Dino Dash, Polygon, and Striker Manager 3. Dino Dash is a fast-paced hover racer that will put your skills of racing and reaction time to the test. See if you have what it takes to win. There's no trailer for the game, but judging by the screenshots, perhaps a better title might be My First Unreal Engine Game. The blockchain warning for this game reads, "The integration of blockchain brings key utilities to the Dino Dash product, enhancing its values and offering unique advantages to the players. By leveraging NFTs, Dino Dash ensures that players have true ownership and control over most of their in-game assets. Each Dino NFT is uniquely owned by a player, empowering them to freely transfer, trade, or sell their digital collectibles without any restrictions. This utility allows players to build a valuable collection and have full control over their assets, fostering a sense of ownership and investment in the game." Of course, none of this matters if the game sucks. Who cares if they're the rightful owner of a limited edition one-of-one steaming turd? It's still a piece of shit at the end of the day. While this one downloads, let's look at some of the other... Oh, it's already done. Wait, this is only 1.5 gigabytes? Now, that's pretty small for an Unreal Engine game, but maybe they just have some really efficient assets. Oh well, let's give the game a try. Okay, now what? Nothing's happening. The game is just stuck on the splash screen. Okay, I'll relaunch and try again. What the hell is going on? When I try and type in my username, nothing happens. This pop-up window here is completely frozen. Nothing I did seemed to make it work, but I happened to click over onto my second monitor to check a Discord message while trying to log in, and when I clicked back over to Dino Dash, all the characters that I had entered finally appeared. So it seems that something is seriously wrong with this login screen, and the only way to get it to work is by minimizing the game after every click and key press. Otherwise, your keystrokes don't register. Already off to a great start. After conquering the first challenge of Dino Dash, we finally reached the main menu. Let's see what graphics settings we have available before playing the game. Oh, it looks like they haven't added that feature. They also haven't added the store or characters alike either. Everything is coming soon. Well, except for the NFTs. Those are always for sale. Alright, well, let's hope that maybe they finish the gameplay at least. I don't even know where to start. If this gameplay footage doesn't speak for itself, let me explain to you just how painful playing this game is. The controls feel like they were designed by someone who has never played a video game in their life. You use the up and down arrow keys to accelerate and decelerate, and left and right to lean, but you also use A and D to turn. Confusing, I know. Basically, you have to press both A and left at the same time to turn left. Also, you press B to boost. If you'd like to simulate the experience of playing Dino Dash, follow along and place your fingers on the keys shown on screen. Congratulations, you are now one step closer to developing carpal tunnel. The extremely floaty nature of this hover bike makes controlling your character even more difficult. If you so much as brush against the wall, you'll fly into the air and off the track, guaranteeing that you lose the race. Or if you're unlucky, you'll just flip through the floor. The selection of assets here is really something else. There's no semblance of cohesion or art direction at all. It feels like they just bought whichever assets were on sale and said, "Yup, that looks good," and then plonked it down on the map. This reminds me of one of the parts that I would create in Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 as a kid. The performance is, as expected, horrible. This disaster of a game barely manages to sustain 50 FPS while having the graphical fidelity of a game released in 2004. I'm up against 7 other AI players, and beating them was no challenge at all. There's this stock audio epic EDM song playing in the background, reminiscent of a 2014 YouTube prank channel intro. However, once this song finishes playing, it doesn't loop. In fact, it never plays again. Ever. Finish the race and go to another track? Sorry. You only have the privilege of hearing this beautiful song once per play session. There are very few sound effects in this game, and no attempt at all has been made to mix or balance the audio. The motorbike sound is a looping engine noise, but they screwed up the loop point, so there's this very noticeable transient click every time the sound loops. After finishing my first race in first place, we get congratulated with a scoreboard, which is shown on screen for about 6 frames before disappearing. Well, back to the main menu, I guess. Up next, we have the creatively named water map. After flipping my hoverbike over and losing control for about a solid minute, I returned to the track and continued forward, only to be struck by a flying banana from nowhere. The impact force from this banana caused my bike to flip slightly below the track, where I remained for the rest of the race. Because I was underneath the map, I couldn't trigger any of the checkpoints, so even though I made it all the way to the finish line, nothing happened. Pressing escape doesn't open the menu, so I had to Alt F4 to quit the game, since I didn't find out until later that the menu key is actually Tab. Was this game designed by aliens? Alright, one last race, the challenging space map. Wait a minute, what's this? An on-screen joystick? We have 3 options for game mode. Practice, 1v1, or 8v8. Wait, what? This is an 8-player racing game. There's no teams. It's not 8v8. This would just be 8-player free-for-all. Anyway, I picked this mode. Despite me choosing the 8-player mode, there were only 3 other racers, which is strange since there isn't even a 4-player option. The camera on this map was placed so close to the ground and behind the player that I couldn't even see where I was going. I guess I was too close to the AI player for too long, and the game decided it had enough and chucked me a million feet through the air. After I respawned, the checkpoint system had a total meltdown. This resulted in the game forcing me to respawn every few seconds, but it didn't seem to impact my ability to finish the race. Once I crossed the finish line, the following text box appeared. Having fun? Check out how you could be earning cash while racing at dinodash.io. Well, I guess I'll visit this website. So it looks like I can purchase my very own Dino Dash NFT with a low price of 40 whatever the hell's. Okay, so these are apparently Polygon tokens. I think they're called Matic. They're about 70 cents a pop, so that would mean that this randomly generated JPEG is going to run me about $40. No shot of buying this. While we're here, let's take a look at the team behind Dino Dash. I always love looking at the work history of the people involved in creating a crypto game. Based on my experience from playing over 20 NFT games, usually the founders are all brothers or family members. The average age of the C-suite is 25, and their lead developer has the game development experience of watch a few YouTube tutorials. Would you look at that? We've got 2 brothers as CEO and CTO. Let's dive into their history, since they have their LinkedIn pages then. The CEO was an aerospace engineer at government for 20 years. Now, which government? That's unspecified. He was also CEO at a supplements company that he founded, which looks to just be a white label vitamin dropshipping project. And then he was the CEO of Outback Studios, the masterminds behind Dino Dash. The CTO is the little brother of the CEO, and it looks like he just finished his first year in college. Congrats, man. I hope you got good grades. And the lead developer. Yeah, I'm not convinced that this is even a real person. His only experience listed on LinkedIn is developing Dino Dash, and he lives in Alaska. This might actually be a grizzly bear pretending to be a human, which explains why the control scheme for the game is so bizarre. But this might be the most stereotypical crypto game leadership team I've seen yet. It's pretty impressive. So this game was a travesty, to say the least. I would be embarrassed to be associated with a product of such low quality, to be honest. This is so unfinished that it's not even funny, and the fact that they're selling $40 NFTs and people are actually buying them is kind of just sad. You heard of early access before, but Dino Dash takes the concept to a whole new level. If this game was a steak, it would be so raw that the cow hasn't even been cooked. I give Dino Dash the rating of low effort asset dump out of 10. Alright, next game. Polygon is a tower rush video game. Winner takes all, which fits players in games featuring 2 players 1v1 in which the objective is to destroy the most opposing towers with the destruction of the King's Tower being an instantaneous win. Geez, what a run-on sentence. Tower Rush game? I've never heard of that term before. There are no screenshots or gameplay footage on the store page, just this cinematic trailer, which features some very stiff and amateur animation. Well, let's jump in. After about 30 seconds of being stuck on a black screen, the main menu finally loads. Please be advised that this game is in its beta stage, and we are actively working to improve and refine the gameplay experience. If you encounter bugs, please leave feedback. There's even an additional warning directly below this first warning, again saying may contain bugs and subject to change. Now, it can't be a good sign when a game needs 2 adjacent disclaimers about being unfinished on the very first screen. Anyway, let's start the game.
What?
I'm at a loss for words. This game is like something that you would encounter in a theater game. Despite defying all logical examples of what one would consider a video game, Polygon is somehow available for download on the Epic Games Store. Okay, let's take this one step at a time. The main menu and most of the game uses this eyesore of a Nordic Rune font. The available cards for purchase window on the left here doesn't seem to do anything, so you can't purchase any cards. The Revive tab also doesn't do anything, but it does play an extremely loud thunderclap sound every time you click the button. However, the sound that they use is just a recording of an entire thunderstorm, not just the initial boom. So after you click it, you just continue to hear thunder roaring in the distance when you leave the page. The Village and Forge tabs also do nothing, and I couldn't figure out what the Lobby tab was supposed to do. But the Offline tab seems to be where we can actually play the game. I guess this is supposed to be like an auto battler or tower defense type thing, and your units are represented by these collectible cards. As soon as I loaded into a match, I was immediately warned that my video memory had been exhausted. Now, I have 8 gigabytes of video, so I think that this is more of the developer's failure to optimize than anything with my system. Regardless, the game looks like crap anyway. The UI is an unintelligible disaster, and the instructions are not particularly helpful. I clicked on all of the cards at the bottom of the screen to summon my warriors, and then sat and watched as 5 of my soldiers were unable to win a fight against just one enemy. After about a minute, all of my warriors died, and since I didn't have any cards left, I just watched as the enemy units entered my base and destroyed my towers. Defeat. I'm understanding this. I almost forgot that this was advertised as a crypto game, but what part of this game has anything to do with crypto? How would crypto or a blockchain even make sense in this game? Beats me. I went to the game's website to see if I could get any more information, but the only thing that I could find was a place where you could stake your crypto with them in exchange for a 3% APR, paid in the form of a token called Gold. Fitting name. It must be short for Gullable. This token has a trading volume so low that it barely exists, so good luck trying to sell this to anyone. Despite this, more than 7,500 crypto wallets currently hold the Gullable token. Again, just showing that crypto gamers are more interested in trying to flip tokens for a profit than actually playing any sort of game. I give Polygon a score of, I can't even believe this exists, out of 10. Okay, so I have time for one more game today. Let's pick something that looks somewhat playable. This one's called Striker Manager 3. I've never heard of Striker Manager 1 and 2, but apparently they're mobile games and they seem to be pretty well received. This game is developed by the Barcelona-based company Uplay Online. They have a pretty respectable catalog of previous games, including the YouTuber's Life series and a few other management sims. It looks like Striker Manager 3 is their first game to include crypto, so I'm curious to see how it fares. Wow, I can't believe that I'm actually kind of excited to play a crypto game for once. Let's dive in. After having some issues with logging in, I was able to get into the game and start with the tutorial. Now, I've never played a football manager game before, nor is it something that I'm particularly interested in, but the tutorial does do a good job explaining how to play the game. Striker Manager is a management sim, plain and simple. You take on the role of a football team's manager and perform activities such as hiring staff, recruiting players, signing sponsors, and building an attractive stadium to bring in as many fans as possible. As this is an NFT game, of course, you have the ability to buy and sell virtual land. Different land plots have different bonuses, and plots that are in the more desirable areas attract more fans, or at least that's my impression. I completed the tutorial and then watched my team play a game of football. Man, they suck. No wonder this stadium is pretty empty. Since this is a management sim, you're not required to watch any of the games. They're simply simulated in the background. But in case you are interested in watching your team play, they did model and animate everything, even though it looks kind of goofy. The game is eerily quiet, as there is no sound except for when you're watching a game. But since the bulk of the gameplay is spent performing management activities, I guess you're just expected to put your own music on in the background. I don't really have much else to say about this. It's a free-to-play football management game that has all the classic pitfalls of every other free-to-play game. As usual, you have to wait a long time for upgrades to complete, or you can pay a fee of real money to skip. Better players and plots of land, of course, cost more money than worse players, which makes the game pretty pay to win. And we're not talking like $5 a pop. These guys cost hundreds of dollars. There's a lot of player-created leagues that you can join in-game, though, so it seems that there is at least somewhat of a player base. But in conclusion, this is pretty much just another generic, free-to-play, pay-to-win game. It's not a genre of game that I would be interested in, but it seems to be competent, albeit expensive. I don't really see any benefits for using crypto here. It kind of just seems like another way of achieving the same outcome, except more complicated since you have to understand how to use a crypto wallet. Although, you don't even have to actually use crypto. You can just buy players with a credit card. So, if anything, it's just using crypto as an ultimate payment system. Regardless, the blockchain doesn't bring any gameplay innovations, just new ways for you to lose money investing in virtual football players. Yeah, I'm never going to play this game again. Even if I wanted to play a football manager, I would much rather just spend the $60 to get something like Sega's FF23. I don't really understand the appeal of a pay-to-win management sim with players that cost more than the average monthly income in some countries. But if you like Football Manager, then I'd love to hear your thoughts on Striker Manager 3 down in the comments. Alright, well, that was definitely an interesting experience. There are still a bunch more of these crypto games on the Epic Game Store that I haven't even looked at yet. Should I keep diving deeper into this cesspit to see if there's a diamond at the bottom? Or do we write this entire concept of crypto games off as a failure? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. And if you enjoyed the video, drop a like and subscribe to be entered in the contest to win a free NFT. That's all for today. I'm John, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Just over 1 year ago, I created this YouTube channel with one goal: playing and reviewing every single crypto game from the perspective of a gamer. Now, if you haven't seen my previous crypto game reviews, you might be a little confused. How do bitcoins or randomly generated monkey JPEGs have anything to do with video games? It's a long story, and instead of explaining it again, I recommend you watch one of these two videos, where they feature in-depth explanations of the ideas behind blockchain-based games and some of the fundamental flaws with the concept. But a lot has changed in the past year, and as crypto pros always say, it'll get better. We're just early. Well, now that some time has passed, is that still the case? That'll be one way to find out. In this new video series, I'll be going back and replaying each one of the worst NFT games ever, reporting on their progress and growth over the past year. Additionally, since all of these games double as speculative financial instruments, I'll be calculating your potential return on investment should you have bet on these games. Join me in my final video of 2023 as we revisit 5 of the first crypto games I reviewed 1 year later. This will be a lot of work, so I hope you brought a shovel. My crypto game review series kicked off with an episode based on an article I found on Google: 10 best NFT games to play in 2022. Ironically, the author of the article has since deleted it. I wonder why. Regardless, the game listed as number 1 was called The Robot Era. The game, described as the best NFT game merging the metaverse with cool crypto features, was not playable at the time. How can this be the best NFT game to play in 2022 then? Well, I'm pretty sure that Robot Era paid to be listed first in this article. This assumption is based on the fact that directly following this article, the author posted a guide on how to purchase Robot Era tokens. Of course, that has also been listed, but we can still see it thanks to the Wayback Machine. I suspect that these were deleted because the project was a scam. In hindsight, this is actually one of the lowest effort crypto game scams I've ever seen, but let's look at it again and see why. Would you look at that? The RobotEra.io website is no longer active. This must have just happened a few days ago, though, since I was able to visit the site last week. gather resources from the land to create robot companions. Here, create everything you can imagine and start a new era with other robots. I guess this game only exists in your head. You truly can create anything you can imagine. The biggest red flag for me was the hilariously fake LinkedIn profiles listed at the bottom of the page. Jason, Alex, and Slimane were the only employees of Robot Era, and none of them are real people, obviously. It's quite surprising that this scam managed to hook anyone, with these profiles standing out as clearly fake. This is in contrast to the rest of the website, which makes a valiant attempt to
Green Skeleton, I don't know what you mean, but playing the song Boom, but I don't know.
It must be real, right? This is a common tactic that internet scams employ to feign legitimacy. While these articles are real and actually hosted on Sensica and Yahoo websites, anyone can publish articles on these sites. As far as I know, this is an automated service with little to no manual review.
Oh, that's what you meant. BB no money. Okay. Now I get it.
They will send whatever press release article you'd like to a handful of major news sites. Thus, this is more of an advertisement, not a stamp of approval. Continuing below, at one point, the website hosted links to audit and know your customer verifications by Shark Team and CoinSniper, two seemingly real crypto companies. These documents show that the team and project of Robot Era have both been audited and determined as legitimate, or, as they say, completely guaranteed and safe. However, what's not guaranteed is the trustworthiness of these reports. Shark Team calls themselves the world's leading Web3 security services provider. Interesting, considering that they only seem to audit either failed crypto projects or rug pulls. Additionally, their reports are full of grammatical errors. Looking at CoinSniper, it doesn't seem like an approval from them carries much weight at all. The text on their front page reads, "Listing on CoinSniper.net does not mean we endorse the project. They could be scams. While investors may not have received the promised metaverse, they did at least receive the Terra tokens they paid for, it seems." On October 17, 2023, the Robot Era Twitter would post one last time before going dormant. All pre-sale participants can receive token on the Robot Era official website. Please stay tuned for the project Twitter for the latest news. As expected, the replies here are either bots or people complaining that they got scammed. And whenever someone says they got scammed, another bot swoops in and tries to trick them again with a fraudulent crypto recovery service. Speaking of bots, the game's official Discord server, which I am banned from, has been abandoned by the moderators. The bots have now taken over the server, sending floods of links to scam websites. Nonetheless, there are currently a proud 784 wallets holding Terra tokens. Judging by the balance of the smart contract that created the Terra tokens, it appears that there were at least 3.3 billion tokens created. With each one costing 2 cents, that means at a minimum $66,000 was stolen. Far less than their original 1.8 million goal, but still a great amount of money for a rather low-effort scam. Now, you might be asking, with the Robot Era being such an obvious scam, why was it allowed to continue? Crypto, by design, is decentralized. This means that there is no central authority to take down or prevent scams like these. Additionally, when you are a victim of a scam, it is impossible to roll back transactions. While the aspects of decentralization and self-custody may be positives to some people, crypto does little to protect users from scams. In the best case, the scammer's crypto wallets might be flagged as suspicious, which would result in major crypto exchanges refusing to do business with them. However, depending on the jurisdiction of the scammer, this might not even matter, since not all crypto exchanges enforce Know Your Customer rules. And even in the cases where the scammers are caught, victims are still highly unlikely to see a recovery of their investments. It's worth noting that there was actually an attempt made to protect users by MetaMask, which is one of the most popular browser extension crypto wallets. At one point, when you visited Robot Era with MetaMask installed, you would instead be redirected to the MetaMask website. Here, it would warn you that the project was most likely a scam, and to stay away from it. But this warning did not seem to last long, and it was removed only a few days later. Regarding a return on investment for this project, it's not quite a 100% loss, but it's pretty close. Since investors technically did receive Terra tokens, they could potentially sell them. But with the game the tokens are used in being a scam, it would be hard to find many buyers. Anyway, Robot Era was a complete scam, and I called this a year ago. Not like it takes an expert to identify this sort of stuff. So I shouldn't give myself too much credit, especially because my prediction regarding the next game was completely wrong. Tom Ability was marketed has a play-to-earn metaverse with customizable dog NFTs. These NFTs will allow users to play games and win prizes. At the time of my previous video on the game, the project had been dark for quite a while. Communication from the team was sparse, and there were no real companies or people behind the project. It was entirely anonymous. Nothing but red flag, as far as I'm concerned. But it turns out that what I refer to as the remnants of a luxury scam was actually real the entire time. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was wrong. That being said, what exactly did they deliver? Well, we can play it and see for ourselves. Tamadoge is an online arcade where players can spend tokens to play some basic browser games. If you get the high score on a game, you'll be eligible for a spot on the leaderboard. The top players on the leaderboard each week are given a reward based on the total amount other players have spent playing the game that week. This is because each player of the game costs 1 token, which is about 15 cents. By playing games and buying upgrades for your Tamadoge NFT, you can increase its effectiveness with the minigames. Unfortunately, the actual effect of these upgrades are poorly explained, if at all. I can spend $1,200 to upgrade my dog's intelligence, agility, and strength, but the only explanation given is the higher your agility, the better chance your pet has at the top of the leaderboards. There are not some detailed percentages or statistics like 10% increase to health. Is that too much to ask? Anyway, let's play the games. The Tamadoge games are available on both PC and mobile devices, but most of them are currently mobile exclusive. It's kind of funny to see this clearly kid-friendly game being rated 17+ on the App Store, but at least they're honest with how long kids can handle. In total, there are 11 Tamadoge games available through 3 separate apps on the App Store. The first game, Tamadoge, features the augmented reality minigame mentioned in the game's original white paper. This is hardly a game, though, and all it does is allow you to view your dog in AR. Other than this, you can feed, watch, and care for your NFT dog. This, of course, is a sort of stamina system, so you can't play games while the dog is sleeping, when they must sleep every day. As expected, you can pay to reduce the waiting time between games. In this first app, there are 5 separate minigames. Each play costs 1 credit, and a higher score on the game gives you more XP for your dog. You can use those XP to upgrade your dog, and higher level dogs performs better in the minigames. I guess. Only problem is, these minigames are frustratingly difficult. They're all minimum effort skins of some of the most popular mobile games. They look and feel like the work of an amateur following an intro to Unity course. The difficulty curve is bonkers, and I was never able to survive long enough in any of the games to gain more than 1 XP as a reward. It's a neat little virtual pet game, but it doesn't really hold up well considering the available competition. Plus, I think this is overpriced. It's cheaper than a trip to the arcade, sure, but it's still not great, especially when you consider that these games are all pay to win. Not only do you have to pay to play them, but you have to pay even more to upgrade your dog so you don't die within the first 60 seconds. It's a money pit, but that's sort of expected when it comes to mobile games, crypto or otherwise. The next Tamadoge app is called Tamadoge Arcade. This is simply a hub to play the 5 different Tamadoge games with the high scores, leaderboard, and prizes. Similar to the previous app, all of these games are 100% derivative of the something that's already been done to death. Not a shred of originality was used here, but a shame. And thanks to the project has been delivered, it's obvious that this was never going to be groundbreaking or attract a large player base, and so it continues to bleed back. Tamadoge is really nothing more than a crypto economy attached to some browser games that probably took a few dozen hours to make. It works exactly as one would expect. Now, if you please excuse me, I need to go back into my previous Tamadoge video so that nobody ever calls me out for being wrong. Okay, next game.
Absolutely spending this dream of building a game as the real life horse races. The next move for us is selling land, to selling the horse, to selling land, to selling land, to selling the horse, to selling.
Silks Online was a game that I really made fun of, mostly because the whole idea seemed ridiculous. It's a metaverse with land ownership that aims to act as a source of passive income, the ultimate crypto buzzword soup. I recreated their demo in about 15 minutes in Unity, showing just how little effort they even put into getting something to show off to investors. Kinda sad, but anyway, it's been a year, so what's happened since? Well, it looks like the game is locked behind a paywall. You can either pay $750 for a horse and $500 for an avatar, or spend $1,000 to get both. They accept credit card and Ethereum. But since the horses are all NFTs, there's a thriving secondary market for these fine images. My assumption is that the horses on the website are random, and the ones on OpenSea are not, but I don't want to make any guesses when I'm spending $1,000 on the video. Sadly, there is hardly any helpful information on the game's website. Most of the FAQ answers just say to read the white paper, which is impossible since they took the white paper off of their website. If you can find an archived version of the document, it still doesn't help you since it's quite outdated. Looks like the roadmap on the white paper has an item slated for Q1 2023 titled Metaverse, so this entire document might as well just be null and void. In pursuit of definitive answers, I dove into the game's official Discord server. Here, I found a rather small community dedicated to discussing the game, but still no gameplay coach. Is the case perhaps that there is no gameplay? Based on my understanding, Silks works like this. Purchase a horse that is an NFT representation of a real-life racing horse. When that horse races in the real world, you receive a prize paid out by Silks proportional to the horse's real-life winnings. But this immediately raises two concerns. First, where is the reward money coming from? And second, what happens when the real-life version of the horse dies or is injured? It seems that I'm not the only one with these questions, as they're asked frequently in the game's Discord. The first question was answered as follows. Funding for the rewards pool comes from the revenue collected by Game of Silks asset sales and transaction fees. Essentially, the money to pay off the winners comes from the money that the losers spent on their horses, since there is no entry fee for a race. This is because the game is a fantasy sport, so whenever the real-life horse races and wins, you automatically receive a reward. In my opinion, this is the wrongly close to a Ponzi or pyramid scheme. All rewards given to old investors come from money deposited by new investors. There are currently
Ponzi. No way.
In addition to the horses and avatars, you can also buy land, of course. This was originally supposed to be used in the Silks metaverse.
It's a Ponzi.
Little to no news on the current status of this
What
metaverse.
the fuck?
So the second question: what happens if your horse dies in real life? Horse NFTs are created through the purchase of one of the $750 loot boxes. This horse is a digital copy of a real horse that is 1 year old, a yearling. Basically, it's gambling, as you have no idea what horse you're actually going to get. This is where the OpenSea marketplace comes into play. Here, you can purchase an already revealed horse with a proven track record. In the case where a horse has died in real life, the answer given was, well, that's the risk. But with the underreported nature of professional horse breeding, it seems that it's difficult to actually keep track of these real-life horses. Buyers reported having received a horse that has never raced, and attempts to contact the horse's real-life owner have yielded no response. However, if you were able to contact the owner and receive a proof of death, Silks did offer a refund. That is, as long as the death was before the first race of the season. At this point, it is unclear if this refund policy will apply for the next racing season. But this is just one issue that may arise and cause you to hold a worthless NFT. Because Silks only tracks horse races within the United States, if the real-life horse is shipped overseas, the horse will not give rewards even if it does race. Silks will not offer refunds in this case, since the horse could theoretically return to the US in the future. Other than these issues, it seems that Silks has been running an apparently legitimate operation that pays out players based on the royalty percentage attached to each NFT. This usually ranges between 1 and 3% of the real-life horse's winnings. But without a constant inflow of money from new players buying land, avatars, and horses, it doesn't seem like this will be sustainable in the long run. I expect them to have to consistently come up with new things for you to invest in order to sustain their business model. Perhaps this is the logic behind their latest NFT sale, which consisted of a variety of different packs that contained multiple horses with higher than average royalty percentages. These packs ranged from $30,000 to $180,000 each. But judging by the discussions in the Discord, it seems that these were purchased by players pulling their money together. Nobody was spending 5 figures on an NFT. In conclusion, Game of Silks does not appear to be a scam, but it does seem to be an overly ambitious and poorly thought out project. The promises of a 3D metaverse have been memory hold, and some investors who bought in based on that promise are upset, even threatening to start a lawsuit. Is this a video game? Well, in my eyes, no, it's not. It's an expensive fantasy sport for speculative gamblers. And most importantly, there's no reason you need to use crypto to do this. If anything, crypto is probably the worst way to do this, since NFTs can be traded peer-to-peer without going through OpenSea. Game of Silks relies on this income from the 8% OpenSea transaction fees to be able to pay out winnings. When someone trades peer-to-peer, they ignore that 8% fee. If Silks had just forced everyone to use their own website to trade horses, and they weren't NFTs, then there would be no chance that people could dodge the fees. And as far as your return on investment goes, well, it's pretty much impossible to calculate that since it depends entirely on which horse or avatar you manage to get. Some of the assets have increased in value, while others decreased, so it's hard to give a definitive answer. But it looks like from what people have shared in the game's Discord, some owners have been able to see a 10% return on investment thanks to their horses' successful races. Only time will tell if this return is consistent. Game of Silks is very much a product of the 2021 crypto bubble, and I'm not confident that it will be sustainable in the long run. But as always, we're early, so I guess we'll have to check back next year and see if that metaverse really does ever end up being released. Battle Infinity was an extremely vague promise of a sports-focused metaverse, featuring practically every crypto scam trope at once. AI-generated images, a suspicious team with little to no experience, and a social media audience composed almost entirely of bots. In my initial review, there was almost nothing to talk about, since the project promised to be so many different things at once. It would feature fantasy sports, sports betting, a 3D metaverse made in Unreal Engine, playable sports games, avatar customization, and more. If you can name it, Battle Infinity would have had it. But everything was so vague that it was clear they had no intention of delivering these things, even from day one. In lieu of delivering what they promised, they have instead decided to remove all mentions of the team behind the game from their website. Even Suresh Joshi, the project's co-founder, has removed all mentions of Battle Infinity from his LinkedIn page, but couldn't imagine why. The Battle Infinity token has declined over 90% since 2022. Surprisingly, the IBAT scheme does still seem to be trucking along, albeit slowly. After months of hyping up their first game on Twitter, they finally released a beta version a few weeks ago, IBAT Fantasy Sports. Let's check it out. Looks like this is a sports betting website that allows you to bet on fantasy cricket or football. The website does not use HTTPS, the game has no instructions, and the only currencies supported are Indian rupees or Philippine pesos. Nowhere on the game's white paper or website does it say that it's exclusive to those countries, which is quite misleading. Additionally, they posted on their Twitter that the game was awaiting approval on the Android App Store, but it doesn't seem like that ever happened, since that was months ago at this point. There have been no communications from the team since October, and the game's official Discord server has been deleted. As far as the game goes, since it doesn't have any instructions, I couldn't figure out how to play it. Plus, the game is littered with spelling errors, as expected. Oh, and you can't even bet on football. It doesn't work. Only cricket. There really isn't anything else to say. The project was created by a 20-something dude in India who used AI and buzzword soup to create an appealing website to attract investors. After a year of development, the only thing that was delivered was a fairly functional minimum viable product, and the few investors that remained just mock it on social media. It would seem that they delivered nothing that was advertised, and then just removed their names from the project to pretend it never happened while they looked for a new job. Oh, and they never replied to my YouTube comment, so I'm still salty about that, too. never even reviewed Lucky Block in my original video. I just made a joke about how it was a scam and moved on. But let's give it the honest review that it deserves. Originally, Lucky Block was an NFT competitions and rewards platform, whatever that means. Basically, you would buy an NFT, and it would enter you into a drawing to win whatever prize the NFT correlated with. These prizes included a Lamborghini, a $1 million home in the UK, and a Bored Ape NFT. But I'm not sure that they ever intended these giveaways to happen, because believe it or not, they removed all mentions of these sweepstakes from their current website. You can still find the original page by manually typing the URL, but when you try to buy the NFT and enter the sweepstakes, you're redirected to the homepage. These sweepstakes first opened back in 2022, and over a year later, they still have not drawn a winner for any of them. This is because the drawings will not happen until the NFTs sell out, and the NFTs can now never sell out because they removed the link to purchase them. I have no idea how much money these entries were sold for, but I do know that at one point, Lucky Block offered a Platinum Rollers Club NFT. This NFT would give you a free entry to the Lamborghini sweepstakes, as well as access to future benefits. These NFTs sold for $1,500 each, and they offered $10,000, which would have net them $15 million. But with all references to these NFTs having been removed from the site, I was unable to find out how many of the 10,000 actually ended up selling. As usual, I jumped into the Lucky Block Discord to see how the community feels about this. Some of my favorite quotes I found here are, "Did we just get scammed out of $1,500? And I hope you guys are having fun driving the Lamborghini and living in the house." I hate to break it to you, but I'm pretty sure that neither of these things actually exist. Why wouldn't they just wait until the NFTs sell out before they purchase a Lamborghini? And now that the NFTs are no longer for sale, they never have to worry about buying any of the prizes. Sounds like a winning strategy to me. Importantly, by making this giveaway require entrants to purchase an NFT, they are likely in violation of the FTC's No Purchase Necessary sweepstakes laws. Of course, this doesn't matter since Lucky Block is headquartered in the Cayman Islands. But all of these giveaways are from Lucky Block V1, which has since been retired. In 2023, Lucky Block changed their entire business model, and now their website is inaccessible from US IP addresses. Well, luckily for us, we can bypass this restriction, thanks to today's sponsor, John VPN. When connecting from a country outside of the US, the Lucky Block website is nothing more than a crypto casino. This strange and unexpected pivot from a sweepstakes to an online slot machine left original members of the Platinum Rollers Club confused. These NFTs promised increased rewards in the casino, but based on what information was shared in the Lucky Block Discord, it seems like these rewards have never been enabled. But even more importantly, if you purchase the NFTs and happen to live in a country where Lucky Block Casino is banned, then you won't be able to make use of the rewards anyway. As I dove deeper into the history of Lucky Block, I found a due diligence report posted on CryptoAges.io that details some interesting connections between Lucky Block and two previous failed crypto projects, StakeMoon and DeFiCoin. Both of these projects have been apparently abandoned after their tokens, Smooth and DeFC respectively, lost effectively 100% of their values. With all these aspects in mind, it doesn't really seem like Lucky Block is a great casino or investment. The Lucky Block coin price did see a drastic pump at one point, but it was followed by a swift and violent dump, leading the token to about a 97% drop in value. But this is just the Lucky Block V1 tokens. In late 2022, the Lucky Block team opened the bridge that allowed users to switch their V1 tokens to V2 tokens, since the original tokens had too high of a tax rate or something like that. Anyway, if you forgot to swap your tokens from V1 to V2, you're SOL, because there is no way to do this now, and the V1 tokens are entirely useless. But even if you did swap to V2, your coins aren't doing any better, as that token has also lost 97% of its value. In conclusion, Lucky Block is, as expected, not a video game. And if you invested in it at any time after the initial server hype, you were down tremendously. But hey, why bother starting a functional, working company that you have long-term intentions of running when you can just sell a bunch of NFTs backed by promises? Who are the customers going to call for a refund? Mr. Satoshi Bitcoin? Yeah, I don't think so. Words can't describe how amazing this past year has been. In the past 365 days, I've grown from less than 200 subscribers to about 90,000. I want to thank both my wonderful viewers and the salty bag holders for making my first year on YouTube far more successful than I ever could have imagined. 2024 is going to be an exciting year. especially now that I've somehow become an officially recognized crypto content creator, despite being a vocal opponent of the technology. But this will be the year that I'm proven wrong, apparently, since I've been informed that this will finally be when the good crypto games are getting released. I'm not exactly sure that I believe that, but there's no telling what surprises I'm looking in store. I hope you all have a fantastic holiday season and a safe, happy new year. Goodbye. It seems like just about every week we see another live service game get shut down. Without a supportive player base to purchase a never-ending onslaught of microtransactions, season passes, and battle passes, the development costs can become unsustainable quickly. But if there weren't already enough avenues for monetization, we've got yet another to throw on the pile: NFTs. So what if I told you that there's a live service early access roguelite that costs $25 and has a $15,000 NFT microtransaction? That already sounds like a disaster. Now, what if I told you that I actually enjoyed playing it? Would you believe me? Hello, I'm John. Welcome back to the series where I plan to review every crypto and NFT game from the perspective of a gamer. Today, we'll be playing a game called Superior. Superior is a co-op, roguelike third-person shooter released into early access in September 2022. The game is developed by Drifter Entertainment and published by Gala Games. In case you haven't seen my Spider Tanks review, Gala Games are a game publisher that insists on putting NFTs and crypto into every game, no matter how much sense it makes. They're also prime examples of crypto grifters, selling $1,000 NFTs for games that have barely even started development. Superior is available on both the Gala Games website and on Steam. Wait a minute, didn't Steam ban all NFT games a couple of years ago? Yes, they did, but there's ways around that thing. As long as the version of your game that's available on Steam does not directly interact with the blockchain, then it's allowed. But since I'm here to review NFT games, I'm going to be playing the Gala Games version, which I'll just refer to as the NFT version from now on. To get access to the game, you must own a Superior Early Access Pass NFT in the cryptocurrency wallet that you have linked to your Gala Games account. After receiving the NFT in my wallet and installing the Gala Games launcher, I can then download Superior. I'm not really sure what the Gala Games launcher does exactly, as it's not something that you can actually launch. It's instead some sort of plugin that's always running in the background. Creepy. Anyway, after relaunching my browser about 6 times to get the install button to work, I was finally able to download the Superior installer. Unfortunately, that was just the first step, and I had to wait another 15 minutes while the game installs and patches with this extremely polished launcher interface. But once that was complete, I was good to go. Straight away, we're treated to a nice intro cinematic explaining the game's story. In the world of Superior, superheroes live amongst the citizens and protect them and help them in their daily lives. But one day, the superheroes got sick and then turned evil. Now it's up to you to use their powers against them to save the world of Superior. I like how simple the story is. It's easy to understand, and it's relatively original. This is the first NFT game to have any sort of coherent story at all, so just by having more than 2 lines of dialogue, they're instantly set ahead of the rest of the competition. After adjusting the game settings and removing the frame rate cap, I headed directly into a multiplayer game, since there appears to be no tutorials. There are currently 3 characters to choose from: Ronin, Nomad, and Murmur. As this is a live service game, of course there's a variety of customizations to choose from for each character as well. This is where the NFTs come into play, but I'll come back to this point later. I chose Ronin, the Bruiser class, and clicked Find Match to get started. If it's not obvious already, this game is already by far the most polished and complete NFT game we've seen yet. This is what I'm talking about when I say that a game in beta should be almost complete. Superior apparently has 85% of the content that it will have at launch. It's great to see that they placed a high priority on creating a polished UI and a charming art style. After a brief wait, I'm placed into a match with just 1 other player. You can have up to 3 players in a game, though, so I'm already assuming that this game has only 1 other player online right now. This isn't surprising. It seems to be common for NFT games to have an average player count between 0 and 4 players at peak hours. Superior is a third-person shooter with roguelite elements. This is by far my favorite genre of game, so I'm going to be very critical. Risk of Rain 2 is one of my most played games of all time, and Superior shares a lot of similarities with it, so I'll be using it as a point of comparison throughout the video. If you're not already familiar with roguelite games, they're a genre of games focused on procedurally generated experiences with permanent death, and a heavy focus on randomness to create a unique play experience every time. Some other examples of roguelite games include Spelunky, Hades, Faster Than Light, and Slay the Spire, among a ton of others. The structure of a roguelike game is typically a stage-based one, with a boss at the end of each stage. Throughout each stage, you're presented with randomly selected upgrades to choose from to enhance your character's ability. Only with careful choices and good luck will you be strong enough to overcome the often steep difficulty curve as you progress through the stages leading to the final boss. And if you die along the way, you lose everything and must start over at the beginning of the game. Each playthrough is typically referred to as a run. Many roguelike games have a form of meta progression, where you can unlock new upgrades that will appear in future runs. Additionally, there's also roguelikes where you can permanently upgrade your character stats using a currency gained throughout each run. Therefore, you usually won't be able to beat the final boss of the game right off the gate. You'll need to complete dozens, if not hundreds of runs, and unlock all of the upgrades before you can have a run where you actually defeat the final boss. The random nature of this genre makes these games highly replayable, as no two runs are quite the same. Each run of Superior begins in the bar. This bar serves as your hub, and you return here after each stage. Here, you can access a variety of upgrades to use throughout your run. The source of these upgrades is from the juice injectors located in the back of the bar. You begin each run with one juice tank and gain another juice tank after completing each stage. Placing a juice tank into the injector allows you to choose from 3 randomly selected abilities. There are 2 types of abilities, active abilities or passive abilities. While the pool of potential abilities that can appear here begins limited, you expand this pool of upgrades through playing the game and leveling up. After selecting our starting upgrades, we head to the teleportal in the back of the room and head to the first stage of Superior. Visually, Superior is brimming with style. The cel-shaded art is reminiscent of Borderlands, and the comic book nature of the art style is a perfect fit for the superhero story. Bright colors, snazzy character designs, and a clever use of post-processing and lighting effects allow Superior to both look great and maintain a high frame rate, even with hundreds of enemies on screen. Animations are smooth and stylish, yet creative and unexpected. Different abilities may have your character transforming into an anvil, a motorcycle, or a ball of fire, but it all blends together and fits seamlessly in this crazy world. My favorite animation was the teleporting sequence, where your skin teleports off your body first, leaving behind your skeleton, all while your character kicks back and relaxes. Badass. My biggest and really only complaint regarding the visuals is that sometimes I felt like the post-processing was too strong, especially with objects in the distance being blurred. This led to some visual clarity issues, but after lowering the strain for the post-processing effects, the problem mostly went away. Overall, Superior is a clean and modern-looking game with a unique visual style that matches the game setting perfectly. But I can't say the same for the sound design. The audio's got some mixing issues, with certain sounds being much louder than you'd expect them to be. Some guns are so loud that they drown out all other sounds entirely. Enemies either make next to no noise or way too much noise. It's just inconsistent. While your characters are voice acted, it would have been better if they weren't, especially the Marshmallow character. Superior takes a move from the Borderlands playbook of having some of the most corniest, cringiest writing possible. Nobody in this game ever says anything serious. Everything's either a one-liner or a joke, and none of it's funny. At all. Have a listen to some selections for yourself, and let me know if you find any of this funny. Good news. There's no need to worry about the long-term effects, as your internet death is all but certain. The favorite powers are the ones that make them explode a little bit. I think there's something wrong with me. Whoa, I think it's just annoying. Borderlands made this approach work fine at first, but by the third entry in the series, it got so annoying that the game was best experienced with voices disabled. It's fine to have humor in your game for sure, but the type of writing where characters just spew one-liner after one-liner needs to be left in the 2010s. The game has a soundtrack, but it's nothing noteworthy. There really isn't much music playing throughout the game aside from the occasional low-key beats while you're chilling in the bar between stages. When you activate your character's overdrive ability, a cool generic metal riff plays, but again, it's nothing memorable. compared to the high quality of the visuals, the audio in Superior leaves a lot to be desired. The gameplay loop of Superior is simple. Choose your upgrades, enter a stage, kill enemies and collect loot, complete the objective, return to the bar, and repeat. There are 3 different destinations that you can choose when starting a run, and each one corresponds to a different difficulty level. Each run comprises 9 stages, with every 3rd stage containing a boss. The runs are split into 3 randomly chosen maps, out of a pool of 6 total maps. So, for example, you'll do 3 stages on the Power Station map, 3 stages on the Downtown map, and then 3 stages on the Rubble map. In each stage, you're assigned one of 4 different objectives. Or at least I only ever saw 4 objectives in the 4 hours that I played the game. Find and destroy a generator, go to a place and defeat a certain number of enemies, find a superhero corpse and defend it while juice is drained, or defeat a boss. That's it. The lack of objective variety combined with the limited number of environments leads to the game getting quite repetitive pretty quickly. Load into a stage, pick up the juice, run back to the teleportal, it never changes. The boss fight stages would have been a great opportunity to spice things up, but unfortunately, they're probably the worst part of the game. There's only a total of 6 unique boss encounters, and unfortunately, none of them are really that engaging. The fights ultimately boil down to dodge lasers and shoot weak points. Backbone is extremely easy and almost impossible to lose to, but Wind-Up just teleports randomly around and phases in and out of existence, all while spreading bombs everywhere. If you end up having to fight him on a cramped map, good luck, as the bombs take an extremely long time to despawn, so you'll run out of room to maneuver and just die due to having nowhere to dodge. This leads me to my next complaint with the game. The enemy AI is atrocious. Enemies will often just fail to acknowledge you at all, to the point where you can walk up to them and give them a little smooch. Standing on a box makes the point defense objectives trivial, since melee enemies have no capability to reach you and will instead just stand there staring at you. There's also not a whole lot of
Nuclear Gandhi.
Continuing to talk about things I don't like, I despise the looting system. In each stage, as you kill enemies, they have a random chance of dropping either a weapon or an upgrade box. These weapons come in a variety of types and rarities, with the rarest weapons having better damage stats. The upgrade boxes contain 2 upgrades, but you can only choose one before the box disappears. These upgrades that you'll find within the stages are less powerful than the ones that you'll spend juice on in the bar. Instead of giving you something like a new ability, they'll just give you a percentage increase to your damage or a flat increase to your max health, for example. The worst part, though, is this. To loot an item, you have to look at it and then hold the interact button for about 1 second. This completely kills your momentum, as you have to come to a complete stop to grab an item, which will often lead to you just taking damage you otherwise would have avoided. Just having you tap the interact key would suffice here, and would make the experience of running, shooting, and looting much more enjoyable. There are a few different types of weapons that can drop, from shotguns to assault rifles to snipers, so you're given a decent bit of freedom to pick the playstyle that you enjoy best. However, the weapon drops are pretty infrequent, and even worse, they all have their own unique damage stats. So if you're using a sniper rifle, for example, but a legendary shotgun drops on one of the later stages, you'd be foolish not to just switch to using the shotgun. Otherwise, you'd be missing out on a massive damage increase, which you're going to need on the game's later stages. Despite this, I definitely had fun on my first run of Superior, especially since the person that I was playing with was very high level. We didn't make it past the second map though, since I died. While your teammates can revive you, they can only do so a limited amount of time before you just die for good. If any teammate fails to be revived, it ends the run for everyone. I don't like this at all. I wish they could continue without me, or maybe just let me spectate until a later stage where they can find me back or something. After this first run came to a conclusion, I had leveled up a few times and unlocked some new abilities for my character. Superior has a meta progression skill tree system, where your characters level up and gain skill points. These skill points can be spent to gain a variety of permanent upgrades, such as having a self-revive, having enhanced shielding abilities, or getting increased damage. The game is balanced around the presence of this skill tree, so in your first few runs, you'll feel exceedingly weak and struggle to defeat the second boss. But the more runs that you complete and the more you level up, the more powerful you become. I think that this is a great idea, and it gives you a reason to continue playing the game even after you've completed a run, as you can keep grinding to reach the max level and unlock all of the skills. Now that I've spent my first upgrade points, I head back to queue up for another run of Superior. After about a 2-minute wait, I'm paired up with the exact same person that I had just played with. I guess we really are the only 2 people online. Our second run went a lot better, thanks to the new abilities that I unlocked. One of them allowed me to turn into an anvil and bounce around, which was fun. These upgrades come in a few different types that encourage different playstyles. You can freely mix and match amongst the different types to create a build of your choice in each run. Fire enhances your weapons, setting enemies ablaze and causing them to explode. Ice freezes and shatters enemies, leaving behind trails of frost that allow you to slip and slide. And Xeno abilities allow you to transform into a motorcycle or an anvil, and summons little aliens that hover above your shoulder to help in battle. I think that there's other types of abilities as well, but those are the only ones that I had unlocked while playing the game. I enjoyed using the Xeno abilities the most, and I felt like the fire abilities were a lot weaker than the other types. As you progress through the stages of each run, you earn credits, which you can spend in the bar to gain new abilities or restore health and armor. There's also a vending machine, which you can use to get up to 3 different enhancements that last for a limited amount of stages. Overall, your options for customization and build diversity allow for each run to feel unique, which is great. But, as I said, it definitely felt like some abilities were a lot stronger than others, which led me to end up choosing the Xeno upgrades every single time that they had a kill to the juice injector. Alright, back to the game. After reaching the second boss, Wind-Up, I had my first of many frustrating experiences with Superior. The Wind-Up boss attacks by throwing landmines around the arena that deal massive damage when you get near them. But things get even more hectic than that, since Wind-Up summons smaller enemies to assist him during the battle. He also seems to be able to teleport completely at random with no warning, causing you to lose track of him constantly. The closed nature of the game's over-the-shoulder camera makes it difficult to see where you're walking, and I ended up walking straight into a mine that had spawned in behind me. The arena continued to fill with more and more enemies, to the point where neither of us could move. Eventually, I was completely overwhelmed, and with nowhere to move, I died to something that I couldn't have possibly avoided. Here, watch this replay. Can you tell how I died? My health didn't even go to 0. This is a common occurrence in Superior. Rarely did I feel like a death was deserved. Instead, it was almost always at the hands of something that I could neither see nor dodge. Compare this to Risk of Rain 2, where even in the most frenzied battles, the wide field of view and distant camera allows you to get a clear view of your surroundings. This, along with the clearly telegraphed enemy attacks, allows for you to survive with just a sliver of health, all thanks to your skill and dodging. But in Superior, you'll constantly get blown up by something that spawned in behind you that you never could have seen coming. Here's a few more examples of my deaths while playing Superior. Even when watching the footage in slow motion, it's hard to tell what exactly killed me. Let's do a frame-by-frame breakdown of my death against the final boss of the game's easy mode, Brute Force. Alright, I'm completely healthy. The boss fires a missile at me, so I dodge and go forward. The missiles are homing missiles, though, and they make a sharp 180-degree turn and end up hitting me from off-screen for over 3/4 of my entire health, only appearing on screen for a few frames. Again, if the camera was a bit more zoomed out, I may have been able to predict this, but still, this is annoying. Anyway, continuing forward, he puts up his shield and I dash in front of him to prepare to attack when he puts his shield down, and again with the missiles, which instantly kill me. So, was this avoidable? Maybe, if I had known that I needed to stay very far away from the boss at all times. But still, there's almost no time to react unless you knew ahead of time that this was going to happen. And since the room is completely filled with a ton of other enemies, it's hard to focus on everything all at once. Let's look at a similar scenario in Risk of Rain 2. First of all, no homing missile. Second, every enemy attack is clearly telegraphed. Even the melee enemies have a clear, bright red swipe animation showing their range. In the end, maybe it's my fault for trying to play the game like Risk of Rain, but it definitely feels like some of my deaths were unjustified. Regardless, back to my experience playing the game co-op. After 3 runs with the only other person online, they logged off, and I was never able to find another multiplayer game. Checking on Steam charts, it looks like this game is pretty much dead. With an all-time peak of 20 players, I don't think this game ever really had a healthy player base. This is pretty alarming, considering that the game is less than 6 months old. While we're here, let's check out a few of the reviews on Steam. The general consensus seems to be that this is a decent game, but it's ruined by the developer's choice to include NFTs. Speaking of NFTs, what role exactly do they serve in Superior? Let's head back to our old friends at the Gala Games website to check out the NFT store for Superior. Of course, they have the Superior Game License, which is in the form of an NFT. Let's talk about this one first. This is just a worse way to own games in every single way when compared to a traditional digital download on something like Steam. Since NFT transactions are irreversible, if you get hacked, someone can just steal all of your games and there's nothing that you can do about it. Compare this to Steam, all you need to do when you're hacked is reach out to support and they'll be able to restore your access.
The NFT means that you own the game forever. Even if the server is shut down, you can still play with your NFT in your wallet.
That's simply not true, and if anyone tries to convince you otherwise, they're lying to you. Superior is an online-only game. You can't even play the game without an internet connection, so how exactly would this work if they shut the game service down? Gala Games even says in their terms of service that you only own the underlying NFT, not anything else. What's the underlying NFT look like for Superior? Well, it's just a few lines of text. There's no download or files for the game or anything stored in the NFT. It's nothing more than a receipt on a blockchain. Sorry to burst your bubble, NFT believers, but this is not the amazing use case that you hoped for. Anyway, what about the other NFTs? It looks like there's a variety of prime versions of the game's 3 characters available for sale. Let's check them out. NFT characters get a bonus skill to their skill tree, a higher level cap, experience point multipliers, and a bigger earn bonus than lower rarity versions of the same character. This is the cheapest NFT for the game, and it costs $275? How much do the most expensive ones cost? $15,000? In a game that already has an asking price of $25, you're selling a $15,000 macro transaction? Oh, and the earning bonus too? The game has play-to-earn aspects too? How does it even make any sense? Blocking any content besides cosmetics behind a paywall in a game that's not free to play is a bad decision. But charging over $300 to unlock some of this content is even more ridiculous. And advertising that the NFTs unlock earning bonuses is just dishonest. There's no earning features in this game. There's never been any official announcements on what the earnings will look like or how they work. I doubt that this will ever be a thing. You want to know a funny story? In Spider Tanks, the initially high play-to-earn rewards were actually just coming directly from Gala's pocketbook, since it's just a Ponzi scheme anyway. But since there weren't more people entering the Ponzi scheme to keep it alive, they were just throwing their own money into what they called a buffer pool to give players the illusion of earnings. But since giving people free money is obviously not a sustainable business model, they stopped doing this. Now, the earnings in Spider Tanks are so abysmal that it's mathematically impossible to ever make your money back unless you're playing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Gala Games, you never fail to grip. In my opinion, the only reason that the developers added NFTs to Superior is because their publisher is Gala Games. I can't imagine that the people working at Drifter are actual fans of NFTs, but maybe I'm wrong. They've developed a few other games before Superior, primarily Oculus VR exclusives, but nothing with NFTs. They don't look half bad. So why did they decide to go with Gala Games as their publisher for Superior? I can only assume that the money must have been too good to pass up. But in making this decision, they've effectively killed off any chance of the game succeeding. There's next to no online discussion for this game. It's actually really hard to find any information about it at all. Even their launch trailer has less than 15,000 views. Here's a comment on that trailer that made me laugh. This looks like a pretty basic and easy game to develop this day and age, but because they're partnering with Gala, they'll make loads of money selling these NFTs. That's a pretty accurate take. For those of you who saw my video on Spider Tanks, another game published by Gala Games, you'll know that they're some of the scummiest, greediest, and dishonest game publishers on the planet. None of their blockchain games use the tech in any sort of interesting or innovative way. It's just an excuse for them to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars for in-game items. But people seem to keep falling for this and giving Gala more and more money in hopes to get rich quick by selling the NFTs to some poor schmuck further down the line. In reality, Gala Games is just taking advantage of everyone in their own community. It's actually insane, and in my opinion, should be illegal. Just a little bit over a month ago, the Gala Games Twitter announced an upcoming partnership with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Mark Wahlberg for their Gala Games blockchain movie project or something. This caused their token to skyrocket almost 60% in price in just a few days. Then, a few days later, they then deleted the tweet because obviously there was no such partnership. Yeah, you heard me right. Gala Games is doing blockchain movies, whatever that means. Here's a snippet from some article about it. Imagine going to a movie and there is a QR code on your ticket to redeem a digital item. Imagine again that you're watching a film on Netflix and a QR code shows up there as well. These are just some of the use cases. Integration with our games and our music is another very exciting prospect. Would you like to add Hogwarts to your Boxverse land? Oh my god, there's Gala Music too? If this is something that you're excited for, then you're among the dumbest people of all time. The best use case that they can come up with the blockchain is to have a QR code to redeem digital items. Keep searching, boys. You'll find that mythical use case for NFTs someday. Anyway, I've played enough Superior to give it a fair review, and I could complain about Gala Games all day, so I think it's time that we head over to see how Superior ranks on the John score scale. Since there's two versions of Superior, one with NFTs and one without, I'm going to give the game two separate scores. Unfortunately, my John score system is designed specifically for crypto games, so I'll have to switch it up a bit for it to make sense in a non-crypto game. Point number 1, ease of access. Accessing the game is not that terrible. I mean, you do have to buy the NFT, which obviously takes a little bit of knowledge. Plus, you'll incur a decent amount of gas fees in transferring your Ethereum from the exchange to your wallet and then to Gala. So your $25 game might end up costing you $40 after all the fees. Sounds like the future of finance, but what do I know? I don't understand. Once you have the NFT in your wallet, all you need to do is download the Gala Games plugin and then the Superior launcher. You'll need to go to the Gala Games website every time you want to launch the game, which means you'll also need to give Gala your email address. Gala Games will spam your inbox constantly trying to sell you NFTs, so I'd recommend using a throwaway email if you really want to play any of their 3 available games. For the Steam version of the game, though, obviously they get a perfect score since this is the gold standard platform for PC video games. So, for ease of access, the NFT version gets a 2 out of 5. The Steam version gets a 5 out of 5, though. No complaints there. Point number 2, graphics and audio. Superior has consistent, cool, and stylish visuals. Using crazy abilities and flying all around the map makes you feel very powerful, and the flashy visual effects complement the game's superhero comic-inspired setting. However, the post-processing and other visual effects actually end up interfering with the gameplay. It can be a little difficult to determine what enemies are attacking you, dodging projectiles, and keeping up with the fast-paced nature of the game's boss battles. Additionally, the camera is just way too close to the player for the type of game this is. You'll end up getting killed by things that were completely off-screen far too often, and it's infuriating every time it happens. But in general, the graphics aren't that bad at all, and the problems I have aren't any that can't be fixed before the game fully launches. On the other hand, Superior is lacking in the audio department. Poor audio mixing results in an annoying experience, with things either being way too loud or way too quiet. No in between. Definitely needs some tweaking. The music is
Gonna need a bit more than just that. Alright.
Soundtracks. And lastly, I thought the voice acting was way too cringy and should be removed from the game entirely. I gave Superior's graphics a 2 out of 2.5, and the audio a 1 out of 2.5.
Alright, be right back, guys.
3 out of
'Cause I'm getting tired of overthinking every move you make, and I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, and I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. I'm just waiting for the fight, but you won't even try to survive. You would rather keep it all inside, and I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, but I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. I don't wanna be alone tonight. I'm just hoping that you'll be just right. And I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone.
And I can't seem to find a light between the walls I built for myself right in my mind. And then you came over and you showed me love that I never had seen before. And now when I got you, it's all gonna be alright. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I. Just you and I. Only you can put the fire out. You can turn it all around. You can lift me off the ground, so we can fly again. So we can fly again. Trying hard not to go out of my mind. And all I need right now is for you to stay the night. But if you keep saying that you've got to leave, then I'm gonna be alright. As long as you tell me that we ain't running out of time. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I. Just you and I. Only you can put my fire out. You can turn it all around. And you there's something in my chest that I can't hide. When feelings get involved, I'm terrified. 'Cause I've been here before and said goodbye. Oh, are you the one when I try to look, I wish I'd find? Oh, how can I love when I've been hurt 100 times? For you, I give it one more try. Turn away and wrestle with my doubts. Oh, I leave them all behind, but don't know how. Bury my head deep within the crowd, but I'm reaching for your hand to pull me out. Oh, are you the one when I try to look, I wish I'd find? Oh, how can I love when I've been hurt 100 times?
If I were to the sea, baby, I never say, for I will fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, the moon will rise and carry me, for I've loved and I have died. So I won't hold back,
walking slow, sensitive, feel the afterglow. Looking for things that I can't control. Fear from my past, cause it always shows. Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it. Blacking out, afraid just fading day by day. I'm reaching out for someone who can take away the pain I feel, the things I haven't done at all. I've lost my way, but how I felt I can't recall. Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it.
Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah, yeah. 'Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight. Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah, yeah. 'Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight.
I wanna take you home with me. Talking out loud, calls the angels from the underground. Dreams today, yeah, demons that we are. 'Cause I am your memory, tracking you down.
If I should stay or be alone, won't you make up your mind? 'Cause I'm getting tired of overthinking every move you make, and I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, and I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. I'm just waiting for the fight, but you won't even try to survive. You would rather keep it all inside, and I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, but I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. I don't wanna be alone tonight. I'm just hoping that you'll be just right. And I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. If I walk to the sea, baby, I never say, for I will fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, the moon will rise and carry me, for I've loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, and you should know that what's never gone just have regrets. So I won't go back,
been no easy road, but I keep working harder, going harder just to prove something. Burning out, I can't do shit for weeks. Guess I prove nothing. Everybody wants my work for free. I know you have the money, things are looking different. I'm not putting up with you, not anymore. And I know you think you still can take advantage, and you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage, but it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. Lost myself, now I'm fully disguised. My heart got bruised up, so I put it on ice. Been told that I wouldn't make it in this life, but now all of you see there's so much room for me. And I know you think you still can take advantage, and you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage, but it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from me.
You and only you. If I were to the sea, baby, I never say, for I would fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, the moon will rise and carry me, for I've loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, and you should know that what's never gone, just have regrets. So I won't go back, oh Lord, I got me to forget the time I lost with no regrets, and the moon shine back again. Shine back again. When I drove down to Abyss, while I blame the world's neglect, then I shine right back again. So I won't hold back, and you should know that what's never gone, just like regrets. So I won't go back, oh Lord, I got me to forget the time I lost with no regrets, and the moon let me
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony, until one day a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in, but it's time now you ignite.
wishing you were dark eyes every night. Counting up your sins, I keep a list and checking it twice. I know where you've been, I smell the sin, and you're looking nice. You can't bury me. You don't never know. I'm still broken in the gutter. It's just me on my side, but I leave you with the shudder. and tell me what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. With the revolution. Can you hear the sound? With the ground beneath your feet, with a whisper in the trees. Do you feel us watching? Hunger in our eyes, victories on our minds. It's our time to rise. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. With the revolution. Can you hear the sound? We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. With the revolution.
Oh, there's something in my chest that I can't hide. When feelings get involved, I'm terrified. 'Cause I've been here before and said goodbye. Oh, are you the one when I try to look, I wish I'd find? Oh, how can I love when I've been hurt 100 times? For you, I give it one more try. Turn away and wrestle with my doubts. Oh, I leave them all behind, but don't know how. Bury my head deep within the crowd, but I'm reaching for your hand to pull me out. Oh, are you the one when I try to look, I wish I'd find? Oh, how can I love when I've been hurt 100 times? yeah. Fingers stained with blood, been grasping all day, losing my touch with reality. Driving all day, searching all night, can't seem to focus this double sight. This is a tale sworn in a sight. Finding my way back to
One specific frequency. release me, set me free, release me, set me free. So lost, so torn, can't help, need more. So lost, so torn, oh. This is a tale sworn in a sight. Finding my way back to
When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. With your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. I got your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah. I'm a drop popping, pocket, swola, 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 swola. Swola, 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 swola. Swola, 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 swola.
think about the times you let me go, falling through the cracks, emotional. I struggle to see what your reasons are. Sitting in your balance, silence breaks my heart. Turn the key, used to be our getaway car. Now I only wanna get away from where we are. Gotta find a way broken dreams.